Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
Hello everyone, we are here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
Oh, that missed weight constitutes the top four.
I'm winning the tournament. Keep winning. I'm winning the tournament.
Always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, you know, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, but here he goes. It's the American cap. Stays alive. It's so big.
They're making their way to the backline, but it's not enough.
Wow.
Lightsy is going to claim this one.
Tiaan, what's going on?
I'm lost, I'm dizzy, I don't know what to do. Rocky, what are your chances of winning this tournament?
0.
It's crazy. When I first came in here, my fan interactions have been so funny. I've met someone, his name is Michael. He takes a picture with me. He's like, yo, are you nervous? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm a little nervous. Like, I'm not doing too hot right now. And he's like, oh, I'm not really nervous. I'm really worried about Setsuko. I actually qualified for Worlds. This guy is way better than me. I'm playing against people who are like, literally like some of the best in the world.
Rich from the Carthage does enough, but still. In favor of Micah, the one-punch man.
Second place, it is going to end at that. Malala will claim first place.
I won the world in set 3.5, so I did the hardest thing to do in TFT. People can stress because there is no world champ in the table except me.
Once I get onto stage, it's gonna feel absolutely amazing, and I'm gonna be absolutely so stressed. I think I can make it. I can win.
Being in the final is an overwhelming feeling, but feeling all the support behind you, like it's starting to pay off, you just feel proud of yourself and a lot more confident that you can do it. I can be the person who wins Vegas Open.
I think it's 50-50. Either I win or I don't.
I'm gonna do my best, and I'm gonna make sure that I have nerves of steel.
The countdown has begun. The players are loading in. One more time. Las Vegas, are you ready? Playing checkmate. First, you need to get to 20 points, and after that, you can't win unless you get a first place. Oh, very, very close. Oh my gosh, wait, hold on a second. The final count. Somehow playing spoiler. Oh my god, the big door tag! Stealing! Oh no! Honda stays alive!
Saying one more time, Ari versus Annie. Malala is running away with this one.
He jumped before, but not today! Along with your Team Fight Tactics Vegas Open Champion!
It's a completely surreal experience knowing that I won the whole thing.
I feel like it's been a long time coming, and the fact that I was able to get it on the biggest stage is just insane.
I'm gonna take this to the end of the night. This burning hunger lets me know I'm alive. So when all hell breaks loose, I'll survive. 'Cause I'm okay now. And now I'm home in the sun. Feel the breeze on my skin. Don't wanna lose it again. So I leave this old friend behind. I'm gonna take this to the end of the night. This burning hunger lets me know I'm alive. So when all hell breaks loose, I'll survive. 'Cause I'm okay now.
Hey there, Rising Legends fans! For the 3rd anniversary of Rising Legends, I'm pleased to announce the new Rising Legends competitive ecosystem. With the goodbye of mid-sets, we were able to stretch 3 sets in a year, and that can only mean one thing: more tournaments and more opportunities to win throughout the year. The new innovative TFT set, Remix Rumble, welcomes our new ecosystem. For the first season, we will have only 2 Golden Spatula Cups. Yeah, I know, I said we will have more tournaments. Just wait. We increased a ladder qualification slots, so don't stop grinding ranked ladder tacticians. You have more chances now. An important update, we moved the snapshots 1 day, so now you have to be ready for selfies on Monday afternoon. Consequently, we slightly changed the slots for the different GSC qualification paths, so expect some variance. Additionally, we have the Rising Legend Finals at the end of the set. This means the best top performers from the GSC and ladder will compete to crown the best tactician in EMEA. For sets 11 and 12, we go back to normality. We will have 3 Golden Spatula Cups per set, and the ways to qualify for GSC and Finals are still the same as set 10. But stay tuned, the slots could slightly change. To read up on all the details for this new competitive season, visit our website at risinglegends.gg and follow our social media account to never miss broadcast updates.
Come down me in this
Welcome to day number 3 of our first Golden Spatula Cup of Remix Rumble. While we were looking over the run of show of this event and today, my dear colleague Counterfeit, who's here with me today, asked me, Mix, what do you want me to say when we talk about the welcome? And I was like, I'll figure it out as we go. So how are you feeling, Counterfeit?
I'm feeling a little bit undersupported in this intro. I don't know what to say, Mix. It's all great. I mean, you know, we're coming into what is going to be an amazing day of play. This is going to be our first time we've ever had, you know, a full 7 game a day. And, you know, the games so far up until this point have been amazing. So even if our intro to this particular day isn't necessarily top class, the play
What
of
do you
the
mean?
plays, they will be.
Ha! I thought that was a phenomenal intro. But to give you even more of a little bit of support, as my colleague is asking for, we do have our competitive roadmap here to underline where we are and what's going on. We did have the TFT Vegas Open at the very start of the set. That was amazing. Check out the highlights if you missed it. And now we are at the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. Of course, we are going to be moving through those rank lots and those snapshots towards that second qualifier and that second Golden Spatula Cup. There's only 2 of them this set, so it will be a rather quick set in terms of competitive this time around. Speaking of yesterday, though, we did have a lot of fun, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we had a 10 pentakill game to start off our very first lobby. I think day 1 really set the pace, you know, with our multiple godlike boards smashing together to cause absolute chaos. But I don't think day 2 disappointed at all either. And, you know, of course, we had a tournament absolutely full of amazing players, so it was pretty much par for the course.
Speaking of, we do have a highlight reel ready to catch you up in case you are missing, which, by the way, is not allowed. So next time, be here. But here we have our day 2 recap. Well, my notes for today just say cheapy chappa. I don't know about you guys, but this is Rising Legends. Welcome back to day number 2.
Over the fall damage right now. Oh, well, never mind. There we go. Rewarded.
The attack speed from the Gambler's Blade, from the Ginsu's Rage Blade, doing so much for her. But it looks like Karthus will go down. Misfortune barely survives, and Sapo takes a loss. Melee carries Yone uncontested in the backline, and it looks like Venry will take down game number 2.
No, it goes wide.
Oh, somebody is going to die here. Can Caitlyn hang on? The Twisted Fate will fall. Process, Blitzcrank trying to heal himself, but I don't think it's enough against the double trouble comp that Sologazang has put together. And with that, he establishes himself with a first place.
As well for a little bit of spread, but maybe the raw numbers aren't quite there. That Urgot is so hard to put down. The Israel would love to access the backline units, but doesn't get the chance.
Round of items here coming through here. We don't have any armor shred right now, so I should even shred coming in.
We have been good this year, your backlines, and you just don't have a backline anymore. I don't even think a Blitzcrank will be able to save this one. Double comes in, takes Mr. Marshall down to... Oh, we've got last stand!
Marshall, and he takes down Q-Daw Zakali eventually, and takes the win.
No amount of caster cursing was enough to put the Romanian down in this game, and incredibly well done.
Yeah, and there we go. The Riven just shredding through that board on the right-hand side. We can see Valteriix.
Oh no, I was wrong!
Riven's down!
It's over!
Valteriix takes the lobby!
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to my fellow co-casters and our entire production team. And thank you for chatting and being here with us. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
That was a crisp salute right at the end.
I love when our colleagues are getting thrown under the bus. Panda himself didn't even see it. He was distracted. I was watching his camera, so he'll have that surprise for later. But we do have one more important thing happening today, which is there is one more extra game at the end of those 6 rounds with our top 8. So keep that in mind. The stakes are going to be really high. And here are your players. Overall standings are ready to go. We're going to take a look at who is here and who was here as well, of course, Counterfeit.
Yeah, so we're starting off with the players who didn't make it through. Who said there's a lot of surprising names here. Of course, Tiaan and Zyko Lasher attracting a lot of attention the previous day. I think one of the biggest surprises, of course, getting so many players' favourites. Double 61 not making it through, and Dark Hydra just missing out on tiebreakers to Kevin Parker, who barely makes it in on 32nd.
Yeah, was really happy about that. I'm pretty sure he had lost those tiebreakers in previous tournaments, so it's good that one finally swung his way. And coming to those top 16, I was really excited to see the regional variety, really, in terms of countries that are coming into this one. As much as I love France, Germany, Poland, and so on, our powerhouse nations, I really love seeing countries like Morocco being represented. So I thought that was really awesome. But speaking of awesome, we do have an awesome player here with us today. It's one of the German powerhouse players. Salvyy is here with us, so welcome to our broadcast and our pre-show, Salvyy. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and congratulations to day 3. How are you?
Thank you so much. I'm good, quite tired, but I'm awake now. Yeah.
Awesome.
So, Salvyy, for everyone who knows you, of course, knows you've been playing for TFT competitively for a really long time, since 2019, at least on record. I was wondering, how do you feel like TFT has changed since 2019 all the way up to today? I'm assuming things have gotten better, but I was kind of curious if you had sort of specifics that you would stick out in your mind.
I mean, I think it just keeps improving every set, right? Like in the beginning, we had like nothing. We didn't have a EMEA circuit. We didn't have regional circuits, and then we got EMEA circuit. Now we have regional circuits. I mean, we got Vegas Open. It's just, I think it keeps improving every year, right?
Oh, absolutely. So to bring us to more recent things, then, of course, we kind of missed seeing you at the top of the tables in set 9. Things seem to be going pretty well for you in set 10, but was there anything which you've changed between set 9 and set 10 which has led now to the stronger performances?
I don't think so. For this tournament, I actually prepped a lot. Like I had to play Open Qualify last week, and then I obviously had to play this week, and then 2 days to prepare. So I think I'm quite prepared for this patch, and probably wasn't always the case in set 9.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you are prepared for this one. It seems to be paying off. You made it to day 3, of course, and we're hoping you're going to have some high finishes here as well. But you already talked about it. You were at Vegas as well. We talked there, of course. Maybe for chat, for people that are watching, tell us about how Vegas was for you as an experience as player.
Oh, I mean, it was just awesome. Simple as that. Like the whole event and the city as well. Just the trip in general was like a great time. Probably one of the best trips I ever had. So yeah, shout out to Riot for making it happen, and hopefully more lands like that in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we already have some announced, of course, and I'm sure we're going to see you there as well. But your local tournament, the A1 Prismatic Legends, of course, is also planning to do more offline events. How are you liking the change now that the DACH circuit has changed? Is it enjoyable? Are you having fun in the new circuit?
I think this set it's a bit rocky because we don't have LAN finals and it's just short season as well. But I think like next set is probably when it's going to pop off really nicely. Like we're going to have LAN finals again. So probably looking forward to that one, and hopefully I can qualify.
Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
All right, well, so to today then, I mean, of course, everybody wants to come in and, to win the whole event and get one of those 2 spots at the regional finals. But, what are your expectations coming in? Are you shooting for that number 1 spot, or just the best performance that you think you can pull out today?
I mean, I'm going to try, obviously, because back in set 7, I got the first GSC win. It was quite nice to like lay back and make it to regionals early. I also didn't play for snapshots, so goal number 1 is obviously to make as many points as possible today, and maybe I can snatch a win, we'll see.
Maybe. You've done it before, so chances are you might be able to do it again. Now, of course, you know the drill. You've been around with Rising Legends for long enough. Anybody you want to shout out or thank, the stage is yours.
Probably just a generic shout out. My family, my friends, my girlfriend, everyone that's supporting me, everyone that's cheering for me, the German community, everyone that's watching TFT, and I guess the whole EMEA scene. Just go cheer, enjoy the games, and hopefully have a great day.
Oh, thank you so much. That was lovely. And I hope you have the best of games today. Good luck out there on the Convergence. And thank you for talking to us, Salvyy.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh my gosh. You really couldn't tell by how humble Salvyy was there that he finished number 2 in day 2. You'd expect, he'd come into this one being maybe a little bit cocky, but still very reserved. And honestly, I respect that.
Me too. I just think it's always such a joy to talk to our players. Many of them, like Salvyy, have been here for so long that they know what it was like. He was talking about, there wasn't really EMEA circuit. There wasn't really TRC. So many of them just have that wholehearted gratitude going into these interviews and going into these tournaments, and you can tell, and I think it's really, really lovely. Now, coming back to other people who can win, I think my notes say something about a social media contest.
Yes, over the last couple of days, we have been asking our gentle viewers to tell us how exactly you are watching the competition. So as you can see there's a little example. But so to enter this particular competition and get a chance to win yourself a small but appreciable prize, just head across to our Twitter and drop down a photo of your situation while watching the competition. And we'll see who has either the most interesting or the most stylish approach to watching TFT.
Yeah, I mean, pets are a bonus, right? I've been clicking through it. I've been just liking every picture that includes a cat or a dog. I don't know if my likes do anything, but you have my support, chat. Just know that. Now, we were just talking to Salvyy, of course, came in the second place, really impressive run yesterday and also day 1. But there are 2 more players we do want to highlight here today that we were really excited about seeing on a day 3 of Golden Spatula Cup. And the reason for that is not that they're around a whole lot, but they're around a whole lot as co-streamers, as casters, and have been major supports of the EMEA scene in terms of grassroots and local scenes. And I'm, of course, talking about none other than I'm So Fresh and Kesman. And we did want to highlight both of them making it to day 3, which is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, As a Fresh finished out 19th coming into day 3. Yeah, as you said, co-streamer, caster, so see on the screen, having made it to 2 EMEA finals before. I think that's why we've seen, some of the players, particularly in Petrus Panare recently, playing in the open qualifier as well, just to get the chance to have such a good view of what it's like to be a TFT competitor is, of course, incredibly valuable in a caster, and of course, as a long-term player as well.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I've been talking to Kesman a lot. I briefly talked to I'm So Fresh. I think it's 3 years ago now. I'm getting old. But Kesman was really excited about making it once again into a Golden Spatula Cup. Of course, we saw him at Set 7 finals. He's no stranger to this competitive scene, but I just love seeing people who are so involved with the scene also just like kicking it off in these tournaments, being absolute beasts. It was amazing. So super, super cool to see that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing we'll say again and again around TFT. I think there's so much crossover between the different areas. So I think, if anything, it always helps to give a more rounded view of what TFT competitions can be.
Absolutely. Now, we do have something very important today, and that is class is in session. Please take out your notebooks. Make sure you're ready to write down what's going to happen, because we are bringing you a condensed big brain segment today. It is all about patch 14.1 and the trickiness that comes with headliners. Now, today for you here, it's Professor Makes and Professor Counter to Fit, and we are going to talk about the headliner rules, because many people are not familiar with how this whole shebang works just now. So, basic rules, these ones should be known, but if you don't, please write them down. Make sure you remember you will be tested on those. There need to be 3 copies in the pool of your champion in order to show up as a headliner. That makes sense. I think that is the most easy one to remember. Now, if you have more than 4 copies of a forecast, or more than 3 copies of a 5 cost, you cannot, I repeat, you cannot see the headliner in your shop anymore. You need to have less than that, otherwise it's not going to show up. So if you are looking for those 3-star 4 costs, like some of our players are, you need to have the headliner first and then start accumulating those extra copies. That's the safest way to do that. Last basic rule is, if you see a headliner with, let's say, Petikk, then you cannot see the same headliner with Petikk again. It will be Executioner the next time it rolls around. So keep that in mind if you're looking for specific headliners. And remember, you will be tested on this. I'm going to be passing it over to Professor Counter to Fit.
Hello, I'm Professor Counterfeit, and I'm a real professor. So, let's look at the more complicated rules here, because this is a complicated system. So as we see at the top here, you won't be getting the same champion over and over again. Again, we thank Modog for unveiling all of these rules to make things a lot clearer here. And also, you won't be seeing the same trait repeatedly being in there. Though, of course, makes, as you're about to say in a second, there is a little extra wrinkle to add on to the latter part of this rule.
There is. It is all compelling into the final rule with we do need to buy and sell headliners if we are looking for a specific headliner. If you're a true flex player and you just want anything and everything, you're good, you'll be fine, you can do whatever. But if you are looking for a specific headliner, let's take the example of Twisted Fate here. If we want Disco Twisted Fate, we need to buy and sell both Disco Blitzcrank headliner and Dazzler Lux headliner, because right now when units share traits with a headliner, that headliner highlighted trait, then it means they won't be showing up in your shop for quite some time. So that's an issue. You can reset the shop by buying and selling. Now, this is only true for 14.1. There will be changes to this in 14.2. First of all, if you are looking for a disco headliner in 14.2, you won't be needing to buy and sell Dazzlers, as Twisted Fate is the one that you want. You will only be needing to get rid of the discos, but buying and selling won't work anymore. So you'll just know that you'll be stuck for 7 shops on something like other headliners. So keep that in mind. Buying and selling will be not an option anymore in the next patch, but it also won't be as punishing as it is right now with how these share a pool. Now, just a quick rapid fire test for you at the class is already over. Next time, this will be homework, okay? Keep that in mind.
One thing I wanted to tag on to the end of that one is that so much of this kind of discovery has been in large part thanks to the TFT community. They're really digging in and taking a great interest in how to optimize their play. I think, if anything, with the set being what it is, we're moving towards a clearer and better understood version of the competition. Of course, every player we've got playing here today is going to have all those graphs on, but I certainly know for myself and for players who are aspiring to be even better at the game, it's really, really important to make sure you've got everything down.
Yeah, absolutely. And while there are some of these hidden rules that just make the game better because you can't be griefed by the shop, sometimes they can also lead to frustrations if you don't know them, like this time around. I feel like with the headliners and also with the Chosen back then, it's just so impactful. There are so many players who, they just like running the Senna headliner and playing her, even though she isn't the greatest maybe. So if you are one of these players that just likes one-tricking and hard forcing, then make sure you know of these rules and use them in your ranked games, although you should probably be learning to click some other headliners as well. I always feel like this set is a set that will teach you to play flexible. Would you agree with that?
I mean, yes, but there's only so many cosplays a person can buy to one-trick the various different champions, so I think there's also an argument to be made for just rolling all of your gold away as fast as possible, and if you don't hit, just go next.
Okay, I think we have different systematic approaches to this game. I don't know about what you're teaching our class here, but we will be moving on in just a little bit. Talking about today, we do have the final day, of course, and I mentioned it briefly earlier today already. We will have one final game of our top 8. Do you think players are going to be playing extra risky in that previous game to make it into the top 8?
Well, I mean, this is such an interesting situation we've got today because we're grabbing the top 8 players and they're playing that single game, and only the players in that top 8 can potentially win. So I think you're absolutely right. We have a different situation than before where players otherwise might just be looking for the GSC points. But I think particularly for our players on the bubble in Game 6, the ones who are barely outside the top 8, they're heavily motivated to go in. And while there's no points reset in that final game, that Game 7, you've still got the chance to better your position and, again, get as many GSC points as possible, even if you can't win the entire thing and get that guaranteed spot in the regional finals.
Or you just run it through and get that golden ticket. That's also a good strat. It's just hard to pull off, I heard. But we are already in just a couple of seconds. We do have one more person we do want to interview today. And this time around, it's actually someone, well, I'm always really excited for interviews. I don't know what I'm saying, but Candyland is here with us today. So welcome to the show. How are you today?
Thank you very much. I'm very good, thank you. How are you all?
We're good. We're excited for the games. I'm sure you are too.
Yes, I am also very excited.
So, Candyland, for anyone who's unfamiliar with you, could you take us through what's your history with TFT? How did you first come into contact with the game at all?
Yeah, I guess I started playing when it first came out, and I just tried it out. And I've been hard stuck in League of Legends for so long, trying my best. But with Teamfight Tactics, naturally I was kind of good at it, so that made me stick to the game from the very beginning. And I've been super into it since then.
So, since you've got the history and you've got that kind of perspective of the whole of TFT, what are your impressions of Set 10?
I'm always super impressed with everything that they do. I love Set 10 so far. Disco is my favorite build. I really enjoy TF. I always tend to be a one-trick pony with everything I play, so I've been playing a lot of Disco.
We do like the honesty. Yep. And I'm sure you're enjoying this patch now that Disco is real good. But I was on your stream on Friday, and you were saying that your favorite player is Zologazang, and you want him to win. Now, tell us why. Why Zologazang of all people?
So it's actually I guess it's the only player that we are familiar with in our community, or in my community. But I've been watching his stream, and I've been looking at his spreadsheets, and that's the reason why I ever became master in this in this game. In several seasons I managed to get master because I've been looking at his stream. So he's really good education on a really good spreadsheet.
Awesome.
That's really cool. Well, so to this tournament specifically, are there any moments that stick out in your mind as your favorite moment of days 1 and 2 so far?
Oh, so I've been spectating Zologazang all of the games yesterday, but then I decided, okay, maybe he's having a bad day because I'm spectating, so I'm gonna look at some other lobby. And that game is the first game he came first, and then he just turned it all around, and he ended up 6th, which was really good. So I think it was because of me, probably.
So your favorite moment is not watching.
Yeah, I guess. I looked a little bit, I watched his stream a little bit so I could keep an eye, but I thought maybe I was bad luck. So.
That's hilarious. I love it. But you said it already. You've been master for several seasons. Candyland, when are we seeing you on the show as a player? We're waiting for, more girl power in competitive TFT. Can I spy you in the next open qualifier? What's the deal with that?
I would love to play. I've tried to become really good and be good early so that you have a chance to join, like early in the season, so you have a chance to join these tournaments. But last year, in April, I had a daughter, and since then my priorities kind of changed. So now I'm taking care of her, and I'm trying. I play when I have time, and when I stream, I play. But otherwise, I don't really have time to play that much anymore.
Fair. Congratulations to your daughter, of course. Thank you so much for joining us today. We do this thing where at the end of the interview, you get the chance to shout out people. Maybe you want to shout out your stream viewers. I know you stream a whole lot. Or anybody else who's watching. Zologazang, stage is yours.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me on the interview. And yesterday was really fun. It was fun to do the co-streams. Also, viewers came into stream, so shout out to him, and also Yogi viewers came into stream, so shout out to him as well. That was fun, and I really hope that Soligasang takes first place today.
All right. Thank you so much, Candyland, for taking the time to talk to us. Have fun today watching, and we're going to be seeing you out there. That's so sweet that players are coming over and like sending people there. I love that.
Thank you so much.
It's wonderful. Oh, I'm sorry, I cut off a little bit at the tail end there, but yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that's been one of the wonderful things about the TFT community, just how tight everyone is together. You know, there's so much in the way of streaming here. I think just gives people such a great opportunity to connect with each other and, you know, raiding each other, being in each other's chats, dropping down the hot takes, giving each other strategies that may or may not work in the tournaments to come. These are all the things that bind us as TFT players.
So true. And yeah, I mean, I feel like we should maybe set Candyland up with like an open qualifier spot where she can try. I'd love to see it, you know, I'd be down, but maybe that's just me. We do have more co-streamers today, though. Counterfeit, talk to me about all of those amazing people.
Yeah, well, I mean, generally they are, as we saw from just Candyland there, but there's a tremendous amount of really, really good co-streamers. If you want to get into your native language, then you've got a ton of choices here. If you like some alternate English language streams as well, of course, Candyland and Stuart as well filling that particular niche. But yeah, wherever you look, you're going to see incredibly high quality co-streams. So really, you can enjoy today's tournament in whichever way you please.
Exactly. And if you are like us and you're trying to see all of the action at the same time, you know, you might only have 2 eyes, but you probably have more screens and you can just watch in every direction and try to catch all of the lobbies that are happening at the very same time. Alternative lobbies are back. They're not being cast. This is the big change this time around. But you can watch all of those lobbies. You can see the Twitch links in this graphic here. It's going to be TFT Open 1, TFT Open 2, and TFT Open 3, where those alternative lobbies are being streamed. And you can always watch the player that you are interested in. Now, Counterfeit, we were talking about the players a lot. We were talking about headliners, the meta, our interviewees. Who are you looking forward to come through today?
Oh boy, I mean, I'm a little disappointed we don't have our Fuzzy King with us anymore from the UK. I think I really like to see some, you know, as we mentioned, we have got the good country variety, particularly in our top 16 out of the 30 today. I'd love to see someone outside of, you know, the big kind of dominant countries come through and get a surprise win here. You know, reminiscent of, say, Sarah wins before from Greece, who was really a kind of a shock winner. That's, I think, my ideal scenario.
Rooting for the country underdogs, because truly there are no real underdogs in a day 3 of a Golden Spatula Cup. All of these people are amazing at the game and we're so excited to see them as game 1 is about to start in just a couple of moments. Here are Patches, Panda, and Morgan to take you through that.
Thank you, Makes. Thank you, Peter, for that wonderful top of show. I'm here with Morgan. We're ready to start day 3, and some of the best players in EMEA are fighting for a chance to become a GSC champion. Morgan, how are you doing on this fine day?
I'm doing extremely fine this day, but mentally, I'm not feeling so good, Panda. Everyone from MENA and everyone from Egypt has went out. Nobody has made the day 3, but it's okay. At least now I'm not going to be biased to anyone except Soligasang, because we've seen some people, you know, Candyland, our most recent guest and interviewee. People are vouching for this man, so
Morgan,
I'm fully with you, Solo.
I have some good news for you. There is one player from MENA, one player from Morocco that made it to day 3. It is Marwan, who is ready to fight for your region, Morgan, and fight for his own pride as well. First time playing a tournament. Mentioned he's not really a favorite coming into this, but he thinks that, hey, I made day 3. I did something right. I can do the same thing again today.
Oh, you're right. There is Marwan. Okay. He's not in our first lobby. But as soon as Marwan comes up, I promise you, I'm going to be keeping up the MENA bias. And Panda, you can hate me for it, but hey, he's the only one fighting for MENA, just as you said. So
I'm a big fan of MENA as well. Since Bricks in set 7, I've been a massive fan. Always happy to see MENA players break into these day 3s and put up a great performance, as well as Turkish players who aren't known or considered as the favorites like Ging and Çınar, Venry and IM coming in as newcomers to GSCs, but with the chance to do a really good role here in the day 3. Alongside, Morgan, veterans in the EMEA scene. This lobby could be a EMEA Finals day 3 lobby in some cases with Sologasang, Wetjungler, Salvyy, and Candyland to start things off.
You know, it's something about Sologasang, by the way, not just as a player, but even as a streamer and as a content creator, is that always his streams, this guy's just so chill. He's one of the most responsive people that you would look into the chat, and he's willing to read every single comment made and every single question asked to him during these live streams. Unlike you, Makes, you don't reply to me when I come to your streams, huh? Anyways,
we can feud with Makes behind the scenes, but for now we're going into game 1 of this day 3. Morgan, Radiant item, Decrescendo, and loot subscription. All 3 new portals as the option here. Loot subscription we saw on day 1 and 2 adds a lot of variety. Players are forced to adapt and play lines that are open to making use of spatulas, of Radiant items, of artifacts, of support items, etc.
Yeah, loot subscription was the craziest portal that we had, by the way. And it was the game where the Sona 3 was made, right? If I'm not mistaken. And as well, the Ezreal 3, both in the same day and in the same game. So if you're new, if you missed day 1 and day 2, well, shame. But I promise you that now with loot subscription being picked again, we're gonna see an insanely crazy game. Oh, it was picked, right?
It was Decrescendo was the
no, we got one guy.
Thanks to Cambiz, and that means that instead of starting at the bottom, and now here's the opposite. We're starting at the top and then going down, starting with Prismatic, then Gold, and then Silver. And one very important thing, Morgan, for this specific order of augments, with Silver being the augment at 4-2, Recombobulator is a 30% chance option. Some players might reroll at 4-1 to 0 to try and get a 3-cost 3-star and then turn that into a 4-cost 3-star Recombobulator. That's potential out for players who are absolutely doomed, might be going 8th anyway. They can take that risk.
Yeah, I mean, Prismatic starts and Decrescendo the way it goes in, so Prismatics really tend to inflate the lobby. Same thing for, let's say, if you were in a Silver and then it goes to Prismatic, everything gets inflated. And if you will lost streaking, if you didn't get something that allows you to stay alive, it might be really hard to adapt around Heartsteel, people going maybe with the raise the stakes and all that stuff. But now, if you're going into a lost streak, if you're going with a weak start, you know that lobbies are going to be really inflated. You know that these boards are going to have so many units on them. And you know that you're not going to be able to get a single unit killed. So you might as well try to keep up as much health as you can because, again, Prismatic and then Golden and Silver. So it starts, just as you explained, extremely quick. So win streaking in Prismatic lobbies is kind of important. Unless you get an augment that really, really makes you a lot of money. Say Rich Get Richer, and then you start out with 90 gold at stage, going into stage 3. Maybe that could be your saving grace. Because keep in mind that Tiny Titans and other silver augments that help you stay alive and Metabolic and all of these augments are going to be very delayed.
And we see now Prismatic to start things off. Wetjungler, a player who does like to default to Disco in this tournament, despite the stats yesterday not being ideal because it was so contested. But he's a player who I think really knows when the comp is stable and when to start pushing for 9 and level 10, which is going to be so important. Going to go for the stationary support, picks up 2 little options to help him out in this stage 2. You mentioned to stay as stable as possible.
Yeah, he got the Randwinds and as well the Radiant Virtue, which is one of the best combos that you could have on the stationary support is possible. Now, this augment, you really cannot go wrong with it anyways, because if you get some good backline items, that's good. You got some firepower. If you get a frontline item, you can still have them, at least with the dummy itself being intact, you have 1 more frontline unit additionally. And with Crash Test dummies maybe coming up as your next augment, you're going to have 3 dummies on that board, and that's a lot of CC being applied. So he got 2 of the best things that you could have possibly. Radiant Virtue, which keeps healing your team over and over. So that was a very good choice.
And Yamp here with 3 Yasuos in his shop, not considering the Yasuo reroll option, despite a lot of players coming to this day 3 telling me that they consider it to be one of the most underplayed rerolls across the tournament, or simply misplayed rerolls. A lot of players are not really looking at Edgelord as one of the possible options for Yasuo. I was told, especially the Polish crowd, is very much the supporters of Yasuo Edgelord. And there we see it. It is bought in the end. The option might still be open for Yem if he finds a few more natural copies.
Yeah, Goldmancer Staff though, and also a Nami with a Disco Headliner start. Goldmancer Staff is one of the best items on Twisted Fate that you can have because all of these cards spreading allow him to produce a lot of gold in the late game, and also has a Disco Headliner and a Disco board in the early game. So Yasuo might be good because he still had a Hodge on his bench, which is one of the items that you can slam on Yasuo in the early game. But until he gets a Headliner Yasuo, I don't think he's making the switch that earlier. And look at Canvas's board. Lucky Gloves is going to be. A
great Terra to start things off. So again, a lot of players still considering angling Disco. A lot of players, I've heard from many of the players in the day 3, they think many competitors in day 1 and 2 were misplaying the comp, were trying to play like RE Sentinels last patch, just, rush 8 on 4-2, have 20 or 30 gold to roll down, and then miss, and then wonder, what went wrong. I think the game plan for Disco is very, very different, where you really do need to go fast 9 and fast 10 to make it work.
Yeah, alongside Ziggs, which is one of the most important units right now, and recently with Dazzlers and everything, you need to have these Hyper Pops in for Twisted Fate to be able to cast faster. Because now, if you didn't notice, in the last patch and you're watching, Twisted Fate now generates more cards with attack speed. It used to be 40% for one additional card, now it's 20% for one additional card. So that Hyper Pop does make a difference. That 6 Disco being put in does make a difference for Twisted Fate, so yes, I do agree. Level 8 on Disco might not be the highest cap that you can have the board going with.
Cambiz losing the streak here. We see a few players who did not level to 4 at 2-1, so now naturally leveling to 4. The players that are opting to try and lose streak, to try and play for Econ instead in this stage 2. It's going to be Salvyy, Solo Gasang, and Kosnid from Austria. We're seeing here Cambiz now also deciding, trying to make 10. Having Urgot on his board, I think one of the key units to have on your board, no matter what synergies you're playing in stages 2 and 3. He's just a Giga Beast. And Salvyy has done his homework. He knows what's up. He is going to go for the Yasuo reroll as an option. He can pop off this TG with super fans later on in PvE rounds if he wants to fully itemize Yasuo with his BIS.
Yeah, this is something that I figured out, by the way. Very good catch, David, because I did not know that super fans used to pop off these items. And there was one game that I was playing like 3 or 4 days ago, and I was like, oh no, I put a TG on a unit that I just got 3-starred. And then as soon as I went into PvE rounds, it was like, super fans have removed your items or blah, blah, blah. There's like some interaction, and it does tell you that they removed your items. I'm like, that's a free magnetic remover, and that's a feature. It's not a bug. Thank you, Mordog.
It's a tech that I think every single high-level player should be utilizing in maybe not every game, but at least once per tournament day like this. It comes up so often where you want to slam an item for tempo. You know it's the best in that certain position, while also trying to save for BIS later in the game. So it's just a very, very helpful technique to find an edge against your competitors. Looking at the stage 2 Curacao, we see some key units. The Echo immediately picked up, and the Heartsteel unit as well, as we all know and love these Heartsteel enjoyers in stage 2.
Yeah, up until now, we've not seen a single battle on this first carousel, which is might be some good news for people lost streaking. Solo Gasang, Cardinad, and TSW. However, I think that so far TSW has not been trying to lose, except I think Solo Gasang and Cardinad have been the only ones admitting that they don't have a very good start and they're going for the lost streak in the early game. And now, not a single spatula on this carousel, but people are trying their best to make as much. And look at his board. Salvyy is missing one more Yasuo for that Yasuo 3, by the way, David. He's one Yasuo away.
And it is the Edgelord variant as well. Yesterday on stream, I was saying on day 1 and 2 that I thought the true damage variant was better. I think it's maybe easier to play, but I've heard rumors from select players that I won't mention their name outright that the Edgelord version is just as strong, especially in stage 3, because you have a much more stable stage 3, and Yasuo reroll lives or dies by how that stage 3 goes, how stable you are, how much kills Yasuo gets to continue stacking that AD.
Yeah, he recently received the buff as well. So you get now 1.5 AD pulse synthetic kill that he gets from his ability instead of 1%. So 2 kills now give you 3% bonus AD. So this is why one of the many reasons why the comp is now back to being much more effective. And naturaling a Yasuo 3 like this and not going for it might be a sin. So if you disagree with Salvyy, trust me, just let him cook. This board is gonna do something late game eventually.
I think the case with a lot of viewers and just overall a lot of people thinking that Yasuo's not so strong comes from the fact that on broadcast we've seen a lot of players, I personally think, misplaying it or going all in the moments where they shouldn't have, or just trying to play it from spots that were not ideal, either from items or just number of Yasuos you had in stage 2. So we'll see today if with the players that have qualified to this day 3, theory, the most skilled players on this current patch, we'll see if their understanding of these reroll lines make them seem that much stronger when it comes to playing for even a first with Yasuo reroll in a game like this.
Indeed. Something I might be worried about a little bit though is Kajnet's situation in this board, because he doesn't have the Disco Nami. He has a Dazzler Nami and he has Spoils of War, and he has not managed to win a single round. Also level to level 5, is only with 17 gold and hasn't been able to get a single round one. Now, with Spoils of War, of course you want to win as many rounds as you can. Of course you want to kill as many units, more importantly, as you can. But going into a lost streak with Spoils of War in stage 2, where it matters the most, could be a pretty weird spot. But levels up. He just got 5 lost streak now. Might be able to make more money and make as much as you can from that augment in stage 3, or the spot might be a little bit too big. There goes Salvyy.
Fist bump up into the air. He knows he's hitting on pace with where he has to really make this work in stage 3. This, as you're mentioning, Morgan, very similar to Spoils of War. Yasuo is a champion that you need to hit early so he can snowball with his own ability into that stage 3 and stage 4. So massive hit for Salvyy, probably able to stay as one of the strongest players throughout the stage 3 because of it.
Yeah, I might need to hold some of the superfan units. Just as you said, it is extremely important. He has already also committed to... Oh, doesn't have the superfan needed. He already got a free magnetic from this one, but I might be a little bit worried because he wasted 2 recurve bows with a red buff on that Senna. One of them might have been a Titan's Resolve on Yasuo, which is one of the best items that you could slam on him. But hey, he still has a Hand of Justice outside at least. And with Lucky Gloves, do you really want to commit these gloves, David? Or do you make a Hodge with it? Because don't you need to make as many Thieves Gloves as you can?
So the thing with Yasuo is that he's not necessarily something that needs BIS. He's not your unit that will carry you in stage 4 and 5. That's going to be a lot of other edgelords entering the picture and again, dealing a lot of damage, a lot of DPS. Yasuo is all about tempo. And right now, this is the best tempo option. He didn't have items for Yasuo, not a single BF sword across his components. So for now, as long as he gets slightly fortunate with those rolls, I think he'll be able to, again, win and snowball really all of this stage 3 and then think about itemizing other units as we go into stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, I hope that he... Oh, wait, no, he cannot, by the way. Yeah, the next augment is going to be gold. It's the Crescendo. I thought he was going to get Lucky Gloves and with roll the dice. And imagine 2 Radiant items that are tailored to his unit every single round. But that's not going to happen because we do know now the next augment is going to be gold. I'm not ruining the script. This is not pre-recorded. Chippy Chappa, I promise you. But it's the Crescendo, the portal. If you just entered, so we do know that the next augment is going to be a gold augment. And the last one is going to be a set of silvers. And Solo Gazang looking at his partner right now. David on 59 HP at 31. And what augments are we expecting here?
We'll have to see what options players find to either stabilize or continue snowballing their leads if you are playing with that win streak like Venry is right now, the Turkish player dominating in the start of this game 1. As you mentioned, players know what augments are coming up. I mentioned the Recombobulator tech at 4-2 as a silver augment, but overall, players are looking at their augment choice, looking at their spots, their itemization, and thinking, hey, gold augment's coming up. Is there anything that I have to watch out for? Anything that I have to wait to slam items until the augment shows up to have a better understanding of how my stage 4 and 5 will go?
Yeah, Venry now has a lot of good options, by the way, because for KDA, it is a comp that kind of lacks a front line, so you would do good with healing gloves. Not really, but it's better than the others. Also, you can never really go bad with Inspiring Epitaph. So if you don't know what you want, if you don't know what you could do with a frontline unit, a single carry unit that makes use of this attacking speed, Inspiring Epitaph is also really good. And you're playing on KDA, probably looking for Ahri, probably looking for Akali. So the Needlessly Large Rod was really good. He has so many good option choices. Decided to roll. Gotta remember your roots, which is not the strongest thing. But now, he decided to go with Needlessly Large Rod. And we have combat casters on canvas, but we also have a technical pose, which I hope gets solved ASAP.
And Combat Caster was amazing with Ahri Sentinels in the last patch. Ahri, of course, not really in the priority for most players coming into this patch, so we'll see what Canvas decides to go for. If he is maybe considering playing for that Seraphine reroll, I talked to many of the players coming into this day 3, and the unanimous idea or decision around all these players' answers, it was the fact that Yasuo reroll as a melee option and Seraphine reroll as an AP options were severely underplayed or misplayed in days 1 and 2. And I think we can expect to see a lot of them in this game or even throughout the entirety of this day 3.
Looking at Canvas board right now, I might be a little bit worried out because with combat casters, essentially, what is the best comp that you could be going for with this, David? I haven't seen combat caster really go alongside so many comps this set. I say it was one of the, let's say, not worst performing augments, but one of the less frequent ones. So what composition could he be looking for to maximize the use of this?
It's really going to be around AP comps that cast a lot, that got a lot of value from the augment. They got a lot of the shielding value, for example. Already that was the case because blue buff Nashor's last patch, she was just insta-casting, every single second, basically. So that would help her alongside the rest of her team because of the Gunblade healing everything else. So everyone was benefiting from Ahri's cast specifically. Seraphine, I think, would fit a similar role in this current patch, potentially Disco TF as well. Although Disco TF, they have a lot of survivability already with how Disco works as a trait with the extra healing every second.
Yeah, but the way Combat Caster works is that it only shields the unit. It doesn't shield the entire team, right? Yeah, so you need to have the Gunblade. The unit to cast, yes. So you have to have the Gunblade on the Ahri. Keep her surviving. And by the way, this is one of the best augments for Spellweavers, for instance, which have received a few buffs here and there recently. And it is something that solves the issue of people that reach backline. For example, a Yone composition with Cloud Divers. This will give your Ahri more and more time to cast and more survivability to be able to heal with the Gunblade, essentially. Same thing for the Spellweavers alongside the Seraphine reroll, which we've not seen a lot, but it definitely works. I think in day one there was someone that made it into second place with it. Someone actually made it to second place.
Chuso finished third in the game 3 we saw on day 1. Overall, I think, again, the top players, the ones that are qualifying to this day 3, they all know the text, they all know and understand the line, and I think we'll be seeing a lot more today, especially correctly played, angling towards 7 KDA as a top end on level 8, and really trying to maximize the front line you have so that Seraphine can start ramping up and dealing damage on her own.
Yeah, but now we can look at Canvas's board. Again, up until now, Kajin has not been so lucky with the spoils of war. Look at the way Canvas board is doing. I don't think that he's gonna kill a single unit. Maybe might just kill one, which is the Nico, and lucky enough, not to drop a gold. And there goes the Cassante down as well. Gets 2 gold out of this site. But Kajin, again, I'm a little bit worried about losing with spoils of war, buddy.
And Kohen, we're seeing there, already has a Seraphine headliner, 2 Seraphine on the bench as well. So he's already sending a signal to the rest of the lobby. Hey guys, I love Seraphine. I think she's strong. I'm going to play her this game. Please do not try and contest me. We will be holding hands 7th and 8th. This comp is not strong enough to support 2 different players. It's all about hitting the Seraphine early enough to start tempoing to 8, eventually to 9, and fitting in those 4 and 5 cost units.
And I just saw Solo Gesang's board right now, and he has the Prismatic Twin Terror 2. Which is essentially one of the easiest comps to pull in the game. You just need 6 units, and that's how the comp works. He's only going to be going right now with this headliner on the Pantheon, which I don't think is very ideal. I don't think is very essential, but he just won the last round, so he has to keep looking into maybe to get the win streak on this one, no?
He's last in the HP standings. It's all about tempoing into eventually going for that Twitch or that Vex headliner instead. Vex. This is a comp that I agree is easy on paper. Maybe playing on ladder is easy, but in this level, I think the nuance of positioning and knowing what itemization and really the augments to go for, especially on 4-2, is the key thing with this comp. We're seeing Solo already knows this comp lacks frontline, has a ton of damage from all the crits from Vex and Twitch, but the crash test dummies will help support the weakness this comp has, which is the front line in the late game especially.
Yeah, Crash Test Dummies though has received a nerf recently, which I believe is live on this patch as well, is that the stun has been 1.5 seconds only now, or 1.25 if I'm not mistaken. So I received some debuff that I'm not going to say is major, and even in the second carousel we still don't see a single spatula. However, for these people playing with the Spellweavers, there's not a single area in that carousel as well, and looking at Solo Gesang's position, he just got another TO, which is a blue buff for the Vex automatically.
Look at the HP totals. Canvas continue to streak. Venry has lost his win streak, but still very healthy at 90 HP. And we see a massive gap. The top 4 is saying, hey, we're playing high tempo. We're playing to preserve our HP and then decide what we're doing on stage 4. Whereas the bottom 4, 25 HP gap between Wetjungler and Salvyy from 4th to 5th, are again trying to accrue as much gold as possible, probably looking to angle specific reroll lines that they see are open in this game 1.
Back to Solo Gesang's board. Has an Ezra in the shop. That is obviously a bait. I'm going to pick that one up again with Twin Terror. And Crash Test Dummies, just as you said, position gives him a lot of frontline capability. Automatically goes again for the blue buff with the Vex. And not going to buy that Vi. This comp essentially does something that is extremely good. When you look at the bunks, because they give you some additional rerolls. And that's a country board with a double Triforce and a last stand.
And we'll see if Kubek wants to stay on this country board. He wants to maybe go into Edgelords because Last Stand Freaky Friday sounds like a recipe for Riven or Yone to absolutely massacre teams once we move to stage 4 and 5. I think Kubek has to be looking at what players are not going for these comps if these lines are open, and then go for them. And quick correction, Kubek TSW5, they're the same person. He uses both names on EU West and on tournaments, so it's a bit of a hassle for us as casters, but you can use both, Morgan.
Yeah, I was like, who's Kubek? am I watching the wrong stream? And then he's like, yeah, they're both the same person. Oh, okay, thank you. And you know, now he gets the country Katarina, but no, it's a crowd diver Katarina. I don't think I've seen anybody else.
We're seeing on the bench though, Morgan. We see right now he has a Yone already ready to go. I think he's clearly trying to angle towards Yone. He won't be playing country this game.
Might be, but Last Stand does really well with country because it enables you also for something that, just as you said, with the Twin Terror comp, is that they have a lot of damage coming in from the Samira and the Urgot and as long as the Dress Steel, but the Last Stand and the entire composition getting Omnivamp from both the Dress Steel when it comes in and also the Last Stand. Last Stand with country is one of the best combos that you can have. Alongside Yone, by the way, because all that armor and all that Omnivamp in his kit also makes it so that he survives way more. So, yeah.
There's not a better reroll option for Last Stand, in my opinion, than Yone, because just the way his kit works, he wants the 1v9. His entire, lore, his theme, his kit in this game, of course, at 10, is around 1v9ing, which is why something like a Titans, for example, is so useful. What he gets that ramping Omnivamp as well. So this, unless someone is contesting Yone, I think will almost be a guaranteed Yone game for Quebec or TSW5, but he has very little HP to work with and relatively little gold. So we'll have to see how he's able to navigate this. He's going to have that extra life, let's say, with Last Stand, so we're going to have some extra time to maybe greed even more despite the 37 HP.
So Lugzang is now going to keep committing to that role. Already sold the Guardian Pantheon that he just spoke to. Was needed just temporarily because that comp lacks some frontline and has not been lucky at all with the headliners. There's a very small chance to get a headliner at the 3-star cost in level 6, which I think is 30% to get a level 3 unit. And he's spending all that, and there goes the execution at Twitch, finally, just on time, it appears. And by the way, Quebec is not going for that Yone reroll, already committed with the Urgot, has 2 of them now, 2-starred, and is gonna commit to country, apparently.
Yeah, must be someone else contesting, or simply just, as you mentioned, he found so many natural copies of country units and just did not find those natural Yones quickly enough. Still holding the Yones, looking for the possibility, but I think he will be giving up at this point in time. We'll see. The itemization, though, has no IE for the Samira, has no Last Whisper either. Might have to slam an even shot if he has that possibility, but Gohnid, someone who already hits their carry. Seraphine 3 has been found on 4-1 here. And he's level 7 with 20.
Yeah, and a Spirit of Shojin on her. I'm not sure if Spirit of Shojin might be one of the best items that you could look. Essentially, it's a blue buff, but you really use whatever you find at the way. Spellweavers again with Raise the Tempo, so that Seraphine is going to be extremely deadly, but just again lacks some front line in this composition. Also has a duplicator, so that could essentially be an angle for some 3-star front line, maybe Echo, maybe any unit that you could look for later on to help you. And now we know that this augment is going to be silver, so Tiny Titans are going to be appearing, Healing Orbs are going to be appearing, Panda. What are we expecting?
Yeah, no item slams there, despite having the chance for Morello or Rabadon's on that Seraphine. Potentially waiting just for the Silver Augment to see what's up and see what the best line of thought will be for the itemization of the Seraphine. Shojin is going to be the preferred option on Seraphine compared to blue buff, but ideally, he wants something like a red buff or a Morello or the anti-heal, especially with the huge clumps on disco boards in this stage 4, and then just that extra damage you get from either Superfans Rabadons or just a normal Rabadon that you build yourself.
Yeah, now with Silver Augments, I think he was maybe trying to angle towards the Pandora's items that can help him to look for the BIS. And anyways, you do know that the thing with Pandora's is you don't want to take it as the first augment because sometimes you know that you could just naturally get these good items. But in the 3rd stage, it is one of the best augments and one of the best silver augments that you could have because you are pretty sure that you just got most of the components, and it is an augment that helps you make sure that with this comp that you have already committed to in these last 4 stages, you are getting your BIS items. So if Pandora's items came as a 3rd choice, it would have been perfect.
Ideally, you want to just have those natural items, go your way and just adapt your own game plan on those items, because Pandora's just kind of a lost chance at really upgrading your board with extra combat strength for the rerolls especially. And we're seeing these rerolls here. Wetjungler committing to Riven, 1 off of hitting the spike here. Going to be the Edgelord version, so no real chance at hitting that 6-8-bit Omega grand prize that we saw in day 1. But we see a lot of rerollers, and a reloader we see having a lot of success is going to be Salvyy, who has been able to win streak all of stage 3. Quebec TSW5 as well, finding the Urgot 3 in this case with blue buff, red buff, and a BT with 2 extra Infinity Forces on his bench. We'll see who wants to itemize, because Samira's not really the best user of this artifact.
David?
Yes.
Is blue buff Urgot a thing, or is it just...
It's very much a thing. You have to use tier somehow in this comp. It's not the BIS for Urgot, but it's definitely a slammable item because of the extra AD changes and just because he casts so quickly, he's really able to make good use of the item.
Someone in the chat just said jungle Urgot because he has both red and blue buff. This is the first time that I ever see a blue buff Urgot really, but the red buff works really well because that additional attack speeding translates immediately into some Omnivamp and some more shielding and healing for this Urgot. That's more sustainability, but Quebec not being able to hit the 7 country mark so far. I think he had a saved Magic Mantle on his bench, but if he doesn't get a Spatula, if he doesn't get a Saving Grace, and there is not a 7 country, I'm a little bit worried about Quebec's future in this lobby.
Super cool, and it was the Morello slammed in the end onto that Seraphine, and that round win there. Carousel coming up for the Edgelord enjoyers. There is going to be a Kane on the carousel. Could be very interesting pickup for Salvyy, but he is last pick, of course, and potentially for Wetjungler as well with the current variation he has on that Riven Edgelord. Cambiz walking closely to what could be a sought-after prize for most of these players, teasing, taunting, and in the end, picking up the cane for himself.
Yeah, same thing for the TF enjoyers as well, and the disco enjoyers. These hyperpop that makes the music go, I think Solo Kazank also just took away and yoinked that Ziggs away because it needs a bow. It's a bow and a 5 cost. Why would you not take it? Look at Salvy's board. He's in a very good position now. He has a Pentacle Emblem somehow, despite the fact that he still has Blinked Out for 2 damage, so he is committing to some of his carry units having this. Salvyy has had over 70 gold, decides to go to level 8 Panda.
And we're seeing, as I mentioned, he keeps the gloves onto the Yasuo and starts itemizing other carries like Viego instead. Level 8, 40 gold, the Yasuo used as a tempo stabilization option. Salvyy playing this comp to perfection and showcasing the skill diff in the way some players were playing it in day 1 and 2, and his current understanding of how to play this comp to the best effect.
Yeah, and with Indomitable Will, by the way, this Yasuo is going to be unstoppable because essentially this, unlike combat casters, gets your entire team immune to CC as soon as they take a single takedown. So for a composition that relies on having just purely frontline carries that go along and you're itemizing all of them, it is essentially a free QSS that is slammed into every single frontline unit. So Indomitable Will with this comp, it's such a major win for Salvyy. It might be one of these silver augments that kind of act as a prismatic in this stage with this comp.
Exactly, and most of the Edlers want to have QSS to some degree as well because of how they function as melee units that get into trouble sometimes with CC on things like Nami and Vex, for example. So very useful pickup, as well as the Blinked Out there on the Yasuo, essentially giving him 5 items alongside the TG items as well. So we'll see Salvyy, I think, win streaking most of this stage 4, and considering he's going 9 already and saving that gold, he'll be able to once again re-spike in stage 5 and continue dominating this lobby, as well as Wetjungler, who's just hit that Riven 3.
Solo Kazank, though, extremely unlucky. Not able to 3-star a single unit from the Twin Terror board. And now, David, I'm sorry. I didn't give you the full trust when he said that this comp is really hard to pull off in this level. Because I'm like, Twin Terror is just rerolls. But looking at Solo Kazank's spot, he's really suffering against one of the boards that are not even close to being the strongest in the lobby. Losing against Cubic, who has not even had his last time progged. And he only has a single 3-star unit in this composition, not even 7 country. It is a board that is being fought from capped out, and we still saw Solo Kazank suffer against it. I think now after the BPE round, he has one choice. He either sells one of these Amumus, one of these Twitches, and try to go for a 3-star for one of them, or he can just pray for the RNG gods, 3-star both of them, and we see the comp finally shining to its full potential.
And we've seen now the difference in day 3 disco players to day 1 disco player. Jayembe understands correctly how to play this disco comp. He found somewhat of a stabilization point, trying to go 9, but look at his HP, Morgan. He's in a dire spot, did not hit any natural upgrades. He understands how to continue winning with this comp, but it might be too little too late.
Yeah, I am been out. Still has that Gold Master Staff slammed on a TF. I'm pretty sure that he now has some beef with Solo Kazank for taking up that Ziggs from the carousel a little bit earlier. And speaking about Solo Kazank, we're going to be taking a look at his board now because he is still 2 Twitch pairs away. Very far away from that Pantheon, so I don't think this is the correct choice to actually commit to him at all. He does know that he just needs like 2 more Twitch copies. Also still a little bit far away for the Vex. Still needs 2 more copies. Decides to commit maybe for the Amumu.
Oh no.
Gets him, but not enough.
He's laughing. He's 1 gold off. This is so sad. There's also not a single unit he can replace on his board with how synergistic this Twin Terror augment is in the comp that you build. So there are no replacements in the shop that he can go for really without really weakening his comp. Gonna have to finish off the itemization onto the Vex, onto the Twitch with what he's given, and hope for the best. It is a matchup against Salvyy, who did lose a win streak, but is still incredibly strong, Morgan.
Yeah, I don't think Solo Kazank might be surviving this one. It is a composition that has straight backline access, and that's what he's doing, just God's work. Staying alive with that Radiant Edge of Night and the Radiant T. That is resolved.
Is it enough?
He might be doing
it. It is enough. He buys a Mumu. He's laughing. He knows he was so fortunate. Look at the HP on this Twitch, just barely surviving. And now he has to hope that a Mumu 3 upgrade is enough to survive maybe 1, maybe 2 rounds, and maybe at least fish for a 6th place in this game 1.
This is where his villain arc begins, baby. He's now still re-rolling. Not able to go to level 7 to add both of these Amumus for the Twin Terror to start rocking. But he knows that he needs to make the maximum Pong value for this Twitch and also keep rolling because he's still 2 copies away. Not in an angle where he can go to level 7. He knows that he's still 3 copies away from Twitch because he had to sell these ones earlier on the bench. So it's quite unlucky for Solo Kazank, but he gets saved.
And so unfortunate for Ayem, trying to go 9, stuck in the middle between rolling and using his gold for strength in stage 4 and trying to just fast 9. Rolls down on 8 anyway, doesn't hit TF regardless, hits a Ziggs and a Lowy, sure, but is it too little too late? We'll find out if Solo can survive the onslaught from TF. The Warmog's big on the blitz here, surviving for long enough, but the Vex cast coming in here will probably wipe the rest of this board, and it's only TF and Ziggs now left. The backline is going to be fighting each other right as his front line melts. Oh, the Vex cast can be huge here if she does come through. Doesn't stop the Ziggs or the TF though, Morgan, and that could be it. Solo's out.
Solo's out as the first player in this lobby, sadly, in the first game of the Golden Spatula Cup Day 3. Not even able to put in the second Amumu because he didn't have enough money. And IMB just gets that 2 damage Kiana, 2 sword in level 8 with that 3% chance. He wishes he had another Ilaoi pair. He wishes he could get TF2, and there he goes. Speak of the devil.
There's the TG onto the Kiana, but there's no Echo on this board, unfortunately, with still being 8, not being a slot for it unless you, well, take out the Kiana herself, really. And so no true damage, no way to continue getting those components as we move along, but is this going to be enough? Unified resistance, awkward positioning for IM, probably was not angling for TF when he picked this augment, and he's facing off against the Seraphine reroll. In theory, the counter comp to the clumping from Disco.
Yeah, the good thing here is that the TF has some good backline access, except that he's positioned on the other side from the Seraphine, so he might not be having the best luck towards that.
Oh, no.
Lucky enough, though, the Seraphine does have the same exact thing. She also has some good backline access, so that TF is going to be completely ignored by every single person. I'm in the Blitz, and they're going straight for the TFs, going straight for blood, as IM base backline gets obliterated, but that Seraphine reroll, and he gets to follow Solo Gezang back to lobby.
And we see why Seraphine is considered as a strong underplayed reroll option for today. It's a direct counter to the most played comp in the tournaments on day 1 and 2. The anti-heal from the Morello, the clump packing with the ability on Seraphine is so big. And we saw the perfect example in that last matchup.
Yeah, this Custer right now has a 2 damage emblem. You knew who would have made a good use of this? IMB before he went out right now. On that Kiana, that would have given him so many items duplicated. Would have given some very good damage. And also some...
Look at Salvyy. He finds a true damage emblem onto the Yone. He can fit in 6 true damage, 5 Edgelord Yasuo, giving this Yasuo as much power as he can. And these items, Sterak's Gaze, pretty good here onto the Yasuo for this fight.
And his 2 Yone copies away, David. He's not far away at all. Might have not been able to find that Viego too, a little bit far away from him. Quite unlucky, but it doesn't even matter. He has a 2-star Akali, he has a 3-star Yasuo, and Cubic now has the last stand procced. This is the strongest form that Cubic's ball can get to. Lucky enough, he does have the Samira 3-star alongside this. Urgot has been able to remake the items. He has an Infinity Edge and a double
blue. Be a big clump here for the Seraphine, though. We'll see if this last stand will be enough. The itemization is not ideal on the Samira, on the Urgot really as well. We'll see if only 5 country and not 7 are going to be enough here for now. The front line has melted for Kohnid. It's only Seraphine left. I don't think she has enough damage to really chew through both the Urgot and the Samira in this case. And the Urgot is already onto her.
Yeah, the thing with this composition is the Seraphine keeps poking and poking and poking. He goes out already. Kohnid is not going to make it to stage 6. But this is what this country build alongside the last stand does really well. Seraphine keeps casting. She's not going to be strong enough to be able to burst them with the bonus HP and MR that you get from this composition. And hey, his entire 2 carries are both 3-stars, so they're very tanky. Seraphine has not been able to burst them down in time.
And we're maybe understanding now why TSW5 went for the country board instead of Yone. He probably saw Salvyy with so much of a lead in stage 3, having so much more econ to then also contest him on the Yone. Didn't want to take that chance. And Wetjungler uncontested on the Riven. Riven 3 as well. We're seeing the win streak here, still above 50 HP. And look at the Riven resetting on the tentacles, finding a direct avenue onto that backline once this last unit is killed. Onto the Carthage before he can even cast, and just cleans up the rest. The Vex CC is big, but not enough DPS to take on the Riven. And just a clean win for Wetjungler, with Venry surviving on 1 HP, and TSW5 with a country board going 5th.
Okay, one of the closest lobbies that we've ever had until now. Going to stage 6 was only 4 people, or 3.5 still alive considering Venry's HP. Not doing so good right now. And this composition is going to be suffering against how strong everybody else's board is. And one thing you need to mention, by the way, as soon as the Radiant Virtual Carrier dies, alongside the stationary support, this Riven gets a lot of healing, which is about 13.0 max health HP, I think. And also the healing orbs, which makes her do really good against the tentacles and comps that heavily rely on backline carries. Now, Cambiz is the only Twisted Fate player still in this lobby, but he now has all the units back to the pool.
And if you were wondering about the meta for this tournament, this top 4 is going to tell you exactly what you need to know. 1 Disco player, 1 Petikk player, 1 Riven player, and 1 Yasuo/Yone reroller in the case of Salvyy, who was just 1 copy away. And it goes to show, once you're able to hit these boards, once you're able to make it this far, which I'm surprised Canvas has done on level 8, hasn't been able to go 9 with this Disco board, but he's trying to go for that TF3, 2 away.
Hey, look at that though. He does get a good static shiv on that Ziggs. 2 copies away still from that Twisted Fate. And alongside Salvyy, who's also 1 copy away. Someone has to scout, someone has to deny that Twisted Fate. And David, this could be the final fight for Venry.
We're going to see now if the Yasuo can sneak into that backline, if he can deal damage to the Karthus before the Karthus can clean up. It seems like it will be the case. Yasuo not stunned by the Vex, and finally onto the Karthus. Venry taken down. Pentakill is out of the equation. And for the doubters, please come look now as Yasuo dominates most of this lobby. Salvyy and Wetjungler, the edgelord players, holding hands 1 and 2, while Kamis is just trying to survive, trying to fish for this last copy of TF.
1 more copy left for that Twisted Fates. 2 left. Oh, wait, is it? No, it's 2 more copies, no? It doesn't have a duplicator. Yeah, he needs two more Twisted Fates, not 1 more copy.
Which is very unlikely with his current gold sitting at 0. Players probably now holding hands as well, especially Wetjungler, or contesting the TF, especially Wetjungler, who probably has a lot of gold to work with. So I think for Kamis, this is the end of the road, probably just the 3rd. We'll see what his positioning looks like against these edgelords.
Wait, he doesn't have the 4 disco procced on the... I might be a little bit worried about him not giving the disco to the Blitzcrank. He kind of does like frontline a little bit. Lucky enough, though, the Gragas does have some very good Thieves Gloves reroll, but that is not the composition you want to go against David at disco at all.
The edgelord snuck right in. Yasuo walked up to the front door, opened the door, came in, and destroyed the composition there for Kambiz. The entire backline deleted. 3rd place for Kambiz. I think he understood that was the case, but Dah comes out supreme. The Germans 1 and 2, holding hands, rerolling, and finding the way to optimize these comps to find success.
Yeah, and both of them are extremely healthy, by the way. Wetjungler's spot might be a little bit better just for the very sole reason that he still has 50 gold. He can go to level 9, try to looking for more edgelords, start looking for 4 8-bit. If I'm not mistaken, I think he already has 4 8-bit in. So what could you do more to this board? He's going to level 9 for what?
Really just to add a 5 cost probably and just try and continue capping out. But the key thing here will be the matchup between the Riven and the Yasuo and the Yone. There's just so many more itemized carries for Salvyy. He has a Kiana as well, which can do a lot once the QSS wears out if the Kiana is still alive. Not the case now, not stunning anything now, but look at this, 5v1 at the end. Riven is a beast, but I think not that much of a beast. And Wetjungler, I think, will slowly get cleared out because, again, it's going to be a 5v1 in most of these fights. Yeah,
and by the way, we were just told by production that this Yasuo has 66 stacks, 66 units that he's been able to kill, which is equal to about 99% bonus CD, almost 100% bonus CD, a whooping amount of that much damage on that Yasuo unit. And Riven, you just called it. It's a very strong unit, but not against 6 true damage, 5 edgelords, pentakill, and do I keep going? A fully itemized Yasuo with radiant items every single round. And again, Indomitable Will. So there is nothing stopping these true damage units from besting his entire board.
There's the Caitlyn as a 3rd carry. It's going to be Viego, Riven, and Caitlyn trying to do their best. Caitlyn as a backup damage. Kane coming onto the board as well. Wetjungler with not today picking up an Edge of Night on that carousel is huge for him. But again, I'm not sure it's going to be enough. We'll have to see the positioning that Wetjungler goes for to try and circumnavigate the amount of damage these edgelords put in from Salvy's board at the very start of the fight.
Yeah, tries to move and put the items down on the Kane. Maybe that chill is going to be a little bit better, but again, I have sad news that attack speed reduction is a part of the crowd control that is being blocked by the Indomitable Will. And these edgelords just delete Wetjungler's board in about 6 or 7 seconds soon as the fight starts, because edgelords really help each other. As long as a single unit goes below 50 HP, everyone is going to be going and dashing through them. And that Riven cannot kill them just in time.
Salvyy vibing, knowing that he played this game to perfection, using that immediate Radiant Gloves early on in the game to use as a tempo option for Yasuo to scale, and then have all of his other friends come in level 8, level 9 to help him out, to help him clean out these fights we're seeing here. The Kiana itemized, the Viego, the Yone 3, the cherry on top. This board seems almost unbeatable in this matchup. I don't think Wetjungler can do anything right now, but Morgan, take it away. Let's see what will happen in this very last fight.
Yeah, the Radiant Virtual and the Randuins have been moved maybe to the center of the board, try to get the Riven to target the Yasuo immediately, but it's still not enough. And look at that Yone, despite the fact that she is able to delete him, still so many carry units in this composition, and you are not going to be able to protect that Caitlyn no matter what. Salvyy takes the win for the first game of the day.
And all those bad TG rules that we saw throughout the game, but for that very last fight, Edge of Night red buff onto the Yasuo, a little cherry on top to guarantee the win there. Great play from both German players. Great, I think, showcase of what we'll be seeing a lot of today. Players will be angling some of the 4-cost comps like that Pentakill Karthus, but if they see a viable top-tier reroll that's empty, we're going to go right for it.
Yeah, and just as you know, we do have alternative lobbies running right now with all of our lovely content creators and partners that are streaming these games right now. And just in case you didn't see your favorite player or content creator in this tournament on the main stream, we are now watching Lobby C. We have 32 players still competing, and this lobby contains 8 different complete players. And what are we looking at here, David? We see Kai's board fighting, and they're in stage 7. Something that... Did we see last game? No, we were very close.
We didn't, and so much player damage coming through here. Any loss for Chinar and QDot especially will be the final one. QDot playing that AD flex, playing off of the Heartsteel cash outs with the Ezreal as the main carry. Can this last cast actually do it? The Zonya's on TF has already been procced, but not onto the Ziggs. Does this buy enough time? I don't think it's the case. Jhin is still alive as well with that needlessly big gem, so both players scaling into the end of that fight. QDot coming out ahead. Giga Sparta, Portugal versus QDot in this last fight.
Yeah, we see another Riven reroll, by the way, making it to one of the top 2 position in this lobby. So I think that this comp has been doing really good recently. 2 lobbies running simultaneously, and you can still see 2 Rivens making it. This time, however, we see Giga Sparta being able to hit that 8-bit emblem, not able to reach until that he can actually get the 6-bit. And by the way, he's very close to the goal, the big cash out, because I think the goal is like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, if I'm not mistaken. So he's like 100k damage away, or even less, like 50k.
And the Shroud missing there onto the Riven, hits the Bard instead. Unfortunately, we'll see what the Riven can do. She's already sneaking onto the front line, but she's stuck, it looks like. Can this Ezreal do enough? I don't think he has enough single target DPS. It looks like maybe the Jhin can clean up, but the Riven has been bonked to the other side of the board. That's going to be it. QDot taken down. Giga Sparta, #1 with Riven on this game as well. Great play from all these players.
Yeah, Lobby C ends, surprisingly, with another Riven player making it in the top 2 positions. So if you're looking out for the tech in this patch, I think that Riven reroll alongside... You don't even have to get true damage emblems for it to work or anything. You just need to make sure that Riven has some good items. You have to get it early to stack up these 8 bits. David, this was such a beautiful lobby.
It was great to see, I think, setting the pace and the tone for today as well. I've talked to many players coming to day 3, and they all said, if there isn't at least one Yasuo reroll or Riven reroll per lobby, something has gone terribly wrong in a day 3 like this. That's going to be it for game 1. We're going to a break, and then the analyst test to continue looking through what happened in that game 1.
Hello, I'm Enzo. I'm 23. I'm from France, and I'm a pro player from Gentlemates. I really like this new set. I'm really good in ladder, but the mechanic of Chosen is not really competitive, you know. But I think it's okay. I really like this new change. I'm one of the players played the most in ladder, so I think 10th place is really good for having a really competitive ladder in Europe. When you have talked about the most good people in EMEA, I think it's Wet and Double. It's a good ladder. We have Ging, he's really good. Lelouch, Travis, Combis, we have a lot of good players in ladder. No, I prefer a lot this new set. Set 9, it's only for a bad player. Gambling Tom, it's not for me. I think in this set, people is not really creative. People all play the same comp and can't be so creative. Yeah, I think true damage is a little broken. I have only one goal. It's win world. Thank you to my family, my friends, and vive Gentlemates!
3 players from the DACH region, 3 reroll boards. What's new, Rising Legends? The Germans are back at it again, rerolling units. Now, this time around, a nice little sandwich, Salvyy and Wetjungler coming out on top, and Solgesang unfortunately coming out at the bottom there with that Twin Terror. I personally do not like picking Twin Terror. The only thing I learned from all of these games that we are seeing in broadcast counterfeit is to just never click on that augment. It seems to be baiting people. You cannot find the Vex 3. If you can find the Vex 3, you suddenly cannot find the Amumu 3. There's just so many conditions to this, and when other people are competing you on units, it just seems so hard to pull off in competitive.
I think this ties in so incredibly well to what Salvyy was doing. When you contrast the 2 out of the 3 German players, at least, we were discussing this in the green room. That I think one of the stories of the tournament was people maybe picking the Yasuo line when they shouldn't, and with the Twin Terror, you know that you don't have necessarily the guaranteed units showing up as quickly as you like. I think you pointed out really well, Vemery and TSW5 both contesting for the Vexes, even being slowed down slightly in that kind of circumstance, as Solgesang was enough to send him out in 8th. And I'm with you there. I'm definitely starting to feel like we've seen enough of the Twin Terror boards on stream, at least. I'm very hesitant to recommend players to be playing it.
I feel like there's a difference between ladder and competitive. I'm just seeing that in competitive, it doesn't seem to pull the numbers as it should. Like you're saying with the Yasuo, very similar picture for Salvyy this time around. All stars aligned. You had that Radiant Thieves gloves. You found the Yasuo 3 on 2-7. You found the blinged out augment. You found the extra emblems. You were saying at the end of the round, basically at like 4 carries, right? That's a best in slot S+++ tier Yasuo board, but unless you're getting that, it also seems to struggle here. I feel like players are going for these 4-cost boards, and that is putting too much tempo pressure onto the lobbies in competitive.
Well, as well, I mean, Salvyy didn't just have the 4-cost boards to contest with, he also had multiple other players taking all of the other edgelords away, which I genuinely thought that was going to be the death of him. But one thing I really, really liked is that he managed to find a way out there to, to leapfrog the 3 costs, eventually circle back around and find them anyway. But, leapfrog, went more into the Pentacle line, put together those 4 carries, as you mentioned. I think that's what's one of the things that makes edgelords so popular is you've got these other outs that even if you can't put together a purely edgelord board, Yasuo's got the true damage, 8-bit for Riven, the true damage for, across the board as well. There's so many different ways you can approach this that while this is the best case scenario for Salvyy, I'm sure this is not going to be the last player we're going to be seeing trying for this line.
Oh, I'm sure of it as well. But what I'm also sure of is that we have our standings ready. Just a quick reminder, if you are interested in seeing a specific player today, we do have alternative lobbies playing, and you can check them out with TFT Open 1 to TFT Open 3. You will see them there without casters, but if you are looking for a specific player, that's your way to go. Looking at the top there, we are seeing Digga Sparta, who we saw finish out after that game there, casted by Morgan and Impetuous Panda with the first place as well, and Tomino and Zoro also coming in with the first place.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is only the start of the day, but yeah, it's going to be a big uphill battle. And of course, you mentioned right back at the beginning of the show, after Game 6, we cut away everybody who's not in the top 8 and carry on their points total into one final game to battle for the crown or at least a stronger position. So I think we will start to see our players, certainly the ones who had the rough Game 1, start to play a lot riskier. And of course, that can go really well or very poorly.
Exactly, and here are 2 casters that are always really well. Impetuous Panda and Morgan, take us through game number 2.
Thank you, Makes. Thank you, Peter. We're ready to go for this game 2. We saw a lot of melee reroll comps dominating game 1. The 4-cost comps not doing so hot. Morgan, Disco, Karthus kind of getting farmed by these melee Yones and Yasuos coming into the backline, slicing and dicing and killing them off. Do you think we'll see something similar in game 2, or do you think players will adapt in some way?
I think if you didn't adapt in day 1 and day 2, you are definitely not going to change anything in day 3, because we just went from this lobby to us spectating a little bit of lobby C in the last lobby, and we got to see another player playing Riven. So people already adapted. Each and every lobby, you called it, David, is going to have at least one Riven reroll player.
And coming to this lobby, Coming into game 2, these players have gone in an 8th or a 7th in their first game. So these are players that need to bounce back, that need to find a good result in game 2 to get that positive momentum to try and win the whole thing, or at the very least accumulate those GSC points by finishing higher in the standings than other players. One thing I want to mention, Morgan, I think a very interesting little meta matchup in this game 2. Skipeus and Rebenev both had great performances in days 1 and 2. And both players are angling heavily towards playing AD flex with Heartsteel as a way to give them resources, similar to last patch. So many players went off of this game plan. They said AD sucks. These two players are believers, and they might be contesting each other from the Heartsteel spots if they're given that chance.
Yeah, and we end up now in a lobby where people were quite not having the best starters today, but today we have 7 games. So there is so much room for comeback. There is so much room to make the reset. We're lucky enough in the lobby where Sologazang exists again. We have seen how last game he was quite unlucky with Twin Terror, so the RNG gods were not saving him so well. And Skipeus begins now with a double bruiser frontline against the Guardian Cannon, which is potentially not one of the best that you could be looking for in the early stages of the game. And that Vex could be used in so many positions, so perhaps not going to buy the Annie, not going to buy the Vi, nothing too special still, and we don't know anything yet.
Looking at this lobby, we also have Chuso, the player I mentioned, played Seraphine reroll in game 3 of day 1. So a potentially player that could be angling towards that as well. For now, holding a Samira and a Set, has the Cassante headliner, also the regular Cassante in his shop. We'll see if he's trying to angle country or just trying to get something like a Heartsteel early in 2-1, if he might even pre-level to try and find it.
Yeah, and the portal is Champion Delivery, which gives you 2 high-cost value champions twice per stage. So it works really well for both the playstyles. If you're going to be aiming for a 4-cost, 5-cost carry composition, this is going to give you these units. You might be quite lucky with them. And if you're playing for reroll compositions, that's additional econ going for you. You sell these units, you get some more econ, you're able to make more gold. And now we're looking at golden augments, David.
And no pre-level there for Heartsteel odds for Chuso, but we do have the gold augments coming through. See what the option will be here. Cluttered Mind, viable. You can fast 8 with this. It does require a little bit more brain power to work with, especially in the late game when you have that 4-2, that 4-5 roll down, and you're holding units. You have to, sell stuff as well, not have 1 cost on your roll down. It is a tricky thing to do, but someone like Chuso, I think he's been around for so long in GSCs. He's had great performances. He has the veteran ability to, I think, navigate that augment well.
Yeah, he had an 8-bit start though, a Riven and an 8-bit headliner on that courtyard. I'm not sure what the items were, but that would have been a path that he would have wanted to go for. And we see Sologazang this time opting for a completely different path. Going in here with the Disco headliner, also has a very early Lulu, which is one of the best units that you could look for in this game. And alongside Scrappy Inventions, that is going to be 3 fully completed items going on forward. That's a very good start for Sologazang, and a board that you can definitely win streak in the early stages of the game with.
That's exactly it. It's a board that screams a win streak to me. We'll see if it'll be enough, though, with these 3 items that have been generated and Disco, one of the stronger traits to have on your board in the early game. Benzak, though, has a very strong start as well, and we're seeing why here. A Vi, an absolute beast. Samira and Twitch take down the Lulu, and Solo does not start off hot in this game 2.
Okay, do we curse him? Or is Benzak's board just way too strong?
You cursed him. Don't include me in this.
Or is Twin Terror broken? Okay, I cursed him.
Twin Terror is pretty broken. It's just mostly on broadcast. We've seen it not from the best spots. We've seen players playing and not hitting anywhere close to where they should be hitting in terms of, sometimes we saw them in solo the last game, barely hitting at the very end, not even finding the Twitch or the Vex 3, for example. So in the right conditions, which it should be most of the time because no one's really contesting Twin Terror, or they shouldn't be at least at this high level, it should be a very safe top 4 comp.
Yeah, and by the way, David, I see an augment that we've not seen getting picked at all recently.
Fully adapted. We're talking about flexible players that can adapt. Well, I think Ayembe is taking that a little bit too seriously, going for an augment that has not been considered S tier throughout most of this set. But if he had the components for it, if he's in super fan, especially with a Lilia already having adaptive as her item, it could be the good tech to have for a stage 2 win streak.
Yeah, because you essentially have 2 adaptive items already. And the super fan item for the Lilia, just mentioned, is naturally this. So she gets both stats despite wherever placed. And this is an augment, just in case you don't know what it does. It gives you an adaptive helmet. And despite the starting position, whether in the front or in the back, you still get the 35 armor magic resist. And the 1 mana when you're being struck by an attack. and the ability power and mana every 3 seconds. So it gives you everything. Alongside the Superfan Lilia, there's 2 fully adaptive helmets, giving you 2 stats for both of your units.
I was gonna say, Morgan, we have another Clutter Mind player, but it was just Volta holding infinite pairs without really having Clutter Mind at all. But looking at Travis now, 20 gold, Yasuo to itemize, and I love this play from Travis. He's one of the Polish players that I think are very high on Yasuo reroll in this current patch and in this tournament. But if he doesn't find the Yasuos normally, if he doesn't find the headliner Yasuo or a way to play this, he can still play any of the other melee edgelords with this same setup. He has an IE and a Hodge Slam. He has Idealism as well. So just a really comfortable spot for Travis.
Yeah, already slammed the Infinity Edge as well. So that Yasuo has a whooping amount of 80% crit. I was thinking with the Hand of Justice, being able to put so much damage in. I haven't even got him at a headliner yet, but there's still a position that this natural 2-star Yasuo is going to be wreaking havoc upon this lobby in the early stages. And same thing as last game. You need to get that Yasuo itemized early. You need to make sure he stacks as much AD as you can. And there are infinite paths that you could go with. 6 true damage, edgelords, also pair it with a Yone or a Riven reroll later on in the game. So as long as you're stacking up damage, it doesn't matter if you want to lose, you're still getting what you want in the late game.
Carousel for stage 2 loading in. Key options here. We're going to see a spatula available on the Gragas, a Riven with a cloak, the perfect combination of component and unit on this carousel as well. But Travis potentially looking at going for a true damage spatula alongside what could be a Yasuo reroll, depending on the copies he gets naturally in the next 2 rounds of stage 2.
Okay, so Travis does end up taking it. And judging by the current items that he has in the right side corner, you can see that he already slammed everything on that Yasuo, so only has a tier left. And I don't think that this is going to be Heartsteel Emblem. Yeah, I'm setting the obvious. It is going to be a true damage emblem probably with that Yasuo going in. Just might be expecting a BS sword soon. And if he gets it, we could see an exact mimic of what happened in the last lobby, David.
That being said, if he doesn't find enough Yasuo copies naturally, this could still be an 8-bit emblem, for example, and you can look at a Riven 8-bit headliner to be a secondary out that also uses a spatula really well alongside the same kind of melee reroll tree. So Travis, I think, unaware of all of these different options, will have to decide which to go for depending on what other players are trying to contest as well in stage 3.
So far, I don't think that there's anyone contesting true damage Yasuo or Yasuo at all, in fact.
All these items could be tricky on Volta's side.
Oh, on Volta's side. Okay, never mind. I take that back immediately. Instant regret as soon as I said it. But judging by the augments people decided to go for, I think everyone was quite, you know, how do you say it? Vocal with the comms that you want to go with. Like, for example,
posturing, yes.
Yeah, Cluttered Mind, that is not going to be re-rolling. Twin Terror, that is not going to be re-rolling. Let me cook. Yasuo or Yone or Riven, that is going to be Twin Terror. Of course, Executioners and everything. So, fully adapted, definitely not going to contest you. The only thing that he has to look for now is how can he make that Yasuo stack so far in the early game. But with these items on Voltas, yep, I take it back. That could be a potential Yone, Riven, or even a Yasuo re-roll.
Ayembe takes a loss. Skipeus takes a loss as well, not able to get a 5 win streak. But looking at Bensack now, or a 4 win streak, Bensack does find that win here is on a 4 win streak, utilizing Vi Headliner, which I think is a great tempo option in stage 2, and maybe angling towards, well, we see the augment here. I think we know the answer.
Oh, he gets to the moment in the chop though, which is obviously a unit that he wants very early in the game. Yeah, but it's gonna end up making him lose 1 gold from this one. Might be looking to sell one of these units and buy it. No, not the Pantheon.
Because he's on the win streak, he can't really make his board weaker. If he had lost the last fight, I think he definitely sells the Vi and puts the Amumu in instead, just to make sure he's making econ. But in this case, I think the win streak is more valuable. He faces off against Travis, who is still on that Yasuo too, who has not really leveled, is playing for that 1-cost reroll strategy of going to roll down on 3-1 for those last 2 copies of Yasuo if he decides for that.
Okay, he decided to sell the Pantheon in the end. Again, despite the fact that this unit should be getting some attention because it's the second punk unit that he put on the front line, but Pantheon getting 3-star in a Twin Terror composition is not really what you want to do. We essentially want the Vix, the Twitch, and the Amumu as they're your main 3 carries. Or carries, not carries. I mean, that's your entire board, basically. 6 units, all of them. Not carries. Sorry, forgive me.
And Pantheon is a unit that you don't really need to 3-star to have success with Terror. Most of the times, it's a unit you sell if you need more gold to have those last reels like we saw Solo doing in his last game. So I completely understand the big picture idea of not trying to go for 9 Pantheons and just settling to pick up the Amumu instead. I think is the correct one. We saw Rebenev very quickly there. He is on Heartsteel. He's in his comfort zone. I mentioned this player at the very start of the game, alongside Skipeus being the 2 players who are absolute beasts on AD flex in this patch. They have complete understanding of how to play this line.
Yeah, and I swear to God, that double Samira was just the nastiest thing I've ever seen with Twin Terror. I don't know why we've never decided to see someone play. Wait, country with Twin Terror? No. That's a very bad cook, Morgan. Don't cook again. Very bad chef.
For now, it will be Cluttered Mind for Chuso. He's doing so well with Heartsteel online as well. 76 HP to work with. We'll see if he wants to commit to this line. Oh, we're looking at Travis though. Yasuo 3 has been found. He's in his comfort zone. He's rolled down. He's still fairly healthy when it comes to his econ. 40 gold, level 5. Item's not ideal. The blue buff here could potentially work on more of a true damage variant with a Kali or even Tiaan in that late game. And he has 2 duplicators. Morgan, what's going on here?
I don't know what's happening.
Wait, he can build 2 more Hodges actually. This is actually perfect with Idealism.
With Idealism, yeah, exactly. 2 tiers in this composition with the items that he has and with Champion Delivery, with all the Yones and him having 2 duplicators, that is at least a guaranteed additional 3-star carry. And with this composition,
this Edge of Night.
The
Edge of Night makes Yasuo just walk into the backline instead, kill off a kill. Easy win for Travis here. And Morgan, same game plan as Salvyy last game. It will be all about trying to snowball this stage 3 in his favor.
Yeah, so Travis now cannot afford to lose a single round, cannot afford to give this Yasuo more and more damage and more stacks. With his procs, Hand of Justice and Idealism as well, one might be very good as 3-item carry that you can put on all of your carries. And now, we go into the second set of augments. It's going to be Silvers, and he gets army building.
It's too late. It's too late. He's already hit. He has 2 duplicates on his bench. There's not, in TFT, it's important to keep in mind always, Morgan, in every facet of the game, you don't usually want more of what you already have. And Travis does not need more duplicators.
Duplicators anymore. Yeah, exactly. That's what
he needs board strength. He needs combat augments. That's the case here with the healing orbs pickup, allowing Yasuo to heal a tiny bit more off of those takedowns.
Holy moly. I swear to God, if he picked up that army building, by the way, he would have had 4 duplicators.
Oh, Regan Bob coming through from Chuso. He finds 2 poppies. He finds a Zac and a Zed currently on his bench as well. A Caitlyn. Is this the best Regan Bob you've ever seen? Probably not, but might be serviceable for this stage at least.
It's not bad. It's not bad. At the end of the day, the worst thing that you could do is just sell all of these 4-star units that you got and use that money to build up whatever composition you're looking at. But with Cluttered Mind and Regan Bob and Champion Delivery, he could get any of these units to start very quickly right here, David. Not the best Regan Bob, just as you said, but I think that's a lot of gold still, because all thanks to Cluttered Mind, he had so many 3-cost units on the board because he's just stacking these 1-star units on the bench. So that's essentially a lot of gold generated for Chuso, even if he's not happy with what he got from the Regan Bob.
Vexcast comes through, the final kills coming through from Bensac. Bensac still using that Vi, those 2 Vis to get value from Twin Terror for stage 3. Then you're going to move on to that actual full board with the Pantheon, the Amumu, the double Vex, double Twitch when we get into stage 4.
Yeah, looking at it, judging by Voltrex's board, I think that he is not going to be an angle to raise the stakes. Yes, and so he does. And now it's fully opting alongside the Yone reroll. So him and Travis are going to be contesting each other on who gets to make it first. But judging by the spot that Travis has with all these duplicators, I think it's inevitable.
Chuso might be tempted here. Riven, headliner in the shop. He has QSS on his bench. It's an option. He has to scout, probably now scouting, looking around. Maybe seeing there's not one that's fully committed to Riven yet and deciding, hey, it's my chance. It's my time to do it. I'm going for Riven this game.
So we have Travis, we have Voltrix, we have Chuso. All of them playing Edgelord units rerolls. Yone, Riven, and Yasuo. Now, the Riven kind of works alone as a single carry, so you don't have to really care. Yone could also be opted into crowd divers maybe, because these Edgelord units are going to be very rare to find. So you can adapt into going into other directions with your 3-star carry.
The beneficial thing is that Travis is playing true damage also, so he's going to be leaning less into edgelords like Salvyy did last game. And there are definitely ways to play both Riven, Yone, and Yasuo in a reroll lobby without contesting each other, because your priority on what you're really indexing all your power into is on 3 completely different units. So you're not rerolling the same ones usually. Yep. You're happy to have a Yone 2 on a Riven board and vice versa.
Yeah, we now get to see a BF sword. And this is something that, if I'm not mistaken,
Travis look at Chuso. Look at Chuso beelining for the Riven with a sword as well. Thank you, Mortdog. Perfect pickup for this point in stage 3.
Yeah, he gets that Riven. And with a BF sword, I think he had a null magic mantle as well on his bench, so that might be a BT going for the Riven, which is one of the best items that you could put on her. Also has Hand of Justice. So that is 2 items that a QSS maybe could be a little bit delayed, or I think you could prioritize the QSS, put in the Hudge, and make something else with the BF later on. And now, another Heartsteel player, which is Rebanov, doesn't decide to raise the stakes.
I spoke to him.
To go level 7.
I spoke to him actually this morning and asked, you know, he mentioned he played a lot of Heartsteel, he's very comfortable on it. He thinks AD Flex is very good and underplayed this tournament. I asked him about Raise the Stakes. He said he's not familiar with it. He hasn't had a chance to test too much how it feels to play around it in the mid game. So probably going to shy away just from not being comfortable on it. And that's the case here as well. Trying to cash out and just use that immediate cash injection to find stability in stage 4.
Oh, I'm a little bit worried about Voltrix though, by the way. Because do you know how many units are taken down now out of the pool for him? You only have 17 of each Yone, if I'm not mistaken, and we've already seen 6 taken out of the pool. So essentially, he's rolling for just 11 Yone units.
Looking at Chuso, he's already level 7. He has, with Cluttered Mine, a ton of gold on his bench still that he can use later on to reroll once he wants to give up the value. And the Caitlyn here helping out as a duo carry, just barely surviving. Can the Riven clutch up with the Caitlyn here? Let's say it will be the case. Slowly getting those 8 bits online as well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about these players being able to find their 3-cost carries, and Juso still not being able to find the maximum value with the Cluttered Mine board. Does commit to the Riven reroll. Does find a Yone in a shop. But not looking so good so far with these
he's
rerolls.
going for the Seraphine reroll. Once again, we see it in this game too. The only thing we're missing now from our predictions is Olaf reroll, really, but I think Seraphine going to be a strong option. We'll see the matchups with Brilli reroll. It's going to be kind of difficult with Yasuo, etc. We'll have to see the positioning that EM goes for, especially sacking maybe some of the KDA value to find ways to better position.
Yeah, look, judging by the items right now and judging by the units that he has on the bench, that's a Seraphine 2, right? So he needs 3 more copies. And with all these reroll players in the lobby, all these 2-cost and 3-cost units are going to be taken out of the pool. So you should be finding Seraphine quite quickly. Except for the fact that the itemization is not looking so good so far. He doesn't have a single mana generating item. Yes, I do know that the Adaptive Helm does give you a lot of mana per second in the backline. Of course, not as a Shoshin, but there goes the Edge Lords. They have a free backline access. Lulu trying to stun that front line, but the Morello coming in from the Garen totally destroys the healing from the Seraphine. And Iron Petikk, another loss. Not so perfect. 3 units away, but
it was a close fight though, depending. His board looks a lot weaker. I think Echo will be big in these matchups against the melee units because of the stun that comes through if the units don't have QSS. So again, serving as a tank, as a front line, but also having that little extra bit of CC per unit him will be helpful in this matchup. The stun comes from Echo, and Seraphine can ult that clump as we see in stage 4. So we'll see. Still has to roll, has to find 2 more Seraphines. If he finds them quickly enough, he can go 7 and fit in the Ahri.
David, I don't want to be that guy, but I don't think the Thieves Gloves Echo is going to be too tanky unless you can really get some very good rolled items on him.
You just got a high roll, Morgan. This is a #1 step to making it day 3. If you made it this far, you're a high roller. We all know that, right?
If you made it day 3, you're just a high roller?
Yeah,
no.
Of course.
Sometimes there's something called
skill in TFT? No, surely not, Morgan. That can't be the case.
Nah.
Skill like this, you mean? Again, hits, the Seraphine has rolled down, has leveled, has fit in the Ahri, 5 KDA now online.
And now we're waiting our final set of augments. We're kind of closing out to a reverse decrescendo. Gold, the lobby started out on a very small pace and went to silver, so that means that we're degrading in terms of lobbies and their power spikes. If the third augment is prismatic, this lobby is going to be extremely interesting. If it's gold or silver, nothing's happening, everything is chilling, going the same way that we went through.
And Solo doing a very good job of understanding how to play this disco. Line has not immediately leveled yet. He's going to try and have as much gold as possible. Might be waiting until 4 or 5 to level. He has 56 HP to work with. Main to this disco line. He already has 1 blitz though. That's the saving grace here. If he can get lucky, considering it's uncontested in this lobby, if he finds a TF headliner early enough, he can then use that to go 9.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me or not, but I think Champion Delivery made the lobby get extremely quick with the way it's going. And now we get another set of golden augments. And Voltrix, what could be good for the Riven board here? Gifts or
well, Yone board for now, and 2 off of Yone here as well.
Oh, Yone
hasn't found the headliner even.
I say a bit Riven. That's the bad one. You didn't even want to, and it's even the bad Katarina. You might have wanted to go with the country diver. The crowd diver. But there goes the kill. Tries to sell her again. Not getting a single crowd diver headliner. It could be a major boost to this board as it's going to give all of his front line.
But he's 1 off of Yone naturally anyway, so a very awkward spot here from Volta. I wonder what what's going through his mind right now on this roll down, considering he hasn't hit anything here. And looking at Solo, he's pivoted off of Disco, is now going into Pentakill instead, maybe opting for a line that's open right now and can spike a little bit better at 8 to stabilize, considering he is low HP.
Yeah, judging by Solo's board now, these are so many good items in there for both Akali and Viego. You do have I think that's an Infinity Edge that he already slammed, yes. And he's also like a tier away. He also has Scrappy Invention, so he can just slam these components on units, try to aim for the best with what they get. You could essentially lose the Scrappy Invention's value on the card system.
Edge of Night here is so big, but there's not enough damage.
Saves him. Yeah, but the Riven just goes through straight away. And it's at least a 1 unit loss.
And Volta, as we predicted, looking at that stage 3, he's in trouble. 23 HP, plummeting in the HP standings in this stage 4.
Yeah, Vampirism and Harm Assist, David. Vampirism and Harm Assist on a Riven carry. There's just disgusting amount of healing that came through that Riven, and she's only 2-starred. The only 3-star unit that we've only seen so far, I think, was the Vex. And looking at it now, Shuso's board. What's happening?
Shuso, the late pivot as well into what looks like a mix of AD Flex and Pentakill for now. Has found a single Karth as a damage carry. Hasn't found much else. Level 8, 20 gold to work with. No headliner even going to fit the Blitz for maybe 1 or 2 rounds and then opt for something else. But the Viego at the very least has been upgraded.
Yeah, I think these items might be going on a Karth, that's for sure. That Spirit of Shojin at least could be helping him a little bit. But everything else goes on a Viego, and I don't think that these items are even close to a BIS. Because he's still on 4 Pentakill, quite in an awkward spot without being able to find that headliner. However, goes against Volta's board, and the cast goes, but that Yone is going to be tanking a lot of damage. It will be enough, I'm pretty sure, because the contagion spreading to everyone, and that Yone casting so that Omnivamp keeps stacking endlessly, and alongside the Indomitable Will, he doesn't care about crowd control. It is not a word in his dictionary, and Juzo takes another loss because that headliner Blitz didn't do him at anything good at all.
Volta maybe now has stabilized off of that upgrade. The Karthus coming in clutch. The Gunblade, the Archangel especially stacking, saving Solo from taking another hit, sitting still at 50 HP. The Carousel now for any Disco players, TF going to be a viable option here with a chain that could go on a Blitz. For any Pentakill players who don't have that Pentakill 5 in, maybe the Mordekaiser is appealing, but Rebanov takes it instead.
For the Kayn, for the, what did he call it? Oh, the Edgelord Enjoyers with a BF as well, which is an item that you can flex into really anything alongside. Actually, the best component for Edgelords in general. You can put an Edge of Night, you can put a BT, you can put an Infinity Edge. So it's a Kayn with an item that you will definitely find a reason to put it somewhere. Now, Voltarex still alive with 23 HP, and I don't know if it's just me, but these HPs are scary. I've never seen a lobby going into stage 4 with the highest HP player at 88 and the lowest at 23. You know that if Voltarex loses 2 more rounds, he's already out before stage 5.
Looking at Reba, he is rolling on 7 here, going for what looks like a Riven, but has only 6 copies of Riven now. I know Chuso was slightly contesting earlier, but he probably sold off. We saw him with the Pentakill earlier. So now Rebanov saying, hey, no one's playing Riven. Sure, I'll play it instead. He's now 2 copies off. Not so healthy though, 29 HP, and still has not found his upgrade.
He at least gets the Candyland 2-starred, and this Spear of Shoshin is going to be doing God's work, keeping her alive from all of these backline reachers. And despite the fact that there is a Yone coming in from Voltarex, these scout drivers are going to be doing a lot of work, making sure that this Caitlyn is not able to cast right on time, gets stunned again, a second and a third time, and there is no way that you can one-shot that Yone because the healing is going to be more than enough, and Rebanov has no damage at all against this scout diver board, and is now almost 2 lives away from dying.
Well, it's not a fair fight. Volta has the 3-star already. Rebanov is still in the process, 2 copies of Riven away. I think when that matchup occurs, if both players have the 3-star version of their carry, if Riven gets onto Yone early into the fight, Riven wins it. She has more upfront damage, whereas Yone skilled into the later of the fight. So positioning so key. Yone essentially trying to hide from Riven until the very end of the fight.
Yeah, judging by the state of the lobby right now, I think that Juzo's board has already reached his final form. At least able to get the Viego. Still in an awkward angle where he has 6 Pentakill. The headliner he has is on a Mordekaiser. Essentially not the best thing that you could be looking for. But there goes the Olaf. I think he was missing it. Either that or the Gnar. Yes, there goes in the 7 Pentakill, which is a major upgrade to his board.
7 Penta, no Yorick 2 though, just yet, and Scapeus dominating the tempo of this lobby from the very start. Still so healthy at 76 HP. And as I mentioned, playing the comp he's comfortable with, Ezreal carry, AD flex, going off of the Heartsteel cash outs into having so much more resources than every other player in the lobby as we move into the late game. And we're seeing this Ezreal absolutely pop off. Karthus does not have enough single target damage. Ezreal might be able to clean up here, or Karthus cast could clean him up as well. Just barely at the end there.
That's a fully stacked Archangel, baby. 120 AP coming in for that item alone after the stacks, ignoring the base stats. With the Rabadons, and the amount
of
damage bonus it gives.
Scapeus is not worried about that loss whatsoever. He still has Heartsteel online, so the losses are giving him an advantage still, and he's going to go 9 at this point. continue adding more 5 costs onto his board. He has so much HP to work with as a buffer where he can take 2 or 3, maybe even 4 losses in stage 5 and still come out ahead.
Yes, competitive situation right now in this lobby is extremely good. And alongside champion delivery, you're able to generate so much gold and so much resources, and you get even more and more from Heartsteel. Now, I don't think that he needed more gold here.
Needs a tier. Double
That's
cane is huge. He finds a tier as well. Blue buff for the Ezreal. You have your in when you go level 9. Can maybe even find a way to slot in 5 Heartsteel in stage 5 if he's feeling real frisky. But Chuso finds the Yorick 2. 8th place, needed something to save him in this stage 5. Maybe he's found it.
I think putting 5 Heartsteel just for this round before the cash out and losing out might be such a good idea because he's 1 loss away from being able to cash out this Heartsteel, but he doesn't want to lose as much HP. Andrew's board now just reached its final form, and it's a fight between him and Volterex's board, which I think could be quite interesting considering that they both have some frontline carries, David.
Oh, it's going to be Rebenev instead. It's Riven in the carry here, and Riven is still Riven too, so hasn't fully hit that upgrade yet. If Chuso can't win here, can he win against anyone at all? We'll have to see. The Viego still alive, trying his best. The Karthus cast does not come through. Can the Ghoul do it with a CC from Thresh? Just barely not able to clean up the Riven, and Chuso survives, but on 3 HP.
So 3 HP, not looking so good alongside Azambi's board. Both of them could be going out in 1 turn in the next fight. Lucky enough, he does get another vehicle, but that itemization is not looking so good, David. He also has 2 Ilaois that he's not able to put in now because he does need the Edgelord value. You could remove the Yone and put in the Ilaoi for more and more time, but Edgelord on a fully itemized, on a Spinning Epitaph on Viego is not something you can give away.
Similarly for the Guardian, he needs to power up that Yorick. It is maybe the one of the key pieces of this current comp alongside the Karthus, so he doesn't have the time. But he tries to sell, he tries to find a better option here. In the end, he cannot find the Laui 2. Is this going to be enough to survive this fight? He's facing off against a Twin Terror player who is so healthy. 52 HP for Bensek. He's found the Vex 3, and this Vex will hit like a truck, especially later into the fight with the Archangel stacking. The Yorick has been deleted. The Karthus is by himself. I don't think he can do it alone. The damage will not be enough to kill the Vex, and this should be a cleanup here. The second cast not coming in fast enough.
Yeah,
Vex?
the plan from Zuzo, I think, might have been enough. If he was able to sell that double Ilaoi, find an Akali 2 against, he knows that he's going against an Executioner board. And this is something that Pentakills do exceptionally well at because of the Akali being able to reach for the backline, set up the kills for the Karthus. But no, he's already out of Voltrex. Look at his board.
And once Chuso's been taken down, once the Viegos are back in the pool, Volta starts rolling, needs to find a little bit more of an upgrade. He's taken a loss despite having that Yone 3, is now down to 6 HP. Could be the last life for Volta, for a Yemb as well, who's on 15. Rebenev finally hits that Riven 3 a little bit later than expected. We're in stage 5, Morgan.
In stage 5, but it's fine. He has Vampirism. However, it's the grey one, so there's not a lot of Omnivamp being given to him right now. And he goes against another Edgelord board, and that is going to be Travis's board. Able to finally put in the True Damage emblem. His Caitlyn is going to be extremely obliterated quickly within that Yasuo. The True Damage coming in. Shall be able to one-shot the Riven, but the Riven is definitely a stronger unit than the Yasuo with all that healing and the harm assist and the tankiness that is coming from the Omnivamp. So that Travis is going to be taking the L against Revenov's finally fully itemized Riven 3.
It was close, but Travis has a duplicator on the bench. It looks like a True Damage emblem on the carousel. Does anyone else want it? Is Travis going to take this massive upgrade for his total? The highest cap possible his board can reach will be elevated thanks to this emblem. And Travis so happy to pick it up.
There's 2 True Damage emblems. Yes, 9 True Damage has recently been nerfed as the Blink Out bonus has been removed from the emblem. And essentially the bonus damage that you get has also been removed, but he does have the potential to go 9 True Damage right now, David, and that could translate into a free first place. Big
carousel for so many players. Volta picked up the Viego as well to get that Viego 2 online. We saw a Shojin picked up by Bensek to itemize maybe a second Vex as well to get those CC chains going onto all of these melee units. Think about it. There's a Yone here. There's a Riven as well. There's a Yasuo as well. Most of them do have ways to counter CC though. So at the very least, they have that going for them in that matchup against a Twin Terror board.
Yeah, Volterex going in with that Yone, and alongside the Crowd Divers, shouldn't have any hard times against, again,
Oh, there it is. Riven versus Yone, and Yone is not on Riven's side. This is a good thing, Morgan. Yone has a chance to outskill the Riven as the fight goes on, but already the Riven is onto the Yone, procs the Edge of Night. Can the Yone clean up here? It's not going to be enough. The Caitlyn cleans up Volta instead.
Yeah, that Caitlyn was extremely well positioned as well, not being reached early by the Yone. And despite the fact that you said the position was extremely right, Solo Gizang is also going to be going out here because, again, that Pentakill board is not going to be doing anything against the 2-star Kayn with some very good items. And we are now down to our top 4 players, beginning with Rebanov, who has not had a very good start in the early stages of the game. But as soon as he hit that Riven 3, his board just transformed.
And once again, a bad game too, a bottom 4 for Volta and Solo, 2 of the veteran players in the EMEA circuit, not having the best start to this day 3. Travis,
It's
9 true damage.
9 true
Yasuo
damage,
3
baby.
is online. Remember your roots as the last augment. Blue buff Kiana, true damage Viego, true damage kill. What else do you want, Morgan?
I don't want anything, just to watch this fight in silence and hear the beauty of these people. Just like, what the hell is this damage happening on? Every single unit obliterates a single target by that amount of bonus true damage. The Heartsteel might not even give the Israel the chance to cast a second time because every single bit of damage is getting multiplied by so much. And no matter what you have, a Gargoyle, a Bramble Vest, it doesn't matter because it's true damage, baby. The Blink bonus might have been removed, but you called it. His entire composition is benefiting from Remember Your Roots.
And we're seeing now the power of Twin Terror when you're able to hit your board on time. Bensack is pushing level 9. He hit his reroll option so much earlier. He's stabilized off of just the Vex 3, ignored the Twitch altogether, went for the 4 Executioner instead with this Amumu and the Stone Plate. What a perfectly played game of Twin Terror here, and we're seeing a top 4, maybe even a top 2.
Yeah, I think that this Executioner board is going to be suffering against everyone in the lobby right now, because we have so many crowd divers, we have so many edgelords, and we have that Heartsteel alongside the Ezreal, which has a free backline access with his second cast. Champion Delivery gives him a Yorick, not a unit that he could look into using here at all. Pentakill is essentially something you don't want at all, but lucky enough, he's been able to 3-star both of his units, the Amumu and the Vex. Quite extremely far away, by the way, from that Twitch, but he keeps sort of
Lowy too. You have to be very careful with the Lowy though in this matchup because the tentacles are an open path for the edgelords to get their procs off and to sneak into the backline. So you have to be very, very careful with the Lowy in these late game boards when there are still edgelord players alive in the lobby. We're seeing Rebanev fighting for his last life, but he's facing off against Travis, who has hit the Exodia combination, 9 true damage, blue buff IE on Kiana. Everything in this just absolutely delete the units. Caitlyn can barely even cast, and the Riven ganged up on and killed. 4th place for Rebanev.
That's what happens when you get 2 emblems for a composition that turns it into a prismatic trait. It's just way too strong for the Riven to be able to have the time to carry on and deal damage and heal up back with the Harmases. There is no time given for her to cast. And alongside Bensack's board, this is exactly what he's doing against Skipeus. The burst damage coming in from the Executioners has been able to take out the Ezreal way too quickly. There is not a second cast. There is no true shot barrage going to that Vex.
3 players now left. 2 reroll players, Travis on Yasuo, Bensack on Twin Terror, and Skipeus fighting to defend the honor of the AD Flex compatriots that are still fighting around, playing around 4 costs and 5 costs around AD, which is a line that I think many players ignored coming into day 1 and 2.
Yeah, Harm Assist as well does a huge value in keeping these Twin Terror units alive, because the amount of damage they do is getting healed up immediately. Who needs the Twitch? No one cares about it, baby punk. He already has 4 emo in, so that moment is going to be tanking a lot of damage. And David, is it Executioner fast enough when it comes to burst damage, or is it the 9 true damage board?
Look at the stun on the Vex especially. There is no QSS. There is no way to stop the CC. Yasuo has been taken down. Perfect positioning by Bensack with both Vexes in the corner, trying to target down that Yasuo. Can the kill and the Senna clean up? I don't think it's the case. Bensack outpositions Travis here and takes a win.
You would have thought that no board is strong enough to win against the 9 true damage, but there is one board that bursts 9 true damage faster than they can burst them, and that is going to be Executioners and Twin Terror, baby. The Harm Assist as well, keeping the Vex alive for as long. And same thing goes alongside that Amumu, being able to tank so much damage because he also benefits from the Twin Terror, so he gets to heal out a lot. And now, Skipeus is fighting against Travis's board, which I think could, Bensack is fighting against Skipeus's.
Look at the adaptation here from Bensack onto 4 emo to really just put all of the power index onto the Vex here and not playing the Allow as I mentioned, because it just opens up too many easy targets for Yasuo to reset on with the edgelords. We're going to see now the Kiana onto the Yasuo. Yasuo takes her down though. He's onto the backline for Skipeus. Yasuo angling already on the left. Everything has been deleted in Skipeus. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to fight against these boards. The reroll's too strong, it looks like, in this game too.
Yeah, the board just got blown up. And again, Harm Assist keeping everything alive. So Skipeus is now fighting against 2 boards that he simply cannot outscale. You're going against a composition that deletes your backline before you can even breathe, and that is going to be
an emo emblem. Could this be six emo from Enzosx? He's gonna have to find potentially an Annie, it looked like, to actually make it work. See what he wants to go for. Could be going for the ultimate cap on this Vexcon. He's thinking about it. It's not a line he's probably experimented or tested at all on ladder because of how rare the situation is, but that could be the angle he's going for.
Yeah, Champion Delivery is going to be doing that to him as well. And imagine that's going to be an Imumo Ilawi, a sad tentacle mistress that gets to cast a lot or no. Actually going on the Thresh, never mind.
As I mentioned, you have to be very careful with the tentacles here for the Yasuo, but the Thresh, especially with the emo emblem here, so big and stopping these melee bruisers. So much CC coming in from the Thresh alongside both Vexes.
Yep, that's gonna be a lot of CC. And I'm a little bit worried about Scipeus right now. He's going against a board that we just saw how fast it was able to burst him down, David. I think he just used the maximum cap. He has 2 items waiting on the bench. Slams him down now. The even shot is going to Yorick. And finally, that fully itemized Ezra with the double infinity edge should be able to burst down his backline quickly. But that doesn't even matter because in a trying 2 damage board, the burst damage is way too high. Ezra can kite, but not for long because that 2 damage is inescapable and inevitable. Potential Scipeus goes into now the 3rd place. And it's between Travis and Bensec who gets the position better and who takes the win in the 2nd lobby.
And considering how high these rerolls have capped, I think Scipeus has played a wonderful game of AD flex. He really, played to his outs every single way along the game. He played very high tempo in the early game, preserving so much HP to get those hard still cash outs. But Yasuo versus Vex, Twin Terror versus Remember Your Roots as 2 augments that really augment these rerolls to that next level, alongside those 2 emblems as well, Morgan.
Yeah, this could be a fight that is quite hard for both of them, but I'm a little bit worried more about Travis, to be fair. Now, we get to see the Vex on the other side of the kill, and now the Yasuo is on the same side, so he might get one shot here, David. This could be a fight.
The Yasuo CC, the Kiana CC, the Kiana not able to get any items from the tentacles. Is it enough, though? The Vex is now left alone. So much damage coming through. The burst is not enough to take on the Tiana, and that's going to be it for this fight, but Bensec has still 19 HP to work with for a comeback.
Yeah, this time the only thing that changed is that he's been able to stay on the other side of the Vex, so that kill was able to burst so much more damage because, hey, ignore anything or any damage that comes out from the kit of these champions. As long as it's an AoE, everyone takes the same exact amount of 2 damage coming in from. So Kayle, with that 2 damage emblem, is able to spread, is able to shred, is able to give the pentakill effect also for Viego. And with 2 damage, the fact that you can burst down 5 units quickly, your champions rock out, that kill gains attack speed, that kill and that Viego are able to reach their pentakill value so quickly. So that is why it's extremely smart, by the way, because you can get that pentakill attack speed with the 2 damage in really quickly. And look at this itemization.
5 Threshes, 30 gold to work with. Is there somehow a way to sneak in a surprise Thresh 3 to try and win this game from Bensec? Unlikely, but he's trying to play for his outs. He has both 7 Karthuses and 6 Threshes on this roll down here. The hold from Travis holding onto 1 Karthus, can't find any Threshes along this roll down, trying to block most of this, but now players are focused on positioning because this fight is completely positioning oriented for the outcome.
Yeah, right now we get to see a guard breaker slammed in for the Akali. And that is not an Akali that can get the backline. This, we've been saying so many times it could be the final fight, but this is the final fight between both of them. The Yasuo goes straight to backline. The Viego is able to stay alive a little bit, all thanks to the pentakill. And then he goes straight to the Vex, and he's completely ignoring the front line. Travis, perfect positioning coming in here from him. Destroys Bensec's board despite the fact that he was extremely capped out. And no one gets to beat the 9-2 damage emblem as long as it's Travis, baby. He knows the tech.
And what a crazy game to see. Riven on top, Yasuo on top now. Both games that have capped super high. I think it's not just a standard Yasuo reroll, but marvelously played. And I think we're going to see a lot more Yasuo reroll today. We saw 2 games already, both times in the top 2.
Yeah, as long as you get to watch these players being able to position correctly, you can know the tech now, because Edgelords is a composition that heavily relies on your positioning. Same thing essentially for crowd divers. You know what? You always want to get the Yone away from getting bursted so he can have time to stack up that Omnivamp. And just as you know, we have alternative lobbies running in right now simultaneously with this because we're with 32 players. So let us take a quick look at Lobby C, David.
The last remaining MENA player in the tournament, unfortunately, just got eliminated. Morgan, I'm very sorry to jinx that. I was trying to hype him up, but just taken down. 4th place, it's something. You get 5 points. It's not a bad place to be. We're looking at the rest of this lobby. Safo and TSW5. Poland versus Spain in this final fight to decide it all. We're seeing here Yone reroll. We're seeing a similar trend in every single lobby is what has secured Safo top 2 in this game. And for TSW5, we'll see what his comp is.
Ladies and gents, I introduce you the edgiest meta. and pun not intended, it's full of edgelords getting up these top 3 places. Yone one time, 9 true damage, Yasuo a second time, and this itemization alongside the Yone is extremely strong coming in from Salvyy. You can see the harm assist. On the other side, we can see the Infernal Contract.
Some more edgelords here, Morgan. Last stand, Riven is the unit he's facing. We talked about the positioning for this matchup specifically. Yone is on the opposite side of Riven. This is a good thing. It allows Yone time to scale. Riven does a lot more upfront damage. Will it be enough time though? The Titan is still only at 9 stacks. The Riven is onto the Yone already. The Yone is slicing and dicing. He's just barely able to do it. The Mordekaiser is good, but he's not good enough. It's Yone 1v9 all the way, unless I'm mistaken, but the healing's coming through. The damage from Mordekaiser is sustained. Oh, it's enough. Safo takes him down. And TSW5 wins the game in the end without the Riven on his board at the end.
And that is the beauty of Last Stand, baby. It gives your units so much Omnivamp and Infernal Contract, enabling him to get 2 units that are not really seen together in a composition often, most of the time. Mordekaiser and Riven. What do these 2 have in common? Oh, they're just both 3 costs. But
Mordekaiser as well. If you've ever rerolled Mordekaiser, you've understood that he actually does a lot of damage for a tank in the right situation. So I'm not fully surprised he was able to win that 1v3 in the end against that Yone. But again, Morgan, it is the same pattern in every single lobby we've seen today. Melee, edgelords, melee reroll. It seems to be the strongest game plan for this day 3.
Yeah, so far players have adapted, and if that was your question in the first game, I think you asked me, do you think players have adapted already? Are we going to see anything different? Yes, they've already adapted. They know that edgelord is the meta here. It works really well against most of the compositions that heavily rely on backlines. It works mostly really well against compositions like Executioners, if you can position correctly, if you can cap out the board like Travis. And David, I think the break is ready, isn't it?
We're going to go to a quick break, Analyst Desk, after this to analyze both that main Game 2 game we saw and now this final fight between Safo and TSW5 as well. Edgelord seems to be the name of the game, though.
I'm Powermasacre. My name is Jose Antonio. I'm from Granada, Spain. I would like play in Europe. If I won in Gamergy in Spain to Acabonder, Odessa, Guasones, Tevi, Point, I think that if I perform like that, I can win in Europe. The day the tournament in Gamergy, I just enjoy the morning. I rest. I saw the Gamergy. An hour before the game, I saw a little bit the tactic tool, but not so much. The rest is the more important the day of the competition. And the day before, I read a lot, I saw a lot, and I played a lot. Thank you for see the tournament. Regards for my family and my friends and my team. I hope you enjoy the tournament. I perform the best.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and it seems like we're only 2, even though we should be 3. Our analyst desk has been decimated by production. It's okay. We can handle ourselves. I was going to shout out Niberia, who's jumping in, but seems like he's on break just a little bit longer. Maybe we can get him back in a couple of seconds. But in this game, Bensec finally showing us that the Twin Terror is still good in competitive, coming through here with that second place. Finally, a broadcast lobby where the Twin Terror is working out. I love to see it. So happy that this board worked. Now, there was a lot in this game, Peter, with emblems empowering these compositions like the Twin Terror and the Yasuo, but still, we're happy to see them work out, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as we were saying off, while we've seen the Yasuo comp do extremely well, we have seen the circumstances very much align for it here. The 2 emblems in the previous game, 2 emblems in this game. I don't know if necessarily Travis came into this game expecting it to be quite as ludicrous as it ended up being, but I was definitely very mad at that carousel that nobody took the bullet and took away that true damage emblem, because the second it was in his hands, then it was all over.
It definitely was, but if you let him free reign, he will meow up your game, and that's exactly what happened here. Now, there was one more player in this round that I just love seeing every time he pops off, and that is Scapeus, right? We always talk about Scapeus as a player that is so creative, that finds boards that aren't necessarily what you would see in your average regular games. The only issue with that is that sometimes they cap out just a little bit lower than those traditional boards like Twin Terror.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Scapeus, I think, definitely felt, from what I was talking to him about coming into the event, he was definitely feeling confident the way he was playing. I think as well, traveling a little bit of the road less traveled here. Ravenev was definitely trying the same kind of thing for a little while, but ended up landing in Ribbon. I do want to give a shout out particularly to trying to maintain relative flexibility for some of our players here when there's going to be certain compositions that are very contested. Though in this lobby, it's notable that we didn't see a single disco player at all being played.
That's right, and I think now we have him ready and with us after a small hiccup there. Matt, how you doing?
Good. I mean, I came in and suddenly there was just a Yasuo doing well, and I was like, wow. Am I still dreaming? Did we finally get a Yasuo that didn't absolutely suck? We did. Apparently twice, because I missed game 1. So I'm super excited about that. Yeah, you need the vertical true damage, but at least he's not been useless like I was afraid of.
Yeah, it's been looking really good. Now, there is one more one-cost reroll that all 3 of us have been kind of thinking about, hoping for. I even heard our big brain analyst and Patches Panda say that he would like to see it if you needed any more credibility other than this chaotic desk. That's the Olaf reroll. If any players are listening, I just want to see it, please. But we do have our standings ready, and we'll see if maybe there's some turning around points here in those. Sometimes we get those really high and low placements from players, but seems like Tomino is just running it back there with 2 first places.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. Do remember, again, like we saw from our previous lobbies, the players were all fighting each other, trying to grab as many points as possible. Tomino's managing to do this against the other top-performing players in the competition, so that's incredibly impressive.
I really like how that top list of players is players that we haven't seen be at this upper echelon of play previously. There's a lot of names that we don't consider the EMEA standards, so I'm excited to see the newer players coming up. As we look to the bottom half, we see those players that we do know, Texida, Kevin Parker, who we're hoping make their way forward. Kevin Parker, as you may have seen on that tweet, lamenting that he was like, I made it through on tiebreakers, we're fine, it's cool, everything's good, I swear. So you know what? Good luck to him.
We'll see how it goes. We talked to him day 1. He didn't seem the most confident, but I feel like he has shaken it off just a little bit. For now, we are going to go to a quick break, and then after that, we will be back with game number 3 out of 7 today. So there is much more fun to be had in just a couple of minutes.
What's up, gamers? We're getting ready for game number 3 of the final day of the Golden Spatula Cup. Just in case you missed it, I'm Niberia. Again, really exciting for me. Joined here by Morgan and Counterfeit Cass. So, guys, we got to see Yasuo. I'm kind of pumped. It stopped sucking, so this is very exciting for me. Twin Terror suddenly stopped sucking as well. So, meta kind of flipping on its head from what we saw on stream yesterday. Anything standing out so far?
Edgelords. Edgelords is the only thing that's standing out so far. There has not been a single game or a single lobby where we have not seen at least 1 or 2 or 3 Edgelord players in the top 3 spots. Hell, these past 2 lobbies, every single lobby has had 2 Edgelord players in the first game, whether you're going to play it with Yone, Riven, or Yasuo.
I think there's just so many different ways you can take the composition, though. It kind of invites that, and not having to go to level 8, level 9, find all those legendaries, is a big strain out of the bank balance and into more actual units on the board. So I don't blame our players at all for always subscribing pretty heavily to the line.
Just give me a second here. I've got to file a missing persons report because I can't figure out where Twisted Fate went. He was here all day yesterday, and then he's gone from his home. We saw Solo Gasang looking for him game number 2. Absolutely did not find the guy. So I'm hoping we can bring him home soon, because that really was the story of days 1 and 2, is having that Twisted Fate as that backline AP carry, and so far, just not been around.
Okay, allow me to become a police officer and tell you where he went right now. We found Twisted Fate. The thing is that before the start of this Golden Spatula Cup, there was an update 2 or 3 days ago before this meta. So people are adapting. You need to know that this patch is fresh out of the box. Past for 5-6 days, people have been adapting. Twisted Fate has only risen because he received some buffs, but the fact that now players are starting to play more and more comps, like the Edgelords and Pentakills, all these comps have one thing in common alongside the Executioners: backline access. And they love clumping, and this is what the Disco board does. They clump all of their units, Peter.
Yeah, I think the rising popularity of Seraphine as well is another reason why people are feeling hesitant towards doing that. It's just there's a lot of answers which will make life pretty difficult. But let's focus in on our lobby here to come, because we're jumping straight in for round 3 of 7 today. Our players, of course, battling to get into the top 8 by the end of round 6, when they'll battle one more round to potentially claim themselves a GSC1 crown.
Got Golden Spatula Cup winners in this lobby as well, in Canbiz and Salvyy. Some very storied names, as well as Diga Sparta, who's been on the up and up over the last couple of sets and has shown some really good starts here in the Golden Spatula Cup.
Yeah, switching right over, this one is Crescendo, which is the counterpart to Decrescendo that we've had in the first game. This one is going to be Silver, Gold, and then Prismatic, in that exact order. So the lobby is going to be starting extremely slow, and then it's going to be going and accelerating quickly. If you cannot keep up with the pace, and you don't get a good Prismatic, and you're going to be down a Prismatic in stage 3, you're doomed. In stage 4, I mean.
I mean, this is one of the places where I'd like to see, for example, a Yasuo being picked up from the beginning of the game, just because a larger proportion of your board strength is going to be coming from the units on your board. So finding a stronger early headliner, I think, is a great way to move it through this early game in a more powerful way than the Augments might otherwise allow.
That's another edge roll, Yasuo coming in here from the headliner point of view from Salvyy, but he only has a needlessly large draw, so not going forward at all because, okay, judging by the last board, he did have a tier, so that could have essentially translated into Hand of Justice, which is a very good item on the Yasuo. But Matt, you don't want to be picking up a Yasuo headliner, no matter if he's an edgelord, no matter. And look at that! There would have been 5 Yasuos already for Salvyy if he picked it up.
Just getting haunted by the Yasuos in the shop. Maybe angling towards a little bit more of a disco opener. Just keeping himself flexible. Having that Amumu on the bench tells me that he's going to be maybe leaning towards that beefier frontline in the early game. So I'm interested in seeing where he takes this. Still a lot of options open.
Now, we're really excited to see, of course, Salvyy with the interview buff from earlier on today. Certainly showed off some pretty good stuff when on stream. Now back on stream here again. Of course, we've already got ourselves a mere 4 lobbies worth of players now. So we should be seeing a lot more repeat players coming on stream as we'll check out this first Silver Augment.
Yeah, lots of options here. Silver generally does not shape the game incredibly heavily because they are those weaker augments. So they're going to be looking for those little optimizations to start off the game. And this is where a lot of players are going to decide whether they're playing for that win streak or loss streak as well, because we are sitting at that 2-1 inflection point.
Yeah, stationary
We see a
support.
lot of level 4s actually coming on the right side.
Yeah, a lot of people just decided to level up. And stationary support and keepers are essentially two of the best augments that you could look in silvers, because keepers gives you a lot of front line, and this is something that disco compositions like in the early stages of the game. Essentially, you're gonna be clumping your units, everyone is gonna be making use of that, and that's an AFK board from Canbiz. Hasn't been able to make a 10 gold mark, so he can fully lose streak, but hey, it doesn't matter. 20 gold is 20 gold. He's still able to make 50 by the Krugs, Peter.
I was really hoping we'd be actually seeing him go for switching gears, because that's something that people were very excited about coming patch as a way to say, you know what, streaking, it's for nerds. I'd much rather just randomly win a loss and get myself the equivalent of a streak's worth of gold. It won't be the case instead. At least the AFK does guarantee the money.
Getting that middling board in there. An interesting thing that I haven't gotten to see yet in competition. So I'm hoping maybe the rest of the games today will show it off, as we have Petikk opening up with what would be a great Twin Terror board setup if he had Twin Terror, but he doesn't. So opening up with that Urgot as the carry for the time being. Got a good set of units on board so far.
Yeah, and despite the fact that he did have keepers, I think it was Salvy's board if I'm not mistaken, he already slammed in a Shojin and a Nashers. And this is two of the items that you could potentially flex between either Seraphine reroll or Sona reroll. No, not Sona, I mean Senna reroll, yeah. And these items essentially do too well, so he's already advertising that, hey guys, I'm going for a Seraphine reroll. That is one of the best compositions you can have too. Nashers 2 is being slammed in. It's an item that you can flex on most of the AP carries, and the Senna is receiving the Shojin from the Superfan item. So essentially, that could translate if he wants to commit into the Senna if nobody else is playing it, or could go to the Classic Seraphine. So we already have one player directly declaring what he's going through, and that is going to be him saying, I'm going Seraphine reroll this game.
Well, and across the board on Tamino's board, we saw 6 Annies already on board. We've talked previously about that Annie reroll, showed up a lot more last patch and previous patches, but that's a pretty good setup if he wants to angle towards it instead of that more heavily contested Seraphine reroll.
Interesting, Tamino took the buried treasures with that one as well, to maybe make that board a little bit stronger in the immediate. Some of the other ones, well, let's say we're checking with Tamino here. We can see the itemization is looking pretty good. We see that Tamino, despite getting an organ that gives the immediate power of these extra components, isn't using them yet. Wants to try and set up for a lost streak and a little bit more money to get these Annies on board just a little bit faster.
Yeah, and the fact that he's rolling right now, you need to know that he does have an emo angle, because essentially with the Annie you always want to look for the Spellweaver one, especially for the fact that Spellweavers have been buffed a little bit recently. If there's a Spatula on that first carousel, it could be massive for Tamino, as he's now able to slam in that emo emblem for the Annie, and that makes it so strong. He's only missing the headliner, by the way, and it is not far away at all. He's been able to natural 6 Annie without even rolling once, so he now just needs to roll until he gets the Annie headliner, and Tamino's board is going to be taking an exact 2 strong board. But is it going to be a spatula on this carousel? No, there is not going to be a spatula on this carousel.
The spatula's available, but the line's still open. Like you said, only needs that one headliner to get that 3-star.
Just keeping a close eye on what's coming in here for Zoro in particular, because you know that Zoro has managed to find a disco start. We were, of course, missing the Twisted Fate disco board terribly in the previous game, so I can't wait to see it back again and dominating the lobby.
Yeah, perfect items to start it off as well. We've seen that plenty of times throughout the weekend. Keeping an eye on Tamino still here. Maybe picks up the Amumu to hold, but he's really low on economy, so he needs to find something to get it back up. If he's able to take the next 2 losses, he will streak into Krugs, so getting him a little bit further towards that mark where he can roll back down.
I suppose the big thing for Tamino is that it's confusingly enough that he's got 6 Annies, but he doesn't actually have the headliner as of yet, and with the current headliner rules, it's very possible for him to just find that in the shop and immediately roar up in power. Will not be happening for the time being, though. Check in with Canbiz. Noted before, he's got the AFK in place, so that's a lot of money in hand, as well as a lost streak as well. No heart still, sadly, as of yet, and actually might be a board that's strong enough to break the streak.
Oh no! You know it's bad if you're winning with AFK.
I don't think he's winning, though. Yeah, I don't think he's winning. I think
it's right.
He won. Okay, now I take that back. These Namis just ate a lot of food. He's just lost his streak. He just lost the ability to be able to go into 5 lost streaking right into Krugs. Essentially, you'll be losing 4 gold from that, because now it's only capped at 5-win or loss streak, and you only get 2 gold. If we were still in the previous batch, he would be losing 6 gold, essentially. But now, even if he wins this round, he's not streaking, so he's not getting that 1 gold extra. So, in total, I think he lost about 8 gold, considering the PvE rounds. Yeah, I think that's 8 or 9 gold, which is a massive amount from just that win.
Yeehawing his way into our hearts, though, with that country opener. And we're going to see Tamina's board once more. Still has not found that headliner, but taking a couple of losses in a row. Zoro, 100 streaking, the only player remaining in the lobby to be doing so, and he will maintain it into the Krugs.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some really good item slams here for Zoro, so it's a great start. Said nobody else having to get that at all. I think we've also had a little bit of the contest towards the bottom in terms of the loss streaks and things, so I think that's going to mean that Zoro's going to be even more powerful coming to stage 3, given that everybody else doesn't have quite as much power as they should do.
Yeah, we see Tamino now still looking and doing his best, but he's decided to go to level 5 now. He knows that he's only missing that headliner Annie, and again, just as my partner Peter just explained, the 1-cost units and champions are exempt from the headliner rule. You can have 6 Annies on the board and still get a headliner plop in the chop. So I decided to put level 5. He's not going to be rolling everything he has on level 4. He's not worried at all about hitting that Annie headliner. Had this been any champion other than a 1-cost unit, he would have not leveled to 5. He would have still tried to sell one of these to try roll for the headliner before having these 6 on the bench mat.
Yeah, it's looking really good for him as we head back onto Canvas's board. Post AFK, 50 gold coming into 3-1, and he's going to be making some decisions on his board. So far, leaning towards that Executioner option with the Samira and the Vex.
We do know the Executioners do have that little bit of flexibility, and we saw that bit creepy in there just before we headed off. The Samira coming to join the party as Tamino gets the move going towards Pentakill. I mean, of course, we saw that flexibility. We've noted the Spirit Shojin, still a flexible item, which we'd imagine, given that we've already seen Disco being pursued, will send us down a Castless direction longer term.
Yeah, part of me wants to be like, oh, it could be Kale reroll, but we saw how that went yesterday. I don't think I want that for our boy Tamino. It was rough.
Yeah, but with a Spirit of Shojin and Guard Breaker Slam Donor, I don't think that this is going to be a carry roll, because essentially you would want a Rage Blade on her, so I'm sorry to hit that part of you, Matt, but we're not going to see a carry roll. I don't know what's it with you and Makes having some sort of addiction to reroll compositions.
They're fun.
But frequent flyer. But he decides to roll it. It is not going to be carry roll. What are you going to do now about it? Now, what are you going to do about it, huh?
I'll just be a little depressed. It's okay.
No, man, I'm just kidding.
One day, Matt, we'll find that promised land where we can be Flappy Kales around the board. And to be fair, you know, it's not terrible, just not this game.
Yeah, so Tamino going to be changing up that opener, looking for this country angle, holding those multiple Urgots. So you see Zoro still has not made a selection of the augment yet. Again, still 100 streaking early on stage 3. So I imagine he's looking for the most board power possible. Decides on Gifts of the Fallen.
Okay, I don't hate it at all. I mean, we've already had the good item slams before. We're now starting to build up our eventual Blitzcrank setup here. And as far as I can tell, I think there's a few. No, in fact, I don't think there are any other disco units, or at least a not significant amount of disco units being taken anywhere else. So the line is really open for Zoro to keep on being strong. We'll see if anybody here in stage 3 can slow him down, because we do have a Yasuo who's looking semi-strong, but that CC is going to do for him.
Yeah, CC's brutal in that kind of composition. Riven has this exact same problem as well.
Yeah, if you look at Zoro's board now, he has a perfect setup, by the way, for the Disco TF, because we just mentioned earlier in today's broadcast that Discos require you to be able to reach to level 9 to be able to cap out your board maximally. He already has a Shojin, has an Asher's Tooth, and with Gifts from the Fallen on a composition that relies on a single unit carry, such as Twisted Fate, maybe paired up with a Ziggs later in this late stages of the game, Gifts from the Fallen is going to be extremely good in this composition, and he's winning. He got that Disco Nami way too early in the game, already had another 2-star Nami, so he can sell these items and move them. Zoro's spot is extremely good right now.
I want to put our eyes on Canbiz's augments right now because you can see he's gone AFK into Last Stand. These augments that give you the possible highest cap in the later stages of the game if you can survive that long. We saw yesterday how powerful Last Stand can be, but Canbiz needs to make it there with 0 combat augments and just 54 HP. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that as the game progresses.
I think some of that is the consequence of how strong Zoro has been. You know you can't really play in the aggressive win streaking space while Zoro continues to dominate, so instead you plan for the worst case scenario here, which is losing a lot of HP in a hurry and being in the last stand area earlier than you might have otherwise liked.
Looking at it, still no specialists in sight in this second carousel. So our players might not be too happy about any emblem slamming. There's so far not been a single 7-country angle, 6 emo angle, maybe with the spatula coming in. But Matt, what items would Zoro want here to make his comp essentially better?
Well, I'm still eyeballing Canbiz for a second, who's able to pick up the 4 costs. I think this is an interesting inflection point for some of our players. If they get those higher cost units, it can hit them those interest breakpoints, or could give them direction into their later game compositions when you hit that level 7, level 8. So heading back over here onto Salvy's board, a lot of gold going to someone that isn't him, apparently.
Yes. It's always a little upsetting when you see that flying past. You just try and move your little legend to maybe try and catch it out of the air.
Just click on him.
It used to work though.
It's a little mobile game.
Maybe one day. So checking what Salvyy is doing. So we've got the keepers being picked up from the beginning of the game. We were talking about before that Disco wasn't so much contested, but presumably this was originally what Salvyy had in mind, but perhaps going to try and go down a different route, making use of that extra shield to combine with Sentinels to give a little bit more oomph to the front line.
Yes, Salvyy decided
heading towards Pentakill.
Pentakill's Bad Slam, despite the fact that he has a Sentinel headliner on the Echo, which might just be an item holder later on, to be able to win a little bit more rounds because his board was not doing so well. But I don't think that he can even win this one. That kill is doing a lot of damage, and the country is buying more and more time for Tamina's board, and she's able to actually put a lot of damage to Salvyy. So despite the fact that he bought that Echo for a little bit more frontline power alongside the keepers, he's not able to get another win. Balanced budget is still pumping more and more money into his bank. Well, looking at Diga, he's not going to be the only one playing Petikk in his lobby, Peter.
I'm really looking at the HP totals on the right-hand side because Tiaan, Sparta, and Canbiz, they've been the players who've been moving most in the lost streak direction, but Salvyy has started slipping down the HP totals to match them. While Zoro remains potentially undefeated in 2 full stages, I think we'll start to see more and more players just slipping down into potential early elimination zone.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming down from the top of the lobby from Zoro, as you mentioned. And nobody's going to be able to maintain a win streak. That means players who are playing on that knife's edge, who are playing those higher risk compositions, are going to be in a little bit more danger than they normally would have been. We see across the board, Petikk is maintaining that Senna carry. Doesn't have any on the bench, though, so seems like she's just a temporary item holder.
Yeah, judging by Canbiz's position now, he needs to break that last stand extremely quickly. Now, had he not won that one round in the middle just before the PvE rounds, he would have been able to have a whooping amount of 10 lost streak, and that is a lot of gold that he's losing. But he knows that he needs to play some reroll composition. He's able to get hard steel in. He's not going to be so down to raise the stakes as he needs to pivot off from that comp extremely quickly and look for a 7-cost reroll composition, because I think going into a level 8 composition now with Lost Stand, you don't want to play Twisted Fate, for instance. I don't think you would also want to play Karthus or Akali. Yes, it does really good on them, but you need a single unit carry or like Riven Edgelords. Judging by the itemization he slammed, that could essentially mean that he's also going to be going for Karthus, potentially a Lux EDM reroll here, but there are just so many options here for him, Peter. And it's not reroll, he already put in 24 XP.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of what we've got on board right now. I would really like to see something else coming through. As a headliner, Ari could have been a little bit tempting, but certainly wasn't the performer we would have hoped for. I don't know if we're going to find anything too great with the small amount of gold remaining, so just getting the headliner in, get something going, because Canbiz, even if that last stand kicks in, you need to have good units to add these stats to, and right now, I do not like what I'm seeing on this board.
Finding absolutely nothing on the roll down that actually leads him towards the later game composition. I think Canbiz is on his way out of this. On the opposite side, though, TSW is doing really well, has hit this Riven 3 composition. We've seen just how strong she can be throughout the weekend already.
Yeah, he's already been able to hit that Riven 3 alongside the Titan Resolve, and the Hand of Justice slammed on her. And we do know, again, just as a very small reminder, that this is a crescendo portal that we're doing. So now we're going to be getting Prismatics, and he already has Jewel Lotus. If he gets a Harm Assist 3 or whatever he gets here, it's going to be extremely strong. And Peter, that could be Jewel Lotus in for the TF board, because he already has 4 Disco in and is now rolling Canvas, just needs that Twisted Fate.
It's honestly a little upsetting to see a player of Canvas's caliber be in a situation like this where it's really just dependent on what you're finding with a tiny bit of gold remaining. There are plenty of other players in the lobby that were having a much better time. We've got the Radiant items coming in, and I think just generally overall, if you've got a good board right now, bringing the Radiant augments can really amplify that board's power. If your board is not good, then you're in danger of falling even further behind.
Speaking of that Sterix from melee carry is going to do him well in the later stages of the game. We can see him already itemizing that Zed. As much as it made me sad, abandoning the Annie 3 has definitely been the right choice here for Tamino, who's been on a solid win streak ever since. 6 rounds in a row. Everyone else's win streak, Zoro's, has been absolutely decimated. And it looks like Tamino is going to be the lobby leader for the time being.
Yeah, that Riven 3 is going to be dominant exceptionally well. Considering the... And by the way, I think I predicted something that actually happened. TSW5, aka Cubic, has already gotten the Harm Assist 3, and he has the Jewel Lotus for the Riven that has a Hand of Justice on her. So that Riven is going to be extremely dominant. That's a lot of Omnivamp being bumped into her. And I think that TSW5's board, aka Cubic, is gonna be having an easy spot in the top 2s this game.
I mean, it's very reminiscent of what we see from the Yasuo boards before. If you get strong with this kind of board, you're spending more time beating people up and getting 8-bit stacks in a similar way to Yasuo was getting his kill stacks before. So you can get really, really good really soon. We're about to get onto another carousel as well. TSW5 is not in a bad position to pick up that 3rd item for the Riven to really go off huge.
We've been talking about Disco, though, and we were looking at Campus's reroll, and we were like, oh no, he's about to die. And he was able to find the TF2 somehow in the continuation of that reroll. So this is the composition he's been building to for the entirety of the game. So at least for the time being, he seems to have stabilized.
He also got the good type of TF. That's the Dazzler one. Of course, both of them are really good, but alongside the Jewel Lotus, and in a game where you need these Dazzler damage in addition with the Jewel Lotus, because it does stack as well, by the way, any damage coming in from that Twisted Fate can proc the Jewel Lotus. So Dazzlers can essentially use the damage to crit, and every single card that comes out is making them strong. And there goes another spat, Matt.
It's worth mentioning as well with this Disco composition, we saw a lot yesterday, the Blitzcrank headliner providing so much damage, so much extra tankiness for that board, because it does affect how much passive damage that he can put out. So while it's good to get that TF2 on board, you maybe want to have that Blitzcrank headliner in an ideal world. So happy for Canvas for the time being, but he's got to cap up still. 13 HP remaining.
Yeah, at least we've got the last stand to lean on for Canvas, and he's got a board that's worth reinforcing with all those team-wide buffs. But we've got plenty more to talk about here. We check in with Salvyy. We can see we've got a pretty good item set up here. We've got the Viego and the Karthus up at 2 stars. So we've got carries. We've even got a sneaky Kianis getting in there towards the end, and the potential for a pentakill spatula as well. Sorry, not the potential, the reality.
Yeah, another pentakill splat being slammed in immediately from Salvyy. So that allows that Karthus to have an executioner, and now he's on to 7 pentakill as well. Hasn't gotten a single Akali that he can use yet, despite the fact that Akali is one of the best users of the pentakill spats. Alongside the Merlinomican, it might not be the best item, but the additional attack speed that this Karthus gets is giving him a lot of firepower. And considering the itemization that he has on that Viego, this Viego is going to be very dominant, but he still has no backline access, which is something that is one of the core fundamentals of this composition. You need the Akali, you need someone to be able to set up the kills for Karthus to finish up.
Oh boy, I thought it was a visual bug that we're seeing that many pentakill emblems in place for Salvyy, but no, it's the real deal. Not quite at full power as of yet. I mean, we've seen the power of being able to bring in, these 2 emblem boards to be able to reach the full version of whatever vertical you're going for.
Yeah, that 10 pentakill we saw yesterday is nigh unbeatable. All of the stats coming in for the team are just incredible in combat power. I would also like to mention really quick, on Zoro's board we saw an Ahri carry, and look, I'm not 100% sure it's the first one we've seen, but I'm 100% sure it's the first one we've seen that's still alive. Because I looked through all of yesterday, all of day number 1, and on stream, all of the Aries looked absolutely useless. So I'm hopeful for Zoro here because she's doing decent work with that Nashor's and the repeated hits from her ultimate, but still just a 1-star. So uphill battle at the very least.
Yeah, Kudo's spot is extremely doomed, by the way, because out of the 3 costs, there are only 17 copies of each. So the fact that TSW5 was able to hit that Riven is essentially a death sentence to Kudo. Going out before stage 5 because Riven reroll composition essentially relies on 2 things. 1, getting her early to be able to stack up the 8-bit damage, and 2, getting her anyways. But the fact that TSW5 hit her, he already took down 9 copies out of the pool, and that means there are only 8 left for Kudo. So that Riven was impossible to hit, and thus his entire composition got grieved because his opponent hit it way before him, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a heartbreaking thing knowing that you just don't have any way out. You have to hope that somehow it miraculously works out for you. But yeah, Kudo out of the way early on. Cambids, of course, again, remember, has that last stand in place, so functionally has an extra life on top of where he is right now. We are seeing a lobby that's pretty closely adhering to each other. But yeah, for me as well, man, I think having the Ahri in place as well, I think the difference here we're seeing is where previously we were looking at a very Sentinel-centric board, we're more leaning into the Spellweaver side of things now, and apparently it's working pretty well.
Matt, yeah, I've been really impressed with how it's been doing because of that front line that he's built up. That incredibly tanky Poppy has been allowing that Ahri, as you watch this fight, to just fire away time after time without ever being touched.
Can you imagine Jazz on that board?
It'd be perfect.
That would just be so gorgeous. The amount of trades active right now from Zora's board, despite the fact that this Ahri has not been able to hit 2-star yet. But that's just a lot of trades. Soon to be able to hit 5 Spellweavers, I think was trying to greed with all of these units on the bench. Try and sell them and look at that.
This
Poppy's just unkillable, by the way. All thanks to the Declo and the Australian version getting buffed recently. That is a lot of HP healed per second alongside the Warmogs. And the Heartsteel not making it to take any damage, and all that armor and all the healing per cast. She has more Omnivamp than Yoni has Omnivamp to skin himself.
No!
Archangel. Archangel scaling, buddy.
You can see Zoro was cheering on Poppy for the cyber. Oh boy. Again, it's a testament to how good of a unit she is, that she's kind of just being thrown in there as I needed a frontline situation. She turned up. She did incredibly there. I think the itemization being off the charts good for a frontliner accounts for some of that, but let's go back to Cambids because that last stand has kicked in. The board is looking decent, but we've only got the 1-star Blitzcrank.
Yeah, we were talking about how he needed to cap out, and of course that Ziggs is going to help a lot. The Twisted Face, last stand. This is the strongest he's going to be for a while. He's got 50 gold, so he's banking on this not being his last fight.
Yeah, it could be the last fight, because this is essentially the strongest and the final form of his board for now. With the last stand, yes, he has a lot of money in the bank. He had to be able to go to level 9, which is something we said that this comp needs today. The Viego goes out, but not going to be enough. Luckily, I think that this could be a ghost diff. But he has a lot of money in the bank. He needs to go to level 9. He needs to look for that Alawi 2, and perhaps the Ziggs to get the second Hyper Pop.
What is that, Kane?
What do you mean? Kane is a very proud man, and he wouldn't just do with 1 crown, not even 2 crowns, but 3 crowns fully covers his gigantic bonds.
Good lord, he's gonna be so beefy. I love it. We actually saw the double crown guard Kane from Volterix as well yesterday. Topped it off with a Bloodthirster, so we'll see what the triple looks like. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, this game
Campus
clears, buddy. He also has a lot of vampirism, and this Zed essentially not going to be reaching the backline anytime soon because this is very strong up front line. You know who can hit that backline? The Ezreal. The Ezreal blind red buff to the entire board, but no! The TF with the Joel Lotus damage is just absolutely nuts, knocking out Tomino's board before that Zed can even cook with the crowd diver damage. Campus has also pushed level 9 in the last round, already found that Ziggs, so the amount of attack speed and all that damage coming in from the Ziggs with the red buff has been able to keep him alive. And every time we go spectating someone who's still alive, it's going to be Zoro, Peter.
Oh boy, the dance of the poppies ends abruptly there. But one thing that ends in that round is Salvy's run. Even with 2 pentakill emblems, he will not realize the pentakill 10 dream.
And it's interesting as well because DigaSparta, I saw earlier, was on that pentakill line despite Salvy's multiple spats. So this is going to open up DigaSparta, who's already on a win streak. This is going to let him cap that board so much easier now that all of those units are back in the pool for him.
Yeah, looking at the carousel right now, you can see that Tamino has picked up the final item that he wants, maybe for some additional frontline damage, was it? Yeah, with the BT. And that might give him a little bit more sustainability. He has a magnetic remover, so he might think shortly about remaking that Kane, able to get to Zac too. Looking at DigaSparta's board as well, right after it, he's been able to hit that 6-card diver Yone, so that's a lot of good optimization coming for him. And as well, the Martyr coming for him. This is going to be such a very decent fight. He could be going either against Cambiz or against TSW5. Peter, this could be the final fight for Cambiz just before he has the Blitz too.
That would be such a heartbreaker, but we know comps like this, especially the crowd divers, they're looking to try and get into the backline. Of course, the edgelord means, as you see there, he only walks right up to the backline, doesn't quite get the kill, but he's built for situations like this. Cambiz, a resigned look on his face, saying he knew eventually the bad matchup was coming, and this is what happens. Last stand means you're so vulnerable to just a matchup that you can't win.
Yeah, I missed which composition was coming out of DigaSparta. Earlier, he was stacking on a couple pentakill units. Full crowd diver. You guys know what that's really, really good at? The backline access. You know, the thing that was absolutely going to murder Cambiz if it happened even once. So I think that's about as well as you could have expected Cambiz to go in this lobby, because he had so many things coming against him, was so low on HP, finally got that last stand, but it was just an uphill battle against these compositions like the crowd divers, like Tamino's board with this Zed here. Oh, speaking of the crowd divers.
Tamino just wants one more win as well for that Heartsteel. Can he make it, Peter?
Oh, it's pretty tight, isn't it? But at least in this case, Ezreal is one of those units that is able to dance away from the crowd divers. So that means the cash out is here for Tamino. Top 5 has already been achieved. There is a good amount of HP across the rest of the lobby, but I think Tamino's got some hope.
Poppy, man. She's just 1v3 the entire time. This is the best Poppy I've seen ever in the history of TFT.
Giga Chad. She's not emo at all. She's not depressed. In fact, she loves life and she wants to stay alive for as long as she can, buddy. That is...
This is Poppy on antidepressants. She is just having a great time. She got her Wellbutrin filled. She's doing fantastic.
Poppy on antidepressants, he said.
And bear in mind as well, this is a situation where she's not even got Mosha active. She's literally just there by herself as a one-person band of emo. So, I mean, this is absolutely astonishing stuff. I hope we get to see more of this, because the big thing that Zora really needed was a front line that could buy time for this Ahri just to one by one delete everyone on the board. And Poppy's done an incredible job of that.
You know, kids, back there when your mom used to tell you don't skip your breakfast and vegetables, this is how strong you were supposed to be built. Just like this Poppy. Unkillable. Yes, of course, we're going to put antidepressants out of the position, but Matt, I think that we've had enough of Zora's boards every time, surviving with Poppy as the last person alive, and of course benefiting to the max from that Gifts of the Fallen. But I think that this Ahri is finally too starred. The spectators said no, we're going to be seeing Tamino's board against the Ghost. And guess whose Ghost is it? The Giga Chad, Bobby.
We're going to watch this Ahri in the backline again. I want to keep an eye on it because she's going to be the main damage coming out as that Poppy body blocks for her. Very little backline access here coming in from Tamino. Ezreal doing his best, but this Poppy just refuses to go down, refuses to even take damage as the red buff Ahri finally takes down 1, takes down 2, but Ezreal catching up in damage. Ahri barely alive, just a sliver left. Ezreal goes wide. It gives her a chance. Poppy's still alive, and Ezreal ends it for Tamino, giving the win to Zoro's Ghosts and taking Tamino down in 5th place.
Oh my gosh. This has just been the Poppy lobby. Good grief. But I mean, we're kind of throwing back to the previous patch where The Poppy on the other side got absolutely crumpled by just the raw amount of sheer single target damage. It's why before we weren't necessarily seeing the Yone's doing so well, because if they already ended up targeting and deleting them, the round was over. In this case, I think Zoro bringing out something a little bit unusual means he really throws off what has been traditionally successful in this particular meta.
Yeah, no, there's no escape that is going against Cubick's board, Matt. At least this Poppy now is going to be playing against Riven, but you know what this board does because of the Edlord backline access. They can completely ignore that Poppy and jump right onto the Ahri.
Yep, the targeting not happening there for the Riven. She's taking some hits now from... Oh, there goes the kill onto Ahri directly. That Caitlyn is not messing around. Taking names, taking kills, and Zoro takes his own game out. -1 HP left on the board. That's so rough. Just after he hit everything, after it was looking so good.
Say, usually if you get into a situation where you say, okay, I've got a nasty crowd divers here, but if I've got a strong front line, I can just stop them from accessing my back line. That's the traditional way to do it. But as soon as Caitlyn comes into the mix, she also deletes the back lines as well. So you're left with so little room to maneuver where your composition can work against.
Yeah, the thing with Darkman's Will is that it heals you by 10% maximum HP every 2 seconds, but what can take it down? Best. And this is also something that this Pentacle board is gonna suffer against again, Matt, because Petikk is against the Riven.
Yeah, watch that Karthus in the backline. That's the danger point. But actually, you can watch anywhere on this board because Petikk's board has absolutely evaporated. It's going to be a quick 3rd place for him. He's just going to be happy that Zoro faced this board first.
All right, we're down to a final 2. I mean, we've got a pretty similar setup on both sides of things. We've got the Edgelords in play, we've got the Pentakill in play as well. I mean, both of these players, they've put on some pretty impressive performances. I think the Crowd Diver has a lot of up-facing momentum here to be able to potentially push further. Kiana is in place. She is at 2-star, I believe, but doesn't have the double item duplication of before.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at the targeting of the Caitlyn here, because if she's able to get on that Yone and take him out early, this fight's going to go very easily here for TSW.
Yeah, but more to you though, and this is something that you're going to benefit from a lot because it's a Crowd Diver board, so essentially each Yone that dies is going to both stun the Caitlyn and also heal the Yone back to full HP. Peter, I think that this board could be quite hard for the Caitlyn to beat, but it's Giga Sparta against Cubick, and again, Cubick's board I think is much more likely to win this.
You see that there's Yone walking right into the backline unopposed, but it doesn't mean that he ends up walking back into the middle again to face off against Riven. I think face to face, it's going to be pretty hard to pull off, and ultimately that one wasn't even that close.
Where did the Riven go? Huh?
Teams are shredding through too fast in order to get that Caitlyn off. She only got 1 ultimate out and nearly burst down the Yone to her credit, but nearly is not good enough in this fight.
It did seem that when we got to the 1v1, it wasn't even a little bit close. I think maybe we've got just a little bit more punch behind this Yone, especially if he gets the time to scale up in the round.
Yeah, I think nobody's going to be taking down Edgelord's mats, because each and every time, Riven and Yone, both of them in the top 2 position. And again, a repositioning of that fight. Giga Sparta again, Cubick again, but look at that Yone targeting.
He's just going into the backline as the Riven is doing much the same. The 1v1 to win it all. Here goes Yone. He's doing his best, but Riven just assassinates him. You can see on TSW's face, he's chilling out. As Giga Sparta will take one more win, giving him the PvE round to work with.
I love seeing this, though, that we've got 2 players with such similar paths to the game, showing that there's only a razor-thin edge between the rounds going snowballing one way or the other, which means we're probably going to have at least one more round after this one for our players to keep switching things up, and maybe, just maybe, whoever gets a better item right now can be the one who swings it and gets first place.
And not just the item, by the way. That Zed is very close to hitting 3-star right now, and I don't think that Cubick already noticed this or any clues that he knows that Giga is going to be holding for the Z3. He has perfect items for him as well. Not really so much, but if he's able to get that Z3 starred, it's going to be very strong. However, he has very short amount to roll for him. Over 60 gold. I don't think going 10 is the plan here, and he's already began his roll down for that Zed.
Looking through, trying to find whatever he can to cap this composition out. Remember, still just a Qiyana 1, so could look for Qiyana 2. Instead, banking on the fact that a loss here does not mean the end of his game, saving up that gold.
All right, so this will be the warm-up. Hopefully this will not be an end between the battle between these two as Yone goes up against Riven, but Riven is focusing the tank right now, dances through the middle, but Yone is taking a lot of damage. I don't think he's got enough time to scale, and that will send him out of commission immediately. The Sparta will go down to -1. TSW5 takes the lobby, Riven 3 rides again.
Oh my god, little miscalculation there, -1 HP. Diga was betting on having just barely of a better loss, and it just did not come out. Unfortunate for him, but I do think it was the right play to try and get that 1v1 over.
Yeah, the difference between these two compositions was absolutely one thing, positioning. Both of them were capped out pretty nicely. Both of them knew how to play that matchup. And I think what Cubic's idea was to completely ignore the existence of the Caitlyn on the backline. He just wanted to get the Riven to target the Yone ASAP, because if you burst him before he can get that Omnivamp stacking through his ability, he'll be easy to take down.
Well, it will bring Tamino's win streak to an end, but TSW5 goes on to back-to-back wins as of that game. We are approaching towards the halfway point, or just before the halfway point, because of course we have an extended day today. So stay tuned. Our analyst desk will be back in a few moments' time to break down Game 3 and look forward to the rest of the day.
Okay, so I'm Kevin Parker from Germany. I'm 22 years old. I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started playing competitively in set 6, basically. I went second at the TFT Vegas Open and 7th at regionals in set 8. And yeah, that's me. So I like the changes that ladder players get more spots again, even though this time I actually qualified through the TRC. Usually I qualify through ladder, but this time I was lucky enough to make it through the TRC, so I didn't have to, you know, sweat on New Year's Eve to try and get the GSC snapshot. So yeah, I was pretty happy about that. I mean, I think the best advice I can give for other competitive players is to try and not think about the circumstances of the tournament too much, and just you know, playing your game without, you know, thinking about those other factors, which is an easy thing to say, not that easy to do. But I think that has helped me a lot in Vegas, especially because the stakes were so high, but I stayed calm and collected the entire time, and that's what led to my strong performance, I would say. Well, shout out to my mom. I don't know if she's gonna watch this tournament, but she's been my biggest supporter since day one. Shout out to my girlfriend, of course, especially for supporting me in my journey as a streamer and player as well. In every way possible, really. And then, you know, shout out to my friends in TFT. They know who they are. Yeah, that's it.
I was watching, of course, as I always am, the chat a little bit during this game, and people were saying, oh, it's Riven again, it's Yone again, of course it is. First of all, Yasuo won the first 2 games on broadcast, yeah, just saying, closely related, Yone Yasuo, not the same unit, but Panda, in that top composition from TSW5 here, we did see even a little bit new tech with that Riven reroll. Talk to me about jazzing it up.
Yeah, it was a jazz variant instead of the traditional just vertical 8-bit vertical edge lord. If you can't really reach that cap of having the 8-bit Riven plus the emblem for 6-8-bit, there's another way to play it out. And I think the extra stats for Riven, who is a one-woman army in how this comp functions, are just massive. With Lucian also fitting with the Caitlyn, that is the real second carry to Riven and not really Viego. Most players have learned this, but TSW5, great, fantastic game of Riven reroll. Every single Polish player competing in day 3 have mastered all of these melee reroll lines, so I think we'll be seeing a lot more of it if they're given the right spots for it.
And speaking of right spots, I was super excited about Zoro's board. Now, we were kind of talking about this warrior version of Ahri for, I feel like, the entire weekend in passing. It's when you play the Superfans frontline, but you don't go for the headliner Ahri, and instead you choose a different 4-cost headliner like the Poppy, or even something like an Akali or a Viego that can help you get that secondary carry in. And I feel like the Poppy headliner with the emo was just so fun here, got so much value out of that hammer time together with the augments. Would you say that this was one of the better warrior variations?
I think it's really about adapting. The line is so good because you can really adapt to forecasts that no one is playing. No one's playing much Zed, no one's playing much Poppy outside of 80 Flex front lines, for example. And in this case, Radiant Relic, you have a Radiant Declaw. This is great on a tank, but you need some amount of DPS as well. So Poppy's the perfect example there. I think Zoro really adapted well. He's a heavy TF player in this tournament, but he's a very good player. He's open to other lines when given the spots, and we saw him master that Ahri warrior into a top 4. It's not a comp that wins games, but if you're in a tough game, you don't have the line for disco, you can play the Ahri warrior and still have a good result.
Yeah, and speaking of interesting lines, there was one more line that you were kind of calling out that you wish we would have seen as we are taking a look at the standings. Do you want to mention the Lux reroll?
I think Canvas had a good spot for it. He was about to upgrade. He could have upgraded to Lux at the end of stage 3. He had a ton of gold on 7. He had last stand. He had good items for Lux. Maybe not as familiar with the line. Wanted to go for Disco instead. It did not work out for him, unfortunately. So hopefully we see some Lux in the future. But looking at the standings here, some big names not starting off too hot makes. Kevin Parker, Solgasang, Elia, who had such a great day too, all on the bottom of the standings there.
Yeah, you can just really tell that it's day 3, right? It's getting closer and closer. Every lobby you end up in looks like it is threat poor. And just by looking at these names here, you know that you're in a tough competition. And unfortunately, somebody's got to lose at the end of the day. Now, we did have 3 games already happening. Just a quick reminder, there will be 3 more games with all 32 players. And then we're going to cut it down to a top 8. Points do not reset. So that is going to be very interesting to see how players handle it. It's the first time we're seeing it, but it's not the first time we're seeing our in-game casters. Here in Iberia, Morgan, and Counterfeit for game number 4.
Thank you, Makes. We are getting ready for game number 4. Like you said, just past the halfway point today. We are going all the way to 7 games. We got an extra one for you guys as a treat. Don't worry, you can thank us later. So I'm really excited because this is where we're going to start to see players consider where their points are at. Those first couple of rounds, obviously you want to make as many points as possible, but the pressure is a little bit smaller. If you get a bottom, bot 4 finish, you're like, I got 6 games to go. Now you only got 3 to go, so suddenly that bottom 4 finish is feeling a lot scarier.
What portal do you want to see, Morgan? What portal have we not seen so far? Crabgrave, maybe. There is something that I want to see coming.
I think you're the only one who wants to see that.
To be fair, he's not the only one. There have been calls for it across the weekend.
Look at Mix, I see her. She's like, yes, me too. Me too in the green room. And look at Peter. You want to see it too?
Mix's goblin energy, I think, has permeated through. I think none of our players have been quite brave enough to tread down that path because you are putting in an incredibly high risk in. But I think the general idea of what we're talking about here is absolutely the case for our players on the lower points totals right now. They do need these big swings, and I believe we're roughly in the middle at the moment right now. With these players, they could go on to have a really good day today, or if they have a bad game here, they could send them spiraling down the table and out of contention for that top 8.
Oppo is just over there smiling, laughing, having a grand old time. He certainly does not look worried. I'm happy for him. I'm excited to see how he plays this game.
Judging by Vomendith's camera, something is going. That wall, that floor is flooring. And everyone in this lobby is looking kind of comfortable, considering the position that they're in right now with the amount of points that they have. And of course, Skuda, which has definitely not had a good game in that last fight because he was contested with TSW5, who has managed to be able to get the Riven 3 extremely earlier than him. So this is the issue with reroll compositions, by the way, especially if it's a 3-cost or a 3-cost unit. If someone gets that unit, you can just no longer hit it. So contesting in a 3-cost reroll is kind of impossible to pull through if you're not able to get your main carry beater.
That's the whole thing, if we're talking about risk, you are taking a risk if you see that somebody else has the setup for the same composition you're going for. We've seen it again and again that at least most of the time when people are contesting online with each other, they're not both going bot 8, but at least one of them is, and you're just gambling it's not going to be you.
I really want to talk about Venry really quick here as a player that really stood out to me yesterday. Of course, had started with that Yone 3 game to get a first place. Later on in the day, game number 4, 100 streaked with Spoils of War all the way to stage 4. So has these incredible games, and I'm expecting that he's going to be floating to the top of this lobby as well.
Yeah, now players going for the completed Anvil. Totally not something crazy into this game, not champion delivery, nothing too special, nothing is gonna be too crazy going into this game. Just 2 Anvils, and that's it. So that's 2 extra components for you.
It really depends, I think, on, this could swing one of our players to be more aggro, as Matt was saying. If we can find the perfect item and maybe the perfect headliner combination, that is a lot more power. And one of the headliners that's been getting more and more attention is Vi, for just being a lot of raw power immediately. You don't necessarily have to stick with long term.
I think what's interesting here as well with the Anvil is kind of like you're talking about. Because of the amount of components in the game, having 2 Anvils plus all the components you're going to get from PvE, you're pretty much guaranteed at least 1 BIS item for a composition. So if you have a strong direction early on in the game, you can at least not have to worry so much about those items. As we see 2 Rivens already for Safo.
Oh, that is going to be an angle. And the 8-bit as well. And he has to play it now. He has to play it. And that's an armor that could translate into an Edge of Night, into a Titan's Resolve. All of these could be good items for the Riven.
Oh my God.
All right, Venry, I'm marking it, writing it down. Game number 4, Venry, Yasuo reroll. Let's time to see it. He did so well with the Yone reroll yesterday. I've got faith in him.
Well, I mean, this is the chance for it, isn't it? We've got the components in there to put some early items on him. To ideally sneak him through and get some kills in. We'll see what he ends up getting cracked through. And if we've got something which can set up very well for a strong early game.
We've got a problem though. We have 2 players going for Yasuo reroll because Koniad here also has Yasuo as a headliner, also has 2 more Yasuos on bench. So one of them's going to have to pivot, or both of them are just going to struggle. Theoretically, the pool can support 1-cost rerolls of 2 players. We have seen this ages and ages of TFT. However, given how up and down Yasuo reroll has been throughout the weekend, I don't think it would be a great idea for either of them. So they're going to be playing compositional chicken for a little bit during this early game.
Yeah, now the only factor between these 2 is going to be who is able to commit to the Yasuo reroll and who's going to be able to get in more and more stacks and damages for him. So far, he's able to get a Hodge, maybe a Titan's Resolve with a Chain Vest, and the bow that he has could be the best combo that you could look for now, or essentially goes for a red buff on the Yasuo, surprisingly not the Senna. Okay, these itemization combo kind of tell us that he's not going to go for a Yasuo reroll potentially.
I'm kind of confused as to what happened there with Tropical, because picked up the heroic grab bag, which is the 2 duplicators, could have made a Riven, up to 2-star there, but decided not to in there, maybe holding out for something else longer term, but ends up losing the round. And I think, further to what you're saying, Matt, with this being a contested Yasuo lobby, if these Yasuos can get off the ground and get the round wins in early, they will snowball the amount of AD they have available and become much more effective.
We're seeing so many like people twinning comps this game. We've got the double Yasuo reroll. We've got the double Riven composition going in. It's too early for them to have like fully committed. It's 2-2. You can pivot out of whatever at this stage. However, they're really leaning into these compositions.
Yeah, already 8 bits coming in from Salvyy when he did commit with that Corki that he got. 8 bits for this composition is absolutely massive. And you look at this board coming in from Tropical, and that is not just a mirror matchup, but it is also a mirror board, baby. The same QSS and the same BT being placed this time. The only difference is that Salvyy has been able to get Pandora's item, so he is making sure that he's gonna get a perfect item compensation with this Riven. Except for army building, it's extremely smart because I think that Tropical is guaranteed the Riven with the double duplicator.
Oh yeah, I mean, Sappho's start has been so cracked. Being able to get the 8-bit online immediately means you just got a little bit more. And early on for 8-bit, you've got a lot of those thresholds of the extra attack damage coming in quite quickly. So just having 1 or 2 extra rounds time spent in 8-bit means Sappho definitely has that territory marked down. I think Tropical's taking a big risk, but hopefully we'll be able to find a way to ride what his current board is to something else longer term.
And I want to highlight Vomandev's board here. We have seen this Olaf 2 be an incredible item holder through the early and mid game. He's doubling up though. I dare not hope. I dare not hope for an Olaf reroll. However, it'd be pretty rad. These are great items for AD Flex overall. So, you know, nothing here is screaming the committal. A second Olaf is not a bad thing to add. You know what? Makes is in the green room. She's right. I do dare hope. We gon' get it, Makes. You and me, we held out. We're finally getting the Olaf reroll, I swear.
Makes asked for it on Twitter, and I mean, you know, who could resist the picture of the cat that she posted? Honestly, I feel like I'm more upset we're not seeing all of our players running Olaf right now.
That's as bad. That's as bad. And if Salvyy was able to put his hands on it, had he not been winning, that would have been a 6-bit angle for him again. But guess who takes it? It's going to be Kajnid.
Who already has that Yasuo setup contesting Venry on that line. We've seen how strong the true damage emblem is for this composition and how it's really necessary to elevate it to that point where you can contest those top 1, top 2 finishes.
There are currently 9 Yasuos in play, which, if they were put together, would make 1 3-star Yasuo. But they are spread across 4 different compositions right now, so we are in the twilight zone here. I think, if anything, word has gotten around that Yasuo is the new hotness, and everybody wants to slice.
the actual fruit ninja in Kajnid's composition now. With the Hand of Justice Red buff both slammed, putting in the CR Jordan that Yasuo with the contagion to try and activate the maximum true damage value, and of course, a spatula, despite the fact that it gives absolutely nothing and no stats, it does trigger the true damage bonus. And if you have something like the cybernetic bulk, cybernetic implants, yada yada, spatula and crown, despite not giving any effects, they do make that cannon able to stun twice, able to do some good true damage, making sure that Kajnid is able to stack in more and more stacks for that Yasuo.
I've spotted someone with
the Olaf feet, Olaf to the death.
2 Olaf rerolls.
We need more Olafs. So we had this discussion yesterday about whether or not maybe the more tanky variation on Olaf was the way to go rather than trying to build damage. And from what we're seeing here, it seems like it's working pretty darn well.
This is gross. Shout out to Fomadev for getting this full streak off of itemizing that Olaf 2. Only one in the lobby as well. So that's of note. And also, I've just done the math. There are 4 bloodthirsters in this lobby. There are 4 people who are looking to go for AD flex. This is potentially a train wreck waiting to happen, and I cannot wait. Call me the conductor. Actually, the conductor probably wouldn't want a train wreck, now that I think about it.
Depends what kind of train line you're running, I suppose. Right now, we're on the path to destruction here, absolutely. But I think this is the thing. You know, we've talked about it before. The edgelords are absolutely everywhere. Melee bruisers absolutely love. Or melee fighters, I suppose, maybe another way of putting it. Like the Riven, like the Olaf here. Love having that access to that Bloodthirst. There's so much flexibility to just take this in a bunch of different directions longer term.
Yeah, and look at that Olaf, baby. He doesn't need no edgelord. He doesn't need no passive. He's just wrecking through and bonking alongside Zaffa's board. making sure that he knows that Olaf is the strongest reroll unit in the universe. We go into attack pose because all that wreak havoc coming in from these Pentakill players, we need to have a small discussion, so we're pausing the game a little bit, Matt.
Yeah, this Olaf really has been standing out over the course of the weekend as a very strong item holder. We've seen every lobby where he's been given those AD items, he's up at the top of the leaderboard. So if you're looking to preserve HP in the early stages and you're finding an Olaf too, just toss the AD items on him. He's not going to let you down. He's very reliable.
Death and I'm So Fresh are currently ranked 1 and 2, well, first and second, rather, in this lobby, and they're both doing exactly that. They both got Olafs, they're both specs for Bruiser attack damage setups. I mean, I know what I'm going to be doing as soon as the tournament's over and I just jump back into solo queue.
I'm going to go into solo queue, I'm going to build Bloodthirster first every game, Olaf 2 every game. There's something to it. I don't know what to do after that point, but I know how to win stage 2. And that's 1/6 the battle.
That's a huge chunk of the battle that you're winning. Until you actually figure out that there are 3 more Riven players, somebody's taking all of these units, and because someone has 2 double heroic crab bags already in the lobby, someone might just go there, duplicate these Rivens ASAP, and you're just stuck with a Riven 2 for the rest of your life. And if you don't get a spatula into an 8-bit, maybe 6-bit, you're doomed because you commit too early, Matt.
So we've had a simplified lobby here. We've had Olafs, we've had Edgelords, we've had Yasuos all together. There is one player who's bold, who's brave enough to leave behind traditional wisdom, and that's Aaliyah, who's picked up 2 healthy from the early going, and is fishing for Twin Terror longer term, but doesn't have it as of yet, but has the composition that could easily slide into it. If that doesn't work out, I don't know what Aaliyah does apart from goes 8th.
Well, we've seen this a lot throughout the weekend. You know, we've got players who are like, okay, Twin Terror is a really good composition. They're angling themselves towards it in the hope that at 3-2 they're able to pick it up. And like you said, it's been a little rough when they don't get it. You know who was trying that last game? Canbiz. You know who had a really bad last game result? Canbiz. So it's really rough if you're not able to get it. But of course, you know, we've seen what the top of that composition looks like earlier today, to much joy that it makes, because finally we got to see it do something. So, you know, Aaliyah's taken a risk, but it's one that could pay off very handily for him.
It's not really like it just pay off handily. It's either they pay off so you don't get a paycheck at all, because it's either you make it to the top or you just tuck it down at the depth of the lobby because you didn't get it. Now, you're angling towards so many things because you don't know if it's going to be a gold augment, and even if it is a gold augment, you don't even know if you're gonna get it. You don't know if it's a prismatic augment. There's Twin Terror 2, but are you gonna get it? So you're essentially aiming towards 2 things. What if it's a silver augment? You're doomed until stage 4. Then what if in stage 4 is also a second set of silver augments? So there are so many things that you have to put on the line for such a risk to happen, but I think with the possible outcome, it makes total sense that for this amount of risk that you're taking, the outcome is really worth it. Just as you said, if he's able to get that Twin Terror, the entire lobby is going to be terrorized as well.
I think it's a sort of defining thing as a player, you know, because when you go into a tournament, you can sort of identify certain players by the way they approach TFT. You know, for some players, this would be an unacceptable level of risk, and say, you know what, I'm playing through 3 days of competition just in this event to get here, let alone the TRCs, let alone qualifying for ladder. I'm not going to take that kind of risk at this point. But for others, braver souls, so, you know, they fly close to the sun, and sometimes those wings will melt, but other times it will be a glorious rise to victory. And then, don't we look silly?
And what's interesting about this dynamic is we have 4 Icaruses, something like that.
Yeah, that works.
We have 4 players who are actively cannibalizing each other. We have 2 Yasuo rerollers and we have 2 Riven rerollers. At this stage, they are all hurting each other. So you've got 4 people who can potentially run through this entire game uncontested. They're going to be dealing with boards that aren't going to have as high a cap as you'd be looking for if it were an uncontested Riven 3. But suddenly, in that stage 4, everyone's still going to be stuck on Riven 2. Yasuo 3 may have only just been upgraded. So if you're going a traditional composition, and more notably an AP composition, you're very likely going to be uncontested at least through these middle stages. And that's where I'd be looking if I were the other 4 players in this lobby.
Yeah, and essentially this opens room as well for the other players to look for the other carries that are not really contested for reroll compositions as well. Because people are rerolling on Yone, Riven, Yasuo and all that stuff, so you know what other composition that could be rerolled with the 3 coast and is not really relying on any of these edgelords. Country, for instance, you're gonna have so many of these Samiras in your shops. You're gonna have so many of these Vex units in your shops. You have so many of these Urgot units in your shops. So if for anyone looking to maybe pivot towards that country, even despite the fact that you might not have the emblem for the 7th country, you're guaranteed at least that both Urgot and Samira are gonna be easily 3-starred because all these other 3-cost units are taken out of the pool by people just contesting and holding hands into bottom 4.
Everybody else, though, you're just waiting to see who's going to be the first one to lose their nerve and say, you know what, I'm not going to contest 4-way in this game. Because it is ahead on this particular race, he has got 6 Yasuos right now compared to 3 for a couple other players, and Sappho's just got 1 for the sake of it as a trait bot, but eventually someone's going to back down and choose a different path.
And here's that Olaf once more. Like you said, I'm so fresh relying on that. Unfortunately, did take a loss the round just before 2-6. So no streak to speak of. However, preserved more HP than anyone else except for Vomandeth.
Oh wait, I just noticed something, by the way. During the entire time that I was commentating, I had the stream sound off in Discord, and now that I open it, that music... Can we just take a small second to appreciate the music of Remix Rumble? I swear to God, I'm gonna miss the entire mechanic of this music. It's just a banger looking at Vomandeth's board, for instance. The pentakill with the bruisers, and ignore how strong this board is, but the music, guys.
Shout outs to our boy Steve Aoki for setting all the music up for the set.
I love as well that you, as people's boards develop, and particularly with the set encouraging you to pivot from headline to headline to board, you see the music actually gradually change over time as the player makes those different decisions in the game. So yeah, it's all really well set up, but the most well set up of all is of course Vomandeth, who just says, you know what, it's all about Olaf all day, every day. We have got 6 Olafs right now. We can still believe hard enough to manifest a 3-star Olaf in this game.
I mean, it could happen. There's a world in which it happens. You can hear the smile. I'm still scared. I'm still scared to get excited because when you get excited, you can be disappointed, and I don't want to be disappointed on air. I've already cried once on this broadcast. Not this particular one, but like on the product. You know, we all remember that first finals.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, at least we've got enough Olafs here to make a 3-star Olaf, much as we've had enough Yasuos in the game to make a 3-star Yasuo. Unfortunately for Vomandeth, this will be a surprising loss there, because apparently the only thing that will beat up an Olaf is another Olaf.
Prismatics. We're getting Prismatics, so if Campus didn't get that Twin Terror, I might be a little bit worried about him. Vomandeth got that Twin Terror, but...
Twin Terror Olaf reroll?
Twin Terror Olaf?
Damn.
Oh, no, Ascension. Okay, technically it does so good with Bruisers because you have a very strong front line, and the thing with Ascension, the reason why this augment hasn't been so good recently is because this set is so reliant on everyone bursting each other quickly, so you don't have time for it to trigger. But with Bruisers, you have the time to make it trigger because your front line is just so tanky. You can buy time.
We can confirm. Sad news indeed. Alea down at the bottom says, you know what, I can't have Twin Terror, but at least I can have my units crit as much as is humanly possible, and it's a little bit like I'm playing Executions at least.
Oh, as well, which is interesting to me, going for that Jeweled Lotus. I wonder if that signifies a pivot out of that Riven line into something like Karthus Akali, one of those combinations with the frontline AD, backline AP.
Now look at that Olaf now. People making use fully of that binary airdrop now, and just in case you don't know, binary airdrop has received some sort of hidden buff a few patches ago, but now in the tooltip of that augment actually says it. It gives items that are tailored to your unit. It now has been only added to the tooltip, but that has been going around for a very long time. Binary airdrop always gives a good item that your carry can use, or your front line.
It'll keep I'm So Fresh up to the top of the table. Just a quick word about the other organs coming in. Just mentioned before, Leah picking up the Jewel Lotus 3. Sappho doing the same thing as well. The binary airdrop, of course, we've seen across not just I'm So Fresh, but on Unconscioned as well. Vomandeth going for the final ascension. So we've got a lot of damage and a lot of immediate power being inserted into our players' compositions right now, coming out of that second augment.
Sappho perhaps going to be pivoting into that Yone from the Riven. You know, you can see that the Riven is still itemized, but starting to get that Yone a couple of items. Maybe toss the BT on him, and that'll be more fitting to this composition, because he's recognizing, as we all did, that, oh, there's 4 people going AD, 2 of them are Riven, 2 of them are Yasuo. I need an out. So maybe Yone is his solution to that, and at the time being, he's maintaining a loss streak with 78 HP, so he's got plenty of gold to work with as he takes these plants.
I might not be a huge fan of the itemization on Yone right now, because if you have Jewel Lotus, yes, Infinity Edge is going to give you a higher crit chance, and that translates into Yone essentially bursting and dealing more damage. But putting a QSS and a BT alongside the Titans might be the best combination that you have here, because Yone is one of these units that needs time to cook during the fights. He already has a lot of Omnivamp, but it has to proc. So giving him an Infinity Edge with a Jewel Lotus kind of denies the idea of the entire composition, because Yone is not supposed to be your burst damage type of unit. He's supposed to be a unit that clears out the entire board, stays alive for a long time. So whatever that third item is going to be, what are you going to let go? Are you going to let go of the GA? Are you going to let go of the QSS? Or are you going to let go of the BT? You already have Jewel Lotus. So if he's going to keep committing to that Yone, you do not need that Infinity Edge on him, considering that you already got the Jewel Lotus 3.
I'm troubled by it because I was just doing a quick Yone count along with our Yasuo account as well, and there are 3 Yones developing the lobby. So if you are just looking for raw burst power to be able to take down the opponent's board, hitting the 3-star is going to be a major part of doing that, and I just don't really think that's going to be on the cards for any of our edgelord players.
Which is really interesting, because I've made this point literally the last time a player disconnected, but I'm going to make it again because it's getting more and more strong as the game goes on. Why are all of our players contesting the same line? I know the answer is that everyone and their mother slammed a Bloodthirster, a Titan's Resolve, or a Quicksilver, and that was more than half of the lobby doing those things. However, now we've got the situation where it's like a race. It's like defense contractors. It's like who can do the job for the least amount of money. It's just like, oh, military grade is probably not a great thing because it's the cheapest possible one that fits the standards. And that's the kind of compositions we're going to run with. It's going to be like, I got a Riven 2. I guess it works because I'm not getting anything else. This Yone 2, I hope he lives. Nothing I can do about it because all the Yones are out of the pool.
Yeah, I think it was Makes who raised the idea before of, sure, we've got a whole bunch of contests coming. We know that this is not really ultimately going to be working out for any of our players if they stay this line. What I'm really looking out for is maybe the first person to maybe find a Viego and just say, you know what, screw it. I'm not going to stick around here and try and 3-star Yone. It's just not going to happen. But there are plenty of other units, Viego just being the most abrupt, adjacent one to switch onto. You can say, I'm getting out of this rat race. I've got a similar but different enough composition that I can pick up every unit I want instead.
I'm a little bit irritated by the fact that no one yet has decided to pivot to the country playstyle, because, again, all of these 3 costs being drawn out of the pool gives you infinite Vixes, infinite Sets, infinite Amumus, and Samiras, and Urgot. I don't want to be repeating the same exact stuff over and over again, but I swear to God, this game is already heaven for any country player. Now, just look at Sappho's board by instance. He already has a Samira and a Mumu both in his shop when he's not even trying to reroll on them, and he's level 6. All these 3 costs being drawn out of the pool make it such a heaven game for country players. Please, someone notice that this lobby has so many 3-cost rerolls and pivot to country. You're guaranteed the top 2.
Well, this is a particularly strange game for Lear, though, because for Lear, that isn't the option because 2 healthy is in play. So Lear's going to be forced to build some kind of composition around 2 costs. I'm keeping an eye on what Lear's got brewing. We've got a few interesting options coming together, but I think if Lear is going to make it out of this game with a decent amount of points, they're going to do so by finding a composition that you just would not otherwise expect.
Looking forward to seeing what comes out after this carousel. Of course, we are approaching that 4-1 roll down. So, Voman Death, still level 5. Keeping an eye on this. That's still Olaf levels, folks. We're still in the ballpark. I don't know how close we are. All right, this is happening. I can say it now. I can say it with full confidence. This is happening. I'm flying to Germany after this to give Makes a fist bump. Like we are so winning right now.
Yeah, I can see the smile on her face in the green room as well. Like both of you are so happy that Olaf reroll is finally a thing. And you know who else is happy? Kajned, because he was able to get that Yasuo 3-starred. I don't think that you want 3 items equipped on him, with especially the binary airdrop that you have. And a Rabadon's is also not the best item on Yasuo, buddy. But he's not making use of that binary airdrop value at all, Peter.
Yeah, this is honestly fascinating to see this going. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Kajned is growing something up we just haven't seen before. We've been certainly seeing a lot of the more traditional approach to comps like this going in. But, I mean, to touch back on the lobby overall, I think because we've seen a lobby that's so contested, our players are trying to find ways to make compositions work that otherwise just wouldn't be their first choices.
He's not cooking anything, buddy. He's losing binary airdrop value. That's the way it is. He has 3 items on him in his main carry, and an augment that gives him an additional item if he has 2. So essentially, he is losing so much value from the binary airdrop.
Well, Morgan, you made a strong point about the items as well. Like, not just binary airdrop, but I don't think there's anyone on the planet who would tell you that these 3 items are BIS on Yasuo.
Kajned.
No. Yeah, I mean, you slam what you got, right? And unfortunately, he also got a Yasuo 3, so he needs to find a higher cap to this composition, because that Yasuo 3 is going to do even less than the Yasuo 3s we've seen previously that did have ideal items.
Oh wait, right? Okay. Hold on. I'm Delulu. Superfan can pop off that item. Okay, thank you, Panda. Thank you, chat. Sometimes you gotta give me a bonk on the head and be like, Morgan, calm down, buddy. There's such a feature called Superfan, buddy. Okay. I mean, he is losing binary airdrop until he gets the Superfan, so I get to complain until that happens. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a break point.
I'll stop complaining when he puts the Superfan in.
All right, well, let's take stock of where we are. So yeah, we do. I mean, of all the players to find the Viego, the potential out to what you're playing at this moment, it's very ironic that it's Vermundeth who is so close to putting the Olaf 3 together.
It does help, though. It's more pentakill, and it's an edgelord, so it's going to help out that Kayle in the backline. So, you know, the dream's still alive. That's what I'm saying. Ooh, potential hand of justice there for that Yone.
Let's take a quick look at the economy as it pops up there.
Let's go!
Hey, there we go. All right, well, there's a stop. There's another one.
One more?
The dream? Is it finally here?
Yes!
It is
Go, baby!
Oh, my lord.
Okay, so I don't know what Olaf 3 does from this point, but
he bonks people.
I didn't think I'd get this far.
He bonks people, exactly. That's exactly what he does. He just bonks people. The amount of health he gets on every attack and the scaling attack speed that he gets is bumped up to 420 per every single lost percent HP. So, you know what? Screw mathematics. He just gets a lot of attack speed and he gets a lot of healing per hit. That's all you need to know.
You think?
And Vermundeth, he's got the final ascension as well, so kind of even stronger. So we check back in with Tropical. Remember this 8-bit line, like every other line pretty much in this game, has been heavily contested, but apparently it's strong enough. We won't see that indomitable poppy we saw before. Instead, Tropical gets a much-needed win.
Of course, Venry was the one on that Yasuo reroll contesting Kajned, so I'm worried about his future. He is level 7, so he's got some opportunities for outs, but I'm not sure the state of his economy right now.
Okay, Tropical is just one Riven copy away. Just one Riven copy away. He still has that Tropical grab bag from a little bit earlier.
Q-Dog, Recombobulator coming in.
Oh, he also just used Recombobulator.
Wow. All right.
It's an Akali 2 for him.
That's a pretty good pull. I'm not going to lie.
Yes, considering the Pentacle Emblem.
Yeah, our augments are pretty much set up to allow a decent amount of flexibility for Q-Dog here to pull off this kind of play. I do like it though, because I think one of the reasons why the one costs, the Olafs and things have been so influential in this lobby is because everyone contesting each other has slowed down the pace of what's going on tremendously. And this move up to the 4-cost centric boards should hopefully restart that engine and get Q-Dog off to the races.
A really good pickup in order for him to have something to build around. Like you said, that pentakill emblem, pretty much perfect for this pickup. She's not going to be able to save him for this round, but gives him a strong foundation to build off of for the rest of stage 4.
That's a very early Akali too, by the way. Considering that he wants to go for the pentakill, and there you go, there comes the Karthus as well with the super fan. Item might be going on him soon enough. That Karthus is way too early, and that's a 2-star Karthus, 2-star Akali at stage 4-3 with a pentakill emblem on her for a potential one of the best itemization choices. Look at his items. It's almost BIS, and he has nothing to do with that. He just got a very good composition without it, and there are 2 more Karthus in his shop, but he doesn't want it. He's still looking for that Gnar for the super fan item to go, and he does get it as well, and is able to put it just before the fight begins. Perfectly orchestrated for him.
Tropical, maybe a little bit pessimistic about his own chances from here. Then flashes the game over, going up against this double pentakill setup. I mean, again, we've seen so many players being slowed down that this round is an absolute rout. Tropical, I don't think will quite die here, but does have the 2 lesser duplicators that he may well end the game without getting significant use out of.
Olaf, yeah! Look at him go!
What a brave lad.
My bulky boy is popping off.
Riven on carousel? Riven on carousel? No Rivens on carousel. Oh no, Tropical, I might have some bad news. That spat could have given him 6-8-bit here, but nope, no Rivens.
I like that Yorick pickup from I'm So Fresh helps out with that pentakill line he was running earlier. Not sure where he's at currently, though. He's had some pivots throughout the game.
I believe last time we saw So Fresh, it was another Olaf player, but maybe moving towards, I believe, maybe some Heartsteel and similar longer term, but I don't think it's really landed as of yet. Looking across the HP totals, we can see that, again, it's been such a contested lobby that most people, or the majority of the lobby at least, are around that 40 HP.
Come on! It's the final roll, and there are no Rivens in sight. And even worse that I'm So Fresh gets that headliner Riven in his shop, so we're pretty much sure that there are more than 3, or at least 3 copies of Riven out in the pool, but he's not been able to get a single one of them. He just needs 1. Just 1. I think Tropical is out for the day.
It's not looking great for him. Coming into this final fight against the Olaf 3, baby.
By your favorite comp.
Yeah. Riven's going to try and make her way through. One of them stuck on the Olaf, so she's dead. The other one on the right side is doing a pretty good job of chewing through the non-Olaf, non-Tahm Kench units, but Olaf has now turned directly onto that Riven and just does not care. Just shreds through her.
That was brutal. You can see the little grim smile from Tropical there saying, yep, that was a while coming. This has been such an unusual lobby at the turning point of the final day of GSC 1. The only 2 of the set, and to go out in that way in such an important game that could have sent you towards the top 8, that's going to stick with you for a while.
Yeah, out before Raptors. Quite unlucky.
Yeah, I'm So Fresh is actually really interesting me right here. He's been pivoting through a bunch of compositions, and right now he's just throwing on good units onto this board. He picked up that Yorick earlier on. He was like, I've got a BT, I've got a Titan's Resolve. Yorick can hold that. Let me just take him. And through that, he's pivoted into this weird, like, half EDM composition with a little bit of legendary soup going on. And it honestly kind of looks good. He's got some options here, and he's holding his own better than I would have thought in this fight.
Yeah, now that Tropical is dead, that could be good news for Salvyy as well. Special thanks for Panda for that lovely reminder. He was not the only Riven player in the lobby, so that kind of justifies why he's not been able to get it. I'm So Fresh's board, he's still not been able to reach a good value and is still getting bonked by that Olaf reroll, so yes, makes and Iberia get to party hard. And Salvyy now might be looking at making that Riven also get 3-starred. Again, the Tropical is out, not just the Yone.
One thing I'm really looking for here is to see if the single target damage is enough to, we're building up towards several compositions that have these massive centerpiece units in place. The 3-star Olaf, potentially the 3-star Yone, Rivens and things as well. You need that big single target damage to take them down, or they will just whittle your boards away until there's nothing left.
Lots of items here for Salvyy. Has that spatula available, plus he's got Pandora's item, so he may be fishing for an emblem right here.
3-star maybe?
I don't think that he's going to be able to make it just in this point. He still had another spat. Could translate into something. But now we're just more focused and tunnel vision completely around trying to get that Yone 3-star quickly. Still has 2 Z pairs which he cannot afford to sell because essentially that is the only crowd diver unit that he has now in hand to be able to put. So he's still down that one. He's not been able to find it yet, Peter.
It's a rough spot to be in. We've got a Pentacle emblem ready to go immediately. We're not being cashed in because this board is actually still strong enough. We've got the 2 big edgelords right in the center there, and they can still deal with the board even before you hit the final versions.
We thought that Recombobulator would do a whole lot more for Qdoll than it has. We saw that board not able to survive, as well as I'm So Fresh, despite all of his fun, fancy pivots. Turns out the board is just not stable.
He needs to send it for the Lux now. There is no more time that he can wait for. Trying to go in with the 5 EDM now that he's got into Jax, and is now popping off that item, giving it to the Zed. He's 2 Luxes away, just 2 Luxes away. I don't think he can afford to actually save more and more money. So he's doing the swaps right now, and I'm So Fresh, maybe risking it for the biscuit, but you have to roll, buddy. You're on 1 life, don't get greedy.
Oh, it's not as close as you'd even like it to be. I think with the nerfs to Jax, moving towards Lux does make sense if you are going to go down this route and you know you can't otherwise find the competition you're looking for. This should be a reasonable matchup. We've got the binary airdrop in place, so we should be able to take out the corner carries relatively quickly. There they go, and just like that, the round is won.
Beautiful ult there from the Lux.
Remember when I kept complaining that no one is going for country in this lobby? Ilya actually did it. He was able to move it off right here to not actually countries, but going for the Samira and Vex, and was actually able to find both of them 3-star if I catch that one correctly. All thanks to, again, Safo, Tropical, and everyone holding these Revens and Yones. That's when you actually put time to think about the game. You look at the lobby, so many 3-stars, and there you go. That's a free Samira and Vex 3 right at the depth of your hand. And I think if we check his bench right now, he's also very close to Animal with 3. That's exactly what I called. Allow me to brag. She has Steve's gloves though, so I'm not too keen on it, but allow me to brag.
This was the board we were like waiting to see what would come of it, because the 2 healthy is still being kind of forced into usage, because you've got to be running some kind of 2 cost to get that extra health through the board, or you've basically just got no augment at all.
We've been talking about Qdoll's board previously. It's going up now against I'm So Fresh. That Akali is going to threaten this Lux severely. The Lux will get 1 more ultimate off, giving a little bit of time. Akali dives out of the way, in fact. So this Lux is still getting to fire away, takes down 1 unit, but the rest of this board just is not doing damage here for I'm So Fresh. And I think this may spell the end of his... Oh, never mind. Hold on. It's Akali versus the world, and she just can't do it.
Wow, I was with you there. I thought that was the end of the line, but I think just the ability to scale up through. I thought maybe there would never be enough single target damage, but Fresh holds on. If we look at the HP totals, there are 3 players who are vulnerable right now. Safo, Qdoll, I'm So Fresh himself. The rest of the players all around the 40 HP upwards mark. So top 4 is achievable.
Okay, so Ilya gets denied the country emblem right here, by the way, by Venki. I told you that he was able to play for the 3-star board. He might have been able to get both now. Imagine that this was a Samira country, and imagine if he got that emblem. But he gets denied it here by Venki because he knows that this board is going to be extremely strong if he got that emblem, able to hit both 5 country and maybe pivot towards 7, but no. He cannot let go of that Vex. She's already 3-star, she's his headliner. But... very good move for Venki, regardless.
Yeah, Leah here, having a little bit better roll this time on those Samira items, no longer Warmogs. So you see, I'm So Fresh still has not found another Lux. He is donkey rolling every single round, but it just hasn't been enough.
This should not be a good matchup. We've got the Yone waiting to burst through the front line, though he does walk right into a substantial tank, which is exactly what you're hoping for. But once they get to half health, Yone goes immediately to the other side. They will walk up to Lux. We need an execution now, but that Archangels is not as stacked as it was against the Akali. Fresh made a hell of an attempt, but ultimately, these edgelords just punish this kind of comp too badly.
We see that same board going up against the opposition here. Qdoll potentially on his last life. The Kali versus Poppy, who decided is now an S-tier carry.
Yeah, judging by the binary value that has been coming for him now, I think that he has still not been able to find that Yone, and again, cannot afford to sell that Zed. But Actually, sold him. And also sold the Riven. Lost hope already. Still one copy away from that Yone to be able to get him 3-starred. And if you look at Venry's board, who's been able to deny that country emblem, put it in on that set, still not making any use of it at all, but he's happy that he denied it from EMEA. Now going into the fight against either Savo or Vomit. And Matt, I think this could be the final life for Savo if he's against Venky's board, because Venky is way stronger and... yeah. This could be the last fight.
Yone on the left side of the board. You can see him start chewing away as the opposing Viego dumps into the backline. There he goes, fully itemized, does so much damage with every single ultimate onto the Mordekaiser, takes some damage, but still alive, still uncontested. This Viego dumps down onto the Yone once more, almost for the last time of the game.
Okay, not it. Look at the Olaf.
Go!
Look at the Olaf!
You can do it!
Yes! He's indestructible! Kudo survives as well. 2 players barely holding on by a thread. Remember, we are at the table that determines each of these players' tournament future. They finish highly here. They could still battle for top 8 in our final special bonus round of the day. If they end low, then they've got so much less of a chance. The bottom 4 here for Kudo or for Safo could end the dream immediately.
It's quite unlucky that he's not been able to hit that Lux 3 before actually dying out and bleeding, because again, the same thing goes out. We have so many Amumus, so many sets, so many Yone and Rivens out on the pool, but not being able to hit the Lux is kind of tragic. But look at Vomit and Venry's. They have so much gold. On the other hand, Vomit Death kind of needed a little bit more of that because he's not been able to hit yet. And Kudo also still extremely unlucky with that Yone, but at least a little bit justified. EMEA is able to hit that Amon with 3 as well. That's a massive upgrade to his board.
Yeah, this execution and reroll looking really good here for EMEA. Was angling towards Twin Terror, but was like, I've got the units. Let me see what I can do with them. And so far, looks like a top 4 is the answer.
Wait, he wanted to sell the Riven. He just went down to 4 Edgelord. He wanted to sell the Riven, but he didn't have enough time.
This will be... well, we've got the 2 low HP players against each other. One or the other's going out of the game here and giving an additional tournament point across to the other. The front line is pretty good for Kudo, and even with the crowd diver coming through, that's the end of the line for Safo. Kudo moves forward to at least take a 4th.
Here's where we can see the Olaf
There's
starting to
baby
get outscaled. Yeah, it was close. You can see him starting to get outscaled. He is a 1 cost, so he's only going to be able to do so much. This is where the rest of the team is going to have to pick up the slack as Vomit rolls down his last bit of gold.
I would take issue with that, man. He's not a 1 cost. He's a win cost.
I'll take it.
Wait, that's a very good point, actually. Considering what Peter says most of the time, that's an upgrade. I love it. And these both are close, actually. Okay, I don't know why that kill was on the bench. Like, why is the kill on the bench? Is he win trading? Why did he remove that kill? I have no idea.
Able to pick up the Karthus we saw on the side. And Venry now, this level 9 board, primary carries are the Kiana and the Viego, and you can see them just going to town on the opponent. Kudo has that Karthus still alive, but he needs to get another ultimate out in order to save this fight. Will do so, and Kudo survives for 1 more round as Venry goes down to just a 1 hit away.
This really opens up proceedings. If Kudo can actively fight the top 4, we're now left in a position where, far from Kudo having to be happy to settle for top 4, he could actually settle for top 2.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Everyone down to single digits. EMEA with that executioner reroll of all things. The Twin Terror composition without Twin Terror did better than most of the Twin Terror we saw this weekend. And it's in the hands of EMEA as the pilot.
So you're saying the secret is don't play Twin Terror?
Yeah. The secret is just set your expectations low and you will exceed them.
Yeah, speak about expectations, though. I don't think that we're expecting anyone to be able to reach that Karthus specifically with that hefty front line. He even has the final ascension, and he also has that Karthus with an Archangel, so he's going to be destroying every single unit if he gets to cast after 15 seconds of combat. These crowd divers are not getting any close to that Karthus, and that front line are not having their HPs reduced to below 50 at any point. The ascension triggered, the Archangel is tagged, and the Karthus goes down, booming everyone against Venry's board. Not able to do enough damage as well, but still, he has the Olaf still alive, and Venry is going to be able to take out Vomit Death because that Olaf is still not enough against the crowd divers.
Look, he made a third place. I'm happy. I'm thrilled. Over the moon.
Yeah, it was by 1 HP as well. Oh my gosh. All credit though, I think Aaliyah is the one coming out of this one absolutely shining on a massive win streak, being bitterly disappointed by the audience again and again, and somehow still making it work. That unretirement seems to be going pretty damn well.
Yeah, there it goes. 2-star Yorick available. Going to be waiting till the last second to get that upgrade, figuring out where to put those items. And this could be the final fight here. Yorick 2 on the board for Venry. Aaliyah still with those executioners.
Yeah, the items rolled on the Samira are looking pretty nice though. This time at least it's a Runans and a Sturx Gauge, which could be giving her a little bit more tankiness going into this fight. And alongside the Jewel Lotus and the Thieves Gloves, that extra crit chance is going to be enabling her to stack up style a little bit quicker. Now, he does have some backline access with that Viego, and these crowd divers are also given some more time to stun the Vex. But the damage coming in from the Samira is more than enough. The Yorick has not been able to shred enough. And holy moly, that Amumu 3 doesn't even lose HP at all. We're not going to be going to another fight because Venry just got absolutely deleted as Aaliyah takes the win for lobby number 4.
Aaliyah's not a liar, came through absolutely clutch. Honestly, that was probably one of the most fascinating games which we've seen there, where our players are demanded of to say, you know what, everything is turning against you, but you have to make it work somehow. Aaliyah dug down deep and found that there was treasure there as yet to be unearthed, and glories yet to be claimed.
Executioner reroll, Yasuo reroll, pivoting out into a second place. There is so much to break down for this game, and we're going to go to a quick break, and then our analyst desk will do just that.
My name is Tiaan. I'm 19 years old. In-game name is Wetjungler, and I'm from Germany. I don't really like the Jaws mechanic because with the Jaws mechanic the champion pool decreased, and it's really hard to play like a contested reroll, for example, or even forecast mana right now. It's really hard if you have like zero economy and then you have to roll down with the others. I think I can achieve good in this set because right now I'm like on the top of the ladder as well right now. And I think I have good chances to be in the Rising Legends final again and maybe even get to Worlds if the patch is good for me, if it's fit for me. TFT is always growing with every set and making like LANs for the other players. It's really good. So we can meet each other personally, and I think LAN events are always good for the esports or for the game as well. And I mean, with LANs there are just like more people trying to compete, and new players will recognize it and try to play as well. I think there are many good players, but if I would name one person, I think it's Double, because he's always so consistent. He's always on top of the ladder, and yeah, I would like to shout out to my family for supporting me, and also for the German community since I started with streaming, and they're just always in my chat and cheering up. Yeah.
this game, similar to many other games that we did see during today, a lot of players were angling for very similar line. We did see Tropical go out on the back of not being able to complete the Riven trifecta, but coming out of this competition and elbowing against each other were comps like the one we saw from EMEA with the 2 healthy, playing basically a Twin Terror board without the Twin Terror.
And this is something many players are not doing. They're only playing Twitch as a carry or Vex as a carry when they have Twin Terror for the most part. I think vertical Executioner lines with 6 Executioner are viable. And in this case, the 4 Executioner, 4 Guardian line. I spoke to Tardaman, one of the best French players this set. He's been smurfing on ladder, made it to day 3 as well. He loves his lines at the beginning of the set, so I'm glad to see EMEA also going for it. Although, 2 healthy as a first augment makes me think he might have been angling towards a super secret tech, which is Gnar reroll that I think is viable this patch, but couldn't find the angle for it, went for the Twitch instead.
Well, speaking of super secret tech, we probably have seen it in off-stream lobbies, but the first time in an on-stream lobby, you heard it from our casters as well. I was bumping fists in the air, just cheering on Bumendeth in this Olaf game. I love seeing these kind of rerolls where if you really have the spot for it, you can go for it. And that's exactly what he did. But he wasn't the only one with a creative idea, as we are going to be looking at standings, Panda. We finally also saw something like the Lux carry. It wasn't fully unlocked just yet.
I'm surprised cannot hit, but I'm happy he got to try and play. And it's like the 7th time this tournament this weekend that I talk about a comp and it gets played for the first time in broadcast the next game. It's happened with every single reroll I've wanted to see. So thank you. I'm so fresh for bringing it up. Just barely not able to hit and not able to really make that work as he wanted. But look at the standings here. Some players undeniably in an almost impossible spot to come back and make it to that final game. Juso Solga saying some big names. But players that are in contention are some of the newcomers into this set that have been doing so well on ladder. Players like Zoro, players like Petikk, and veteran players like Travis also in the top 3.
Somebody that I'm super excited to see in that upper echelon of players is Diga Sparta, who arguably has been part of the circuit for a little bit of a longer time, but finally seems to be in top shape. And I'm so excited to see how well that's going to go in the next couple of games. We're going to go to a quick break and then we will be back with the next game, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the caster desk this time, and I personally cannot wait for this trio to kick it off because, of course, I'm here with Niberia and Empatches Panda. And Matt, you and I, we don't usually get a whole lot of games together, so I'm stoked for this one, and I'm stoked for this lobby.
Oh yeah, I'm thrilled. I love the names on this board. These are the people who are going to have to go first if they want to make it to that final lobby of the day. So this is going to be a wild game here.
Love to see some big risks taken from all of these players. They want to try and make it. They've been analyzing the results on these last few games. I'm surprised to see someone like Rebenev, who was the point leader in that day 2 playing AD Flex, not finding that same success in this day 3.
Going to be seeing if maybe the portals give them a chance to turn it upside down here, but no real crazy portals. I personally have been waiting for the crab rave, you know, as a part-time raver when I'm gaming under the weekends. Then I like that, but it doesn't seem to work out. It's going to be champion delivery, arguably the craziest of the 3, but I don't think it's crazy enough to maybe give us some experimental boards.
I'm looking forward to seeing Rebenov again. It's a player that I know, Panda, you were highlighting a couple of times throughout the weekend, who's been showing some really strong performances, and unfortunately just not living up to them so far on this day 3. But as we've said, there is a way out for these players, but they're really going to have to play out of their minds.
Not just this game, next game as well, they have to get it first to try and leapfrog so many other players in the standings to make that final lobby, the top 8 in that game 7. So we'll see what will be the case for now. Emo, Annie, or Spellweaver or Annie offered in the shop. Emo is the better variant overall, and I think with no other Annies here, you don't want to go for Texita.
Yeah, I think Annie in itself also just falls off too much right now with how many 4-cost carries are in the game. Really, if you want to run her, you need to have her so early to get that early streak going and then cap out with other KDA units. Or, well, something like a strong Poppy like we saw in a couple games ago. But of course, the big question has to be what the augments are going to be that roll around in a little bit. Chuso here, pretty good start for a disco board.
You know, I'm actually kind of fascinated. We were saying that this lobby needs to be a little bit crazier than the last ones. We've seen 2 recombobulators used unironically in the last 2 games. How does it get crazier?
We also had Chuso use a recombobulator earlier on. I think it was in game 2 potentially. Didn't really work out that well in his favor. I think he just didn't have any better options. Was hoping for a high roll. But overall, we've seen most recombobs not even go for a 5-cost, not having a 4-cost already. So the top end won't be really that interesting. For Rebenev here, we'll see if he wants to go for a win streak strategy. Can play for Spoils of War or just for that item economy with the buried treasures.
I always feel like Spoils of War baits you to play more aggressive than maybe your odds are giving you. But we'll see whether or not Rebenev feels inclined to do so. We did see one reroll come through, does have the cybernetic uplink, but it is going to be the buried treasures in the end. There is an Emo Annie, but with no other copies available here, that's also going to be sent away as we are checking over to Zologazang, who's still thinking about it.
I'm interested to see what comes out of here because that heroic grab bag does open up those early reroll compositions for him if he wants to go maximum tempo. And it looks like that's kind of going to be the case. Also opens up those 3-cost reroll compositions as well that we've seen so dominant. But there's a Yasuo headliner.
And Solo sending a message saying, hey, I'm playing Yasuo reroll in this game. No one can test me. If he manages to find it early, if he can pump levels and go for things like Kiana later on in the game with that true damage, maybe even find a few spats like we saw from Travis in that game 2, that could be his ticket to winning this game outright. He has to take that risk right now, despite only having that headliner right now in terms of the Yasuos.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the Yasuo go well, especially today. It seems like it's in players' favors with some extra true damage emblems coming through. But an interesting augment choice has to be this one. Playing that Cluttered Mind is just so good. I like it better than its brother Clear Mind because it allows you to still keep some flexibility in where you're going with the boards. Running a Sentinel frontline here with the Heartsteel is also working well. Just needs to find those losses and make sure the loss streak can start going. Seems to have won one round, so that's not ideal.
I'm also a Cluttered Mind enjoyer because it does cost you interest, sure, but it gives you so many options, so many ways to take it out from your composition, and especially in these stages of the game where it's so flexible all around, it gives you a lot of ways to get through your early game mostly unscathed.
Pixita, a bit of a high roll off of his augment. 2 ribbons already. Has a cloak on his bench, trying to maybe indicate to the rest of this lobby, hey, I am going to be the ribbon player in this game number 4. If you guys want to contest me, fantastic, but you might be in big trouble while doing so.
Looking at those augments, though, there's one that's super interesting to me, and it has to be Metalheads on the side of Lelouch as they are coming in the overlay here. Of course, Metalheads is very strong direction. You know you're going to be playing around those pentakill units, and I feel like that's one of the better augments right now with how interested players are in running those 80 flex lines. Does have the pentakill online as well already, but of course that also means that any other player who is interested in pentakill knows that they're going to hold hands with Lelouch.
I'll just say for Lelouch, if he's offered a specific gold augment at 3-2, we might be seeing a very interesting game of TFT. I won't spoil it yet. I'll let us see if it ends up happening. There is some tech that can't be leaked in this case, but could also be a KO reroll game. Unironically, this is actually a good augment to enable her, despite it not being the most popular option in the tournament here today, or just the entire weekend. Could just be, as you mentioned, the vertical pentakill instead makes.
Come on, Panda. Kale reroll? You really are going to bait our players like this?
He has not built a Rage Blade, so he's already on a good foot to not messing us up.
Well, listen, Max, here's the thing. You and me, usually the crackheads on stream who are advocating for reroll. If David says the reroll is viable, I'm just saying he might be cooking.
Every reroll I've mentioned on top of show that we haven't seen that I wanted to see, the next game it's happened with Seraphine very early in day 1, then Yasuo, then Lux. I'm just saying.
I'm also just saying that I'm looking up the stats as we are speak of the Kale reroll, because on day 1 it had a tragic win rate, and it's still on 0% top 4 rate. You're saying player diff. I'm saying it might be too hard of a spot
Lelouch is an
EMEA
EMEA champion. If there's someone that can guide Kale to success, it is this man. And I believe it.
I
always
so
have. Look at this. This
itemization
is correct. It could just be Karthus. Let's be honest, but
no, it's gonna be the Kale now. It has to be. We spent too much time on the bit. For this,
well, if it is the Kale reroll, it has to go far. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I needed to do well at least once to respect it as a reroll. For now, he's going to be getting that early win streak in, of course, but we are also seeing the first kind of HP disparities in the lobby, and I'm spying with my little eye that a certain player has 2 ribbons already in 2-5.
Communication, but even more, I think, interesting is the fact that Rebenev has 5 Seraphines in stage 2. He has items already slammed on her. He could be going for the Seraphine, which opens up 2-cost rerolls for anyone that wants to take a risk on them. They're not the most viable ones compared to the 3 costs in this tournament, but there are some 2 costs, Kale, that could be open in this game because of it.
You're not letting this one go, are you?
There's an augment that if it comes up, it will change the entire course of TFT history this game. You'll see. I won't spoil it.
I believe it.
Okay.
I think it's really interesting this game, though. It seems like most of our players have planted their flag in the ground, saying this is what I'm going. No scout, no pivot. We've got Solo Gasong fully committed to Yasuo, Lelouch fully committed to Pentakill. We've got already a full commit to Seraphine reroll. Everyone seems to know where they're going, and there hasn't been overlap so far.
Okay,
well, we are getting reports of an overlap just as you're speaking. Our admins are like, nah, it's happening. It's a rerun of the game before, and one of them is Solo Gasong, who has these 2 ribbons that I was calling out just a little bit ago, but there is another player, Tropical, also on that ribbon, and we saw Tropical in the previous game, 1 copy short of that ribbon 3, bombing out in 4-5. You really have to have a strong mental to click on that unit again.
The unit, when uncontested, works wonders. When you are contested, you have that 1st or 8th playstyle. We've seen it. We haven't highlighted all the ribbons that have gone 8th in this tournament, but it is a whole lot of them. The stats will not be so good. You're just looking at the top end, the ones that win, and saying, oh, this comp's broken. But it has its weakness as well, which is not hitting.
Tropical, though, pretty good itemization. Got a BT available on the board as well. So off to a good start. I am a little bit worried about the contest coming in because we've seen how quickly that can collapse a lobby, but it happens. It's going to be fine. I swear.
I'm, I want to believe you, but just like the Kale reroll, I'm going to need to see some actual results before we go there. That next augment is coming closer and closer, and I'm so keen to see whether or not the prophecies from my dear esteemed colleague and Patches Panda are going to come true, if Lelouch is actually going to turn the history of TFT upside down. But there's one more round before that, and right now we're running EDM Jack's headliner.
And be a temporary option here for Lelouch. We saw Solo already got another Riven as well, so all he needs is the headliner and one more copy, and he has Riven 3 because he has 2 duplicators on his bench. For Lelouch now, just trying to continue this win streak pre-level to get to 6 as soon as the round turns over and have the best chance at finding some higher cost units to continue the win streak here. But it looks like it's going to be over. Fighting against a disco board with a Nami, who is a mini Ahri in stages 2 and 3, doing so much work as a solo target CC.
Disgusting amounts of damage coming out of that Nami.
It is, and then
streaking at the top, by the way.
Yeah, the CC also coming in there as well. Zolokzang is going to find a win on the back of that Riven, and we're going to be checking in with Lelouch here. Panda, talk to me.
If he manages to roll 2 healthy on one of these gold augments, we might be in for a very interesting game of TFT. It is gold. It is the right setup here, but he has 2 great augments that he might not want to roll. Epitaph and Idealism could fit. Oh my goodness. Lelouch goes for it, and the prophecy comes true. We might be seeing Kale Gnar reroll. He's going to roll on level 6 now for the Gnar headliner. Am I got a TFT or what? How do I predict this happening once again?
Look, I'm down with it. I'm good. I'm good
it's
with
happening.
this.
It's happening. Kale reroll with Gnar. Oh my goodness. We are spoiled.
They said EMEA was just copying other regions, but here we are witnessing the absolute cooking from these madmen. First the Olaf reroll, now the Kale Gnar reroll coming together for Lelouch. We're in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited.
I don't know how Lelouch stayed so composed. He literally told me this morning, this is the super secret tech. If I hit this, it's over. And everything comes together. Metalheads into 2 healthy while already trying to angle this Kale Gnar duo carry reroll. I'm so interested to see if this actually will work.
This reminds me of when Zaza was telling us the story about his morning where it was just like, man, if I get that Warwick augment, it's so over. And then he gets the Warwick augment twice. He's like, it was so over.
Exactly, and just to remind you of the spot of this lobby, right? Basically, the players that are in this lobby need something like 2 first places to make it out of here, to make it to that final top 8 round. So is this what we're working
on 7?
Okay.
And a duplicator on the bench. This could be really crazy for Ayem as well, who's on 100 HP, 7 win streak as well on this Pinnacle line.
Well, it's a good thing Lelouch is going for the low-cost pentakills. Seems like the rest of them are going to be out of the pool.
There's so much in this game already going on. We're only on 3-3. Tuxedo down to 34 HP as we are moving across the boards. We do have to check in with other players as well. Lelouch now building out that streak as the carousel comes in. There is a spatula.
It'd be so interesting for any of the Pentacle players, for Lelouch even as well, who, because you have to roll on 6 for these 2 costs, you don't have a chance to level up and add more Pentacles naturally. Having a spatula is a way to circumvent that and hit that trait spike a little bit earlier in the game.
Tuxedo is on what looks like a country line and has picked up the spatula, so interested to see how he builds out from here.
And Lelouch wants to pick up the Gnar.
Can he get that emblem? What other 2 costs do you play in the secret sauce board?
Makes, do you think I played 2 healthy Gnar Kale reroll? I have not played this comp. I am trying to learn. This is why I'm excited. I want to steal the tech and play it in my own games. No one has ever played this comp before. Lelouch is inventing as we speak. He's cooking.
Okay. You just need these 2 augments in rapid succession, and then easy peasy, you can copy this tech. We're going to be seeing whether or not it's worth it. Tixida here with the spatula rolling it down, trying to make this board come together. Does find the Thresh, but is that going to be enough? You need so many golden units for this comp to come online.
Or Solo, man. This board is just not coming together. He's got the 2-star Riven, nothing else on the bench. 1 extra Riven on the bench. You were saying earlier, Panda, he just needs that 1 Riven headliner. I don't know if it's happening at this rate. It's rough.
Seems like most players are again, in between the Petikk and Edgelord's line. We've seen it all today, but it has its weaknesses. It has the fact where you might not be hitting, and that's the case there. We saw the Kale bought and sold. Solo, of course, knowing the optimizations around the headliners and how to circumnavigate the blocking of maybe seeing that Riven in the next few shops.
All right, checking in with IMB, and we're on 9 wins right now. This is yet another player on a country line. There is the Yorick in the front line as well, and that is going to be bad news for other players that are angling these country pentacle units. You know, there's already 3 players on it, and if I'm looking across the boards, there might be even more looking for those Mordekaisers and so on. We're going to be seeing whether or not he can keep up this win streak. We know that some players like Tropical are in the pool, are going to come around, and you see still not being able to find that Riven.
Yeah, just the struggle bus here for the Riven players, Tropical and Solo Gasong, just not getting out of this early game as well as they'd like to. Collector on Riven actually looking kind of nuts right now.
And one more player that we haven't talked about that has picked too healthy as well is Rabanev, who is playing that Seraphim reroll. It fits with a 2-cost headliner and a few other 2-costs that are in that comp, like Gragas, for example. One player that has been very adamant about the strength of too healthy is Scipeus. He mentioned to me this morning, this augment is broken. Player diff, the stats suck, but everyone seems to be misplaying it. He says he insta-picks it no matter what comp he is playing. You can always find value with this augment in any comp. That's his idea at the very least. So curious to see that finally coming true in this game with 2 different players building this augment.
And we saw it in the previous game as well by Elia finding that first place with it. So maybe the Scipeus prophecy comes alive here as we are moving through Wolves right now. There's a tome for Solo Gasong.
8-bit Riven. It could be 6-8-bit if he finds the Riven headliner, the right Riven headliner, as well as the tome coming in his favor if he has 8 traits online. This could be a very interesting game from Solo. It could help him stabilize and maybe go back up into the top 4.
He's rolling over so much. He's digging so deep for exactly what he wants. I don't know if he's going to find it as Tixida hits that 3-star Samira, that country roll going well for him. So Lelouch continues the reroll of his own. Back on Solo's board. Let's see what he got.
Solo
Riven
also
3. All right,
has the Riven 3 online. Just found a Yone 2 as well that's now getting itemized, and that is going to be the Riven slicing and dicing through these boards. At the same time, we just saw the Samira 3 from Tixida, so there is going to be pressure from the lower HP standing players coming at the rest of the lobby.
Facing off against one of the strongest players in this lobby, a Yemb, who has lost his his win streak now in Solo, still proving that he is strong enough with that Riven. Harm assist, massive augment to pick up here for the Riven for all the extra healing. He can now pop his tome as well, potentially going to 7 Edgelord, considering he's no longer going for that vertical 8-bit.
Lots of options here. Prismatic is going to change the tempo of the lobby for a lot of these players. We see on the sidebar, Lelouch picked up a second 2-star Kale. So see where Solo goes with this emblem.
I saw the same thing. I was waiting for the 3-star to pop off, but we are not close enough yet. There is a tome proc.
Is this
Lelouch's? It's not giving us what we're looking for. I think so.
Okay. This is terrible for Lelouch. Infinity Force on the Gnar as well, as he's cooking now as well. Lelouch has waited so long to roll because a Yemb had a headliner kill earlier. He was using it as a tempo option into that level 8. Now his sold, so Lelouch is open to roll a bit deeper now, but still 30 gold and stuck on 6.
All right, I just quickly checked what came of that tome, but we are seeing it on the other side there from Solo Gasong. It's going to be rapid fire Yone, allowing him to just be a little bit speedier with that samurai sword.
I can see it, paired up with the Caitlyn in the backline for the 2-8-bit. I see the justification. The Riven is still putting in the bulk of the work. This really is just Riven's comp, and Yone is along for the ride at this point.
And one quick tidbit of information here. Lelouch has ended up slamming Rageblade onto the kill anyway. I talked about it yesterday. I said it wasn't ideal, but in this case, he's not playing Edgelord right now. So I think because you're not getting that attack speed from the trait, it is fine. And because you're going to go in with Metalheads much deeper into the Petikk line, I think Rageblade has, some spot onto this unit in this game particularly.
Okay, so I learned from this weekend, do not put Rageblade onto Kayle unless you have the specific setup where you should be playing Kayle, which is Metalheads and 2 healthy.
I think it's still not ideal, but
taking notes.
There's some more justification towards a slam in this situation because of it.
Hold on, I need a poster board and some yarn to figure out this flowchart.
Just meme with like the red line going anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
That's me right now.
And Chuso very quietly playing Disco uncontested on what the Forge, 78 HP to work with, but has rolled so heavily down to essentially 0 gold on H, which I'm not sure I like too much. Maybe considering that everyone else is spiking, he needs to find a way to stay stable in this stage 4.
Yeah, I think a big talking point that we were kind of grazing over is that Prismatics at the end there is going to give a lot of extra tempo to this lobby, a lot of spikes and pressure being delivered. And what's also being delivered is yet another spatula here. Let's see who picks this one up.
Also a Gnar for Lelouch.
Game, y'all.
See if Lelouch can get it. It's right in front of him now, so Lelouch has a clear angle for it. Gonna be third pick, and yep, we'll have a chance to pick up yet another Gnar. Second time he picks up a Gnar from Carousel, so really the Carousel helping him out to make sure he can 3-star this unit. He's very far behind. It seems like he was stuck on 6 for so long, didn't really have as many copies of Kayle and Gnar as he would have liked this far into stage 4.
And here we go, another roll down. He is 1 off of that Kayle, 1 off of the Gnar as well. Just full sending, I suppose, at this point.
So close and yet so far. These rolls are not coming together for Lelouch. And as if it was a little bit of a taunt, you can see Cognate on the side there finding a Kayle 2 saying, you wanted this? I got it.
Well, because of this roll down,
Garen 3.
Because of this kind of lack of him hitting in the spot he should have. If this comp goes bot 4, I take no responsibility. This is clearly a low roll down. We're in stage 4. Come on, everyone else has hit their 3 cost, 3 stars even, and in this case, Lelouch has not hit yet. So he might have a lot of trouble staying healthy and stable in this stage 4.
Yeah, that fight was brutal, man. Lelouch is not having a good time.
The question is, how much spike and power is it going to give him when he finally finds that Gnar in Kayle 3? Or is it already going to be too late at this point? It's a similar question we see with the 1-cost rerolls for Brady. You need that early win streak, make econ on the back of that to then actually go higher in level. I presume, I haven't seen much Kayle boards, but I presume that it's similar to the Seraphine, where you're also rolling this 2-cost reroll, trying to find your early Lelouch as we are speaking, finally making that Kayle come online. But I'm just wondering if it might be too late already.
And you're completely right. It makes your analysis. The most 2-cost reroll, what they want to do is hit very early and then play the traditional vertical of whatever line that rerolls in with the upside of, hey, I have this extra damage dealer that can really win fights in the late game, in this case, Kayle and Gnar. But because you're so far behind, you're not hitting that trait spec, you're not getting to the Akali, to the Viego, to the 7 Pentacle, to the Yorick, and that makes it so much more difficult to win fights this late into the game.
We're going to see this Garen trying to do his best against that front line. This is what we were mentioning earlier, that Twisted Fate there for Chuso. Triple Zhonya's Paradox, so I don't think anyone's getting through that back line.
Oof. It's, I'm not convinced on this one, I think. Like we were saying, it might not be the whole dream setup. The augments were giving, but the shop pool was not. As we are moving through the lobby, Tixida, though, on the back of this EMEA 3, has really built out this win streak, being able to stabilize on it, has been streaking for a couple of rounds and is itching closer to those top spots. Really, really good for him. And we're also starting to worry about Cognate down there with the 17 HP as well.
So many Pinnacle players in this lobby. It means that not everyone will be hitting. You'll hit maybe one of the key upgrades you need, but not all of them, and that just really stops your consistency in stage 4, especially stage 5 with the players that have hit. We're looking at someone like Solgasang, who has that Riven 3, stabilize. Someone like Texita, who on that country board hit the Samira 3 so early in stage 4 and has now been streaking the entirety of this stage.
Yeah, speaking of him, just leveled up to 8, so he's going to be continuing to push that tempo. So we see Rebanov's board finishing off with itemizing that Ahri.
Wait, this is hologram Seraphine. This is the spicy game. Every single augment pickup by most of these players has been something that's really non-traditional.
Now, the thing about Seraphine reroll and the reason why it's good, Nar 3 being hit by Lelouch as we speak, is that it's so good into disco, right? If a lot of players are running disco, you have these clumps, and then the Seraphine ult is just beautiful into it. Now, what's happening in this lobby and many of the lobbies that we have been seeing throughout the day is that players don't actually go for a whole lot of disco. In this lobby, I think it is just Chuso from what I remember looking at boards, and that means the Seraphine is just going to be a little bit worse in these matchups. She's open to something like a Yone, like a Riven, like the Viego making headway for her in the backline. She's not really protected against that.
Even for Chuso, he has 3 Zhonyas because of what the Forge, so Seraphine
Right.
no longer able to pop that backline as easily.
Also want to note Tropical's board just then, pivoting out of the Riven into this weird big shot with rapid fire Lucian kind of deal that succeeded very well that last fight. Seems like selling off parts of his board as he ends up looking towards the Viego with legendaries.
Did see the pop-up on the Alawi 2 there on Cognate, but I'm not sure it's enough. Ian also finding the Yorick 2. This is the legendaries coming alive. We did see Lelouch come on again on the other side. He is on 17 HP still, so seems to be holding on, but Cognate fighting for his life here. 6 HP going up against Chuso, currently at the top of the leaderboard. In comes the Karthus ult, but it's not really taken out any units, no resets, no mana, and that is going to be all she wrote. Down he falls, and with him, Revenant as well. First 2 players out.
And Chuso not even positioning for that. What is normally a counter matchup with a Kali jumping into that backline because of the 3 Zhonyas. He's just taking his hands off the wheel, letting his comp do its thing, knowing he has all the protection he needs.
I don't think you can beat Chuso at this point. I know it's early to call it, but every single fight, you cannot get through that backline. They survive Karthus ults, they survive any Akali ults to make it back there. If the Riven tries to get back there, they'll survive that too, because there's 3 units that are these massive scaling damage dealers that essentially have a get out of jail free card.
All right, Lelouch, it's time to come back into it.
Though. It's not this board, but it's the board on the other side that might take down Chuso. I feel like if you can build out the front line on the country together with this massive Hecarim that's going to come in, it might just buy you enough time to work around the Zhonyas. But for now, we're going to be seeing how Lelouch pairs up into exactly this board. The Kayla's still alive, but she's the only one, and 2 mean executioners are on her tail. Lelouch knocked down to 6 HP, his last life, and Zolgazang also looking close to that edge there.
Looking good for Lelouch there at the bottom of the board. I see the vision, though. Panda, I'll give you that one. I see the vision.
It's
Try to
not an
find
8.
anything. Yeah, Solo just denying that from Lelouch.
I go for the Runons in the end instead. He was looking for that Kane, the 5-cost Hawes, just to have that little bit of extra gold, but was sniped by Solo instead. And looks like the Runon in the very end. I wonder if it's going to go on Gnar in this case. Interesting itemization from Lelouch, who is on a singular point of life now at this point in time. Solo similar, Tropical very close as well to being on just 1 life.
Champion delivery, giving us at least some econ to work with, but for Lelouch, he's too far off of making those 7 pentakill come alive that we were kind of hoping for when we saw the Metalheads augment, when we saw the Kale as an option. Now it's all about damage control, and you can see that there is so much pressure raining down for players like Ian. We know he's on the Yorick 2, now also finding the Salvyy 2. The upgraded legendaries are so strong, and so are the boards that we are seeing coming through here in the side-by-side. Lelouch on the left-hand side, Zolgazang on the right-hand side, both of them fighting for survival. I think Lelouch might do it against the Forge board, but on the right side, it's looking dire for the Riven. She has to 1v5.
The Zions are popped too late. It's not going to be enough. Lelouch going to be taken down. The Kale could not do it alone. And Solo, the Riven, Solo left alone on that board. Also not enough. The reroll players both taken down in 5th and 6th.
that will decide our top 4. So these players are going to be in punching distance of that last lobby. They need a strong result here and a strong result in the following lobby. Ayenbi and Chuso are the 2 players that I'm watching throughout this game. Ayenbi has saved so much HP since the beginning off that massive 3-6 streak, and Chuso has come in with this incredible What the Forge composition.
But don't count out Texida, right? He's been streaking, I feel like, for 8 rounds now on 25 HP. Tropical did lose the previous round, so he is definitely the player that we're looking at with the most fear in our eyes. It's being confirmed by admins, 9 streak on Texida, but here's Ian's board against Tropical, and I'm just not sure there's anything you can throw up against this one. The Karthus isn't even upgraded yet, and look at the damage that he's delivering. The entire board of Tropical has crumbled, and it's about whether or not the other players can actually do something against this legendary galore. Texida also taking a loss here against Chuso.
And Tropical, despite finding a Kiana headliner on level 9, 2% chance, still not enough to do anything in that matchup, ending up 4th. Now 3 players remain. Disco, Pentakill, kind of the 4-cost meta favorites are relevant and definitely represented in this final top 3.
Yeah, Chuso's board is going to be the one that I'm looking forward to, but that last match was really interesting. I don't think Ayenbi lost a single unit, by the way. I was looking, and I'm pretty sure I counted 9 units on that board. Maybe there was an extra ghoul, but disgusting levels of dominance coming out from that board. Chuso as well has this incredibly strong front line between the Blitzcrank and the Echo.
And finally, able to go 9, able to start rolling down for what could be the projection of a 3-star 4-cost Blitz. Maybe TF also being angled here. Has a Lucian too if he wants it. I'm not sure he does. See what the item pickup is going to be in the end. It's going to be an Enemy Visage. So another tank item. This can really inform his roll down here on what he wants to keep on his bench.
Yeah, I think really if you want to play the Lucian, you just need that attack speed. So that is going to go away, is not going to be the choice here. But the big question is, Texida, with the upgrades there on the Thresh, can he actually survive? And I'm a little bit worried because that front line is still looking a little bit weak. But in comes the Karthus ults. The backline stays alive here on the Samira and the Vex. Can they make headway towards that Karthus? And it looks like they can.
Yeah, Samira looking incredibly strong in this Executioner composition. 2nd game in a row that we've seen it executed on, this time with a more country focus. But those 2 carries together are just putting out so much damage, so much pressure.
And Chuso another win, 3-win streak now, while still having the gold and the economy to hold this entire bench here, and the projection of so many different win conditions I mentioned earlier. Salvyy 2 has now also been found. The Echo items will be switched off onto the Salvyy because of that huge upgrade and just her being so much of a better tank in this late game situation.
Sure, there's much you can do against these Zonias. It's crazy what Chuso has been handed here on the back end of What the Forge, but is anything good enough to maybe take him down?
Ayenbi's board, we can see in the backline still just that Karthus one. It's all going to be up to him as the TF in the bottom left corner starts flying away with those cards. A full house here on deck. Zonia's gets popped. The front line is threatened, but nobody gets back to the Twisted Fate just yet. Front line still alive. Nobody has fallen in this fight, and it looks like the Twisted Fate barely survives. One more Karthus result will take him out, but Twisted Fate himself is doing so much damage. Yorick tries. There go the ghouls. 1 versus 1, and Twisted Fate finds his way through nonetheless.
You remember, I believe it was Alt Lobbies who, from making it to Worlds Day 3 on the back of an Ecos, got it tattooed. I feel like Chuso should get that Zonia's tattooed, man. That's crazy.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is game 5 where he's not even close to winning the tournament. I think he just wanted an excuse to get tattoos. That's maybe
when he wins the Golden Spatula Cup.
I think Chuso is not that happy-go-lucky about getting tattoos for any reason.
Okay, maybe not. Gonna be seeing as Chuso rolls up against Texida. Texida one more time fighting for his life here. Is this going to be the end of the line for the country board, or can one big pony make the difference here, making headway towards that backline? But the Samira has bursted, is going to fall, and with it, Texida is going to take a loss and get knocked out here.
I understand now why Chuso rolled so heavily on H. I think he knows that was this what the Forge high roll really with all his items. He knew that if he stabilized that stage 4, he would be rich enough and strong enough to make it to 9 eventually and maybe win the entire game outright because of the high cap he's offered from the augment itself.
EMEA now level 10 as well, capped out about as well as he can be. 7 gold left on the board, so not going to be very helpful for him. Meanwhile, on Chuso's board, still some gold to work with. Just going to be saving it up, getting that econ so he himself can push to that level 10 spot.
EMEA trying to hold blitzes, trying to hold TFs, rolling his gold now to try and stop the almost secured win condition from happening on the side of Chuso, but Chuso's still relatively far away, and there is one blitz being held right now still.
Going to be seeing whether or not this one comes together. Both of these players still have enough life to live at least one more round. But should Ian lose here, and it's looking like that might be the case just looking at the streaks, it is going to be a position where he has to make something come alive, has to make something happen in order to get the upper hand here. Karthus in the background, now fully upgraded, is making headway, and despite that, Sonya's, it's going to be the possibility of and turning this around.
I think Chuso will
turns out if
need
you eventually get Karthus 2, it's significantly better than Karthus 1. That's my
I should write that down.
There's a big upgrade for Chuso. I think he needs a 3-star to win this, though, simply because the Kayn can walk into that backline, not kill TF or Ziggs, but at least proc the Zhonya's. That makes it so much easier for later the rest of the units to clean up on the side of IEM's Pentakill board.
I like the Trickster's Glass on Salvyy as well. Gives a little bit more time for that backline. The problem is that the backline's getting threatened from the Karthus, who doesn't really matter how many frontline tanks you have against him.
Yeah, he just goes snipe poof and then they're gone, which is unfortunately, like you said, not much you can do against. However, Zhonya's pretty good against that. It protects you. You get a little bit of a reset there. Problem is, same time, you're also not doing any damage, and you can see that the Twisted Fate is really having a hard time reaching those enemy carries with where he's standing.
Able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Enzosx is going to proc for the first time. There are 3 units left on the board. Twisted Fate may be able to take this one down. The ghouls are charging away. Karthus falls. EMEA survives one more round. We're going to stage 7, guys.
And this is so big because Chuso now puts EMEA on 1 singular life as we're moving into stage 7. The HP he's currently at. So huge lead for Chuso. Gold lead, we're seeing it as well. He's really taking the risk of, hey, I'm not rolling now. I know there's more time every round, a few gold coming in for EMEA to hold more TFs, but the game plan will be wait for this PB round, sell the blitz, roll it down fully, and try to hit TF3 in the process.
Gonna be seeing what the upgrades are. If there's any chance to maybe find another big one. We're seeing on the side of Ian that maybe, you know, the Viego could be an option if we find it, but there's not a whole lot of steps you can do with the 20 gold. On the right hand side, though, we are seeing more chances of that being able to come together for Chuso.
Well, it's the left side that mattered. It's all about if IEM can find one more TF to hold down the process, but nothing has been found for Chuso yet. So win this with just the TF2 or the Blitz 2 in the process.
Maybe the Shiv helping a little bit out with that shred. So we go into what could be the last fight of the game. Opening up with that Karthus in the background. Going to keep an eye on him. Twisted Fate in the upper right. Those are the 2 carries that you need to be watching in order for this fight to make the most sense. And Viego starting to crush his way into the backline, weakening up that front line. Twisted Fate still alive for the time being. Needs one more ultimate. He gets it, and it will be enough. Karthus cannot take him down. EMEA takes the loss. 2 units left, and no health for EMEA. Chuso takes the lobby.
And huge congrats to Chuso, ignoring the rerolls, ignoring the temptation to try and go for those high rolls and saying everyone else is rerolling. No one is on Disco TF, and Disco TF has been bad this tournament, yes, mostly because it's contested. When it's uncontested, when you can play it with a What the Forge high roll, it looks pretty good. And we're seeing why there with the TF, the Salvyy, the Blitz, the Ziggs, all with almost hand-picked artifact items. So really a crazy game from Chuso here.
Yeah, if you
as well.
I don't think your items, that's good.
Yeah, high rolling is good. I was going to say, though, I don't think I've ever seen What the Forge be that good for a player. Because we saw those items were perfect. The Ziggs got the Deathfires plus all 3 Zhonya's on the back line. We got 4 Hullbreakers. We got 1 Anima Visage. So you've got this incredibly tanky frontline that has everything it needs. And this AP backline where the only thing that can threaten it is backline access, and all of them have Zhonyas.
Yeah, definitely crazy. But we are going to be hopping over to one of our alternative lobbies. Here's Lobby B that has been going on while the other lobbies were playing, of course, as well. And there's still a couple of players alive here, so we're going to be seeing how this one plays out. Wetjungler notably fighting for survival here as Tamino rolls around. We're seeing an old familiar, the KDA Ahri as a carry, which really we don't get a whole lot of.
And these players, for context, are around the 20-point mark, so around 8 points away from the current leader in the standings before this game concludes, which means they definitely have a very good chance, if they get a good result here and in the next game, to make that final lobby number 7.
There we go. Karth is going to be able to take down that composition. Going to be down to the top 4 as Wetjungler taking a loss and goes out in 5th. One of our best players, not only in regionals, but internationally as well, getting that insane finish at the championship last set.
And Vomandev, he's running it back. He played Olaf Reroll last game. He's like, you know what? I'm going to play it again. It got me a top 4. That was good enough last game. Let's see if it works out this game. He's currently 4th in the standings on a loss streak, but the board looks pretty cool. 7 pentakill, 5 bruiser.
Okay, I might have some intel. So before this Olaf game in the last round started from Bomendeth, I tweeted a meme saying how to win my heart at GSC1 today with a cat with like hugging an Olaf 3 and a Yasuo 3. Bomendeth promptly playing this Olaf 3. I retweeted saying a screenshot of Bomendeth saying he won today. I don't care what anybody else says. And he's just running it back. Seems to have worked. He liked that, and the Olaf did him well. Here he goes, one big boy with 2 axes making headway towards those upper slots.
Really disgusting damage too, especially in this lobby where it doesn't seem like the tanks have quite reached that super tank status, which is where we saw him fall flat in the previous lobby. He's able to shred through those front lines, get to the back line, and doesn't seem to have been focused down enough, especially in that most recent fight.
Tamino on that roll down finds an Alawi, which is what I think Vomandev really wanted. He was on 5 bruisers, but no Alawi yet on his board. That could be the difference between actually trying to win a lot of these fights at the very end of stage 6, especially.
Gonna be seeing if Tamino can hang on here on the other side. One more time, that Olaf coming through. He needs to make headway towards the Karthus to try and take him down. Is not being targeted by the first ult. That's really good for the board of Romendeth. And you can see on Tamino's side, the face saying, just don't reach my Karthus. This cannot be how it ends. Going down to a 1-cost reroll. In comes the ult from the Karthus, but the Olaf heals himself back up, goes 1v3,
he's coming.
Goals distracted, he's making it, he's running, and he will take down Tamino to his last 1 HP.
Calculated loss streak, so we know was losing to get preference on this carousel, and then he'll come back stronger. Don't worry about it, guys.
That's a free loss, honestly.
Pentakill emblem. I was joking, but I'm no longer joking. He actually has something that he could spike his board with.
Oh my god. Vomandev. Oh, my heart. I knew after Super Brawl we had something special, but now I feel such a bond with him.
It's that Olaf risk, yeah.
That's right.
Gonna be seeing if it's enough on the side of Tamino to hang on here with the 7 pentakill now online. Venry is going to be the player that is going to come alive on the other side of the board. And Venry is also notably pretty low, 18 points on 6-5. Could be your last life if it's substantial enough.
Haven't seen what Tardaman's playing yet. He has been win streaking, so currently the one posing to lead and to win this lobby outright. We're looking at Venry now, has the Akali, has a true damage online, 3 true damage emblems in this comp, which is crazy. The carousel is definitely in his favor, none really coming from his augments. And we're gonna see if it's good enough. The Caitlyn does not cast in time. The Akali does though, and the Karthus is taken down in the process. Titan Resolve buying her enough tankiness to make it that far into the fight.
That Karthus was one-shotting, dude. That was disgusting. Even so, able to make it out with that Akali. So one more round going through. Venry and Vomandev both at risk of elimination, but if they both make it through, they've got a whole PvE round to play with.
I'm actually so impressed with this board. You now also have a backline with a Karthus supporting that Olaf, allowing you to get the backline that the Olaf usually cannot reach, or at least not fast enough. That is going to help in taking down boards. We're going to be seeing Womendeth go up against Venry, and Tartman just seems to be cruising in this lobby.
And the Lowy has been hit, which is so big for trying to counter these Karthus' Kali ult as well. So we're just really, really big for allowing this Olaf to do his thing.
There we go. The Karthus starting to fire away in that backline. We need to watch him, see if he's going to be able to make it into the back. That true damage. Caitlyn pops off a single ultimate and does so much damage. Karthus, last man standing, falls down a third place for Womendeth.
And unlike the Akali, unlike the Karthus, so much single target DPS on that true damage board, which means that Olaf has no chance to really work as a drain tank, just slowly healing as he attacks other units. Just bursted down in the first 3 seconds of the fight. And that's the end of the road for Womendeth. But 2 top 4s in a row with Olaf reroll. I mentioned at the very start of the day, I think it's a viable comp that has been severely underplayed and misunderstood throughout the days 1 and 2 of this tournament.
I agree with that one for sure, but I'm also not surprised to see yet another pentakill board coming out of Tartman here. It's just the name of the game that everybody's looking for, and he for sure was, punching the air a little bit when Tomino took away that pentakill emblem. Is not able to go 7 just yet, but on the back of leveling to 10 here, he could now, if only the units came around.
I really like the itemization of the Edge of Night onto Karthus because his ultimate is most effective the latest into the fight. So if he gives himself that little extra, that ultimate is going to pop people like grapes.
Let's see now the final fight here. True damage versus pentakill. But as you mentioned, Makes, missing 7 pentakill is so big for Tartman. He has some HP to work with as a buffer though, despite this being stage 7. Still at 36 HP, it won't be just a singular loss that knocks him out.
We can't say the same though, 18 HP, but it seems like his board is doing the lifting. One more Karthus ult is not going to be enough. The true damage emblem is just so strong as Tartman now knocked down to his last life as well. He needs to find something, needs to find ideally the 7 pentakill, but I'm not sure it's going to be in the carts.
Yeah, he's just rolling down. He just does not have enough gold to work with. Is going to be trying to replace in that Alawi, give him a little bit more tankiness, give the Karthus a little bit more time to play with, and more importantly, more targets for the Caitlyn to hit before the Karthus.
Not sure if it'll be good enough. I think he really had to maybe risk it for the pentakill. We saw the last fight was not particularly close. I think there's not much of a positioning edge you can win here in this matchup right now.
Going up one more time and one final time between Tartman and Venry in our alternative lobby. It's true damage against pentakill, and I think the true damage takes this one easily. The Caitlyn just sniping through here, and Tartman will take one big hit, solidifying Venry as our lobby winner here in the alternative lobby. We did see 2 really great lobbies, I do want to say.
I have a theory coming out of that one. True damage Caitlyn is good.
Oh.
Wow. 9 true damage. 9 true damage, Caitlyn. Important difference. 6 true damage, Caitlyn. Last patch, maybe this patch, a little bit of a bait. But that's going to be it for this game number 5. 2 more games left. Venry, clutch, 8 points, maybe leapfrogging him into that contention for game number 7. We'll be back, and then the analyst desk.
So I'm Tiaan. I frequently go by Tiaan TFT. I'm 24 years old and I'm a South African TFT player. I've been playing since set 1 and I consider myself quite a veteran in the scene, but I'm still here to make big things happen. So far it actually is my favorite set in a while, probably since like set 4. The headliner mechanic, I feel there's still some drawback to it, but it does bring some interesting things into the game. And I feel like set 10 as a whole, there's so many different mechanics brought together through the previous sets that it's extremely complicated. I feel like it's going to take thousands of games for a player to be like absolutely perfect at the set. So I feel like this set, there's always room to improve, and that's what excites me. I do feel like ladder is the most consistent way to bring the highest skill players into the tournament. So I do agree that they should be given more spots. Usually I keep myself calm before the tournament, and then I usually go on stream and I play one ranked game just to get the nerves off. Just no matter if I go first or eighth, it doesn't really matter to me as long as I warm up my hands. I don't think I have any like strange rituals before the tournament. Just, you know, trying my best to relax, keep my anxiety down, and do my best. Yeah, I have a lot of shout-outs to give because I feel like throughout the past sets, there's been so many players that have helped me. I have to start with my family, who's actually watches my streams sometimes, which is crazy, and they've always supported me. And yeah, thank you all for your support.
Welcome back, everyone. We are on the precipice of moving into our penultimate game. Morgan, what will it mean at the end of that next game?
What would it mean? Before that, I have a very, very small question, by the way, Peter. The prophecy, the part where Panda was able to actually predict the carry roll. How can we expect this prophecy to go, mister?
Well, as we saw there, unfortunately, the results may vary. Honestly, I was very glad that Luce tried for it in the end, but yeah, the stars just didn't line, and maybe there were just a few too many stars to go for. I mean, to touch on this lobby briefly before we start talking about the day overall, because we are raring to get back into the action. I think the big thing, of course, is the What the Forge for Jiso, which eventually won out the game there. So many incredible items.
Yeah, what I like about this lobby, by the way, is that we finally started shifting away from the Edgelord and everyone going to Yone, Rivens. This has been a lobby that we did not see a single Yone or Riven reroll composition. In fact, we got a lot of pentakills. We got pentas, and pentas. People are starting to realize more that this composition is way more flexible. You don't have to force anything for it to work. You can play it with Kyrie, you can play it with Akali, you can play it with Karthus reroll with a hefty front line that gives him enough time to stack up that Archangel and then cast again. So people are not just adapting after day 1 and 2, Peter. No, they're adapting after day 1 and day 2 and games in day 3 as well. This is how much and how quick they're learning.
That's what they need to do. Let's bring up our standings. One of the final times in the Golden Spatula Cup, #1. So, of course, these are the players towards the bottom who may well have already given up their chance of battling in the top 8, but they will be fighting for GSC points, which could potentially get them an alternate route to the regional finals. Zoro, though, at the tippy top of the table. An incredible run from him today.
Yeah, allow me to be again extremely biased and give a huge shout out to Marwan for being able to make it so far to a part of the top 14 players. I think if he's able to get 2 more wins, he might be able to make it at least top 3 or maybe fix his positioning a little bit, but he's the only MENA representative and he's in top 4 right now. We still have 2 more games, and of course you need to know that still, despite the fact that we have 2 Golden Spatula Cups right now for this specific set, still only the top 1 gets to immediately get the qualified to the regional finals. And now, I cannot wait until we see these last 2 games because the meta has not just changed in the first and the second day of the Golden Spatula Cup, but it has also shifted majorly from game 1, game 2, and now going into game 6.
All right, so before we were further down the table, now we are roaring up the standings. We're going to jump into Lobby 2 with Impetuous Panda Makes, and of course, Niberia taking us through the game that will cut us down to our final 8.
Thank you guys so much. Now, we already had, well, actually more like 1.5 games that were really exciting because of how much of Lobby B we actually got to see there in the previous game. But there's 2 entire games still about to start, and we have a killer lobby for you guys to watch and see if they can make it into the top 8, Panda. I think you're excited about this one, as am I. I know there's Sappho in there, but also the one German you try to claim, Wetjungler.
A lot of veteran players, a lot of players have been consistent in GSCs and EMEA Finals. Wetjungler at Worlds last set, almost winning it all. Second place at title in the very end. But also players that have been really popping off in set 10. Tardaman, one of the French players that was considered 8 tier, maybe a little bit behind players like Double, like Canvas, etc. But this set, he's been smurfing on ladder the entire set long. So happy to see him fighting for a spot in that top 8 lobby as well.
I'm excited to see Canvas back as well, especially considering we've seen some rough games from him going on. He does have that playstyle where he wants to make that turnaround, much like his cousin Double 61. Both of them really love just being like, Almost. There we go. Or just turn it completely around. Got cut off a little too quick with that last stand, but seems he's made his way back up the table, which seems to me that he is on a roll, and I'm excited to see where he can take it from here.
Yeah, me too. I was talking to Candace actually yesterday evening, and he was saying that he didn't feel too well in the past couple of days. He was a little bit sick, but he's on the trend of getting better now, so he hopes that for today he's feeling up to it. It seems to me that he does, or at least he's making the best out of it, and I'm really excited. What are you thinking, Matt? I can see it in your eyes.
Wasn't he also sick when he won his first Golden Spatula Cup?
Yeah.
I remember that in the interview. You like triggered some sort of memory in my brain. He was sick that day too. So I'm not calling any shots here. I'm just pointing out the correlation.
I'm gonna stop it right now. Let's not incentivize Canvas to get sick when tournaments are rolling around. I think that's not a good game plan for him or for anyone in the world. But looking at this lobby, another player that is here that I do want to mention is Vomendeth. We're gonna test Makes' powers. Can she actually somehow brainwash this player to play Olaf reroll 3 games in a row? We'll find out.
Well, actually, for the first time now, as we were looking at that lobby, I understood the camera angle on Vomendeth. Because for the longest time, I thought it was just a ceiling, but it's actually a side shot. So.
Guys, the portals.
No, the angle makes...
chance. 25%.
No. Was it Vomendeth? Wait, let me note these names down.
No!
Vomendeth, TSW5. All right, the ban list. All right, thank you.
Adding up to the list.
We can proceed. There's a few names now already.
Oh, man. What a game that would have been. This is the qualifying game. This is lobby 2, which means these are the people in 9th to 16th place. They need a win here to get into the final lobby. If that was Crab Rave, we'd have some salty sailors on our hands.
I'd love to be a salty sailor, man. Just, have those happy dancing crabs. In case you haven't played this portal yet, I would heavily encourage you to queue up some games after today's tournaments and try to find a lobby with it. It's so fun. First of all, people die before the big mean crab runs around anyhow. And then people are really low and somebody dives to it anytime. It's really, really fun and also impactful. But of course, this is not what our seriously competitive players are looking for. They want something a little bit more stable. They want something a little bit more reliable. And the Artifact Anvil is at least going to give them something in that direction.
Wait. Artifact Anvil, last patch was one of the probably worst portals to pick at a high level because of how high roll it is around, finding the Zhonya's for Jax, etc. So I'm not sure this is that much better of an option compared to
more
Crab
in that direction.
Okay, like a 0.5% better. There are, of course, still going to be some very broken artifact synergies outside of just Chuso finding perfect with the forge items last game. Especially, I think some specific ones like Gold Collector for Samira for Country Reroll is going to be very interesting. Gambler's Blade and Fit for Twisted Fate. And we'll see actually both of those right here. So thank you, Tardaman.
You also want to talk about Diamond Hands by any chance, Panda?
That was my next point, actually, in Iberia, but I didn't get there in the script yet, I had to flip the page.
It's going to be gold augments here to start us off together with the anvils. We can see the Gambler's Blade on the left-hand side of Tartman's bench already peeking through. He is on Disco and has Double the Funk as an option. Is not going to go for that. Will be Keepers instead.
It makes sense, but I just think Double the Funk's a really fun name for an augment, so I was hoping. Yep. But we've seen
Keepers is, I think, the better disco augment compared to the actual disco augment, which is Double the Funk. It just works so well with the disco ball.
Such a shame, too. It's a fun augment. But yeah, Keepers is just like, this is the composition you want to play with it. As we move over to Salvyy, who gets some extra econ.
And
I think it's going to nearly open for it.
Is it? Are we taking the Yasuo? We're not. Seems like no.
We saw Salvyy game 1. He was the one playing that Yasuo to great success. But it seems like Heartsteel is just a little bit more tempting. With Richard especially, okay, yeah, makes sense. He's not playing Yasuo. He's going to go full greed, Heartsteel, raise the stakes into AD flex, win the game. Trust.
Oh, okay. That's a game plan then. Thank you for elaborating.
Against Artifact Anvil.
He could still pick it up, but I don't think he will. Doesn't really make much sense right now. Looking across those augments, though, we are seeing Idealism come through on TSW5, and also the shock treatment here on Marwan. Marwan is not a player we saw a whole lot, I feel like, in day 1 and day 2, but has made it here, of course, as one of our rare players from MENA, from Morocco, actually. I'm super excited to see what he's been up to the entire day.
Safo?
I don't think I've seen a single player in competitive pick shock treatment before.
We saw
Maybe
yesterday.
I just missed it.
There was one TF player, a Seraphine reroll player, that did pick it up, and it had 2 different shivs. But more importantly, Safo here, escort quest, trying to protect the dummy in the back, get down Mr. President, and also playing for Punk, which is not a opener we've seen too much of throughout the day. I think it's a great opener. Vi, you mentioned so many times, the headliner is just really, really strong, and just the extra stats you get from Punk are really, really strong in stage 2.
No, day 1 we saw Jidosaur find success with it as well, just the full Punk comp.
It is still an option to re-roll those punks. We did see the extended play augment pop up on Salvy's screen. Now, he was not on the punk, so it wasn't really an option there. But for Safo, the get down, Mr. President, as you called it, is going to continue. Coming back to the conversation about the shock treatment, though, I believe it was Morit who was saying that mostly you pick it up for earlier tempo, for being able to get that early damage out onto boards and get something of a win streak going. So to me, the big question is whether or not Marwan is going to be able to get that together.
We do see Safo already on 5 and not using the Punk reroll, so I think it's already an indication he's just playing it for tempo, but I wish. I'm a big believer of Punk as a tempo reroll option from the right spots, but Safo not so much the case. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Megs, what have you done, Megs? This player's career is in your hands. Are you gonna? I hope you feel culpable or guilty if this game does not work out for Vomendeth.
This is hilarious. Vomendeth, is he doing it again? This is the 3rd game in a row where we might be seeing an Olaf reroll. He does have vampirism here, so is gonna go and be happy with some early losses. I do think this time around, though, it might just be a temporary unit to try and not bleed as heavily as he would with a full open for it, but we'll see. Maybe he's feeling like another one. He has been having success with it. You can't blame him.
Salvyy picking up the tier. He already had set as a Heartsteel option. I'm not sure if he has Heartsteel already online. He had the set and the Aphelio, so the easier option was just finding the Cassante. Not picking it up in the carousel, I assume he does, which means Salvyy could be one of those players who, I think we saw the same thing happen in so many games this tournament, likes to lose HP early, likes to play that kind of that double 61 playstyle we've seen before, and then bounce back in as one of those Exodia players in stage 4.
Going back to Salvy's board here, he has been open forting, going to keep that Lulu on the board. 50 gold already at 2-5, so he is going to get dividends here from his Rich Get Richer.
And to be seeing if he is meeting any of the other players that are also looking for those lost streaks. We were just talking about Vomendeth, Tartman seems to also be down there. I'm not really sure what's going on with the lost streak there. And then for Canvas, we are actually running the Heartsteals, but haven't really gotten the lost streak together. So that's also going to be interesting. Will be Tartman here on the other side for him. And there's a good chance that Vomendeth is going up against Salvyy, and Salvyy will, of course, on the back of kind of open forting down there, take another loss.
And Cam is more likely probably ran into Salvyy at some point in stage 2. Because you're playing Heartsteel, you have to play units on your board. Salvyy was open forwarding, so it's just an impossible lose streak matchup to win there for Cam, or to lose rather in this context. In the end here, looks like he's fairly strong, level to 5, right before this round started off. Gets that extra gold, Mancer gold as well here.
Turning around with that, he is probably going to raise the stakes here. Yep. Going to continue trying to get those stacks up. Has the opportunity for an Aphelios too, but might feel like the econ is worth a little bit more for him. So we move over to TSW's board, who has this Vi headliner who's itemized as a DPS, and I am so here for it.
Itemized as a DPS and acting as a DPS. You will see once this fight starts off with all this extra crit. Idealism as well, so the extra damage.
You gotta get to the punchline with this one, and Idealism is just doing such a great job here together with that gold collector, and looks like Vomendeth is saying, yeah, another one.
He's doing it!
Again!
It makes sense.
On the Olaf reroll.
We're looking at the itemization here. Death's Defiance, all the damage procs that it mitigates stacks the Titan's Resolve. So these items work perfectly, and it's exactly what Olaf wants as well. Plus the Vampirism. I mean, the other games I'm not so sure, but this game is definitely a game that you can angle Olaf, and as long as you find the copies early enough, it could work out for Omen Death.
So you're taking that payout there as he's going to get that Cassante too. And that Vi, yeah, like you said, David, it really was just crushing people.
Love to see it as we are going to be moving through. TSW5 did take the cash out here, so no raising the stakes, knows that other players are also looking for those lost streaks. I think is very smart. Seeing it on the right-hand side here as well. If you have someone like Salvyy in your lobby that's just aggressively losing, you need to cut your losses sometimes and don't raise those stakes. As we are moving through Krugs, we are going to check in with him, and he's very rich already.
And Quebec, I'm wondering, TSW5 is going to be going for something like a Yone reroll, for example, or a Ribbon reroll, considering he has Idealism and the Gold Collector, or just the Country reroll with Samira holding that Gold Collector and just Idealism benefiting so many other players or other units in that comp as well.
We've got two players coming into this stage 3 with a full 100% win streak. So they and Salvyy are going to be the economic leaders for this game so far. So we move over to Sappho's board, who's also itemizing Vi as a DPS.
In a great spot here, the Escort Quest Gold coming in so clutch. Already level 6, 30 gold to work with. Perfect win streak. One Olaf away for Bowman Death. One more roll. You got this, buddy. I told you. See? It's there.
Oh my god. I'm having such a great time. This is fantastic. Thank you so much, Bowman Death.
Well, he is going up against Vi, and she does have two mean fists that have something to say here. Death's Defiance on both units is not going to work in Woman's favor. I think
the stuns are so bad.
It's raining in on him to take him down here. The escort quest will continue, and that also means that both Maran and Sappho have a chance to keep that win streak going, but Maran losing there. We're seeing it on the right-hand side, so it will only be Sappho with the 100 HP as we are moving.
Result.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, baby.
Augments.
We were talking about Lelouch last game, but we have another player getting back-to-back gold augments that he would love to see for the exact comp he's trying to angle.
I love it so much. This is fantastic. Thank you, Bowman Death. If he gets to the final lobby off 3 Olaf 3 games in a row, I'm
already delighted. I'm already delighted. He's doing so well with these Olafs, and the game seems to be rewarding him. So that's all I'm going to say about Brolaf coming through. We're going to be taking a look at those augments. Big important notice for me and anybody else that gets tricked on the regular. Quebec, TSW5, and Salvyy both on the last stand. So that could spell disaster for some of the other players.
And this is very important in terms of how this lobby tempo and how the lobby just overall will play out in stages 4 and 5. If you are thinking of playing this game in a normal way, you might be in big trouble, because once these last stand players proc, if they both proc, they're going to start ascending in the HP totals. And if you're low enough, you will be the player that will end up 5th or 6th in the standings instead.
Yeah, we've seen how much power that had across the weekend. A great turnaround for one of our players, less so for Canbiz. So we've seen both expressions of the augment, as Sappho is going to be here. Level 70 takes a loss. No full streaks past the start of stage 3.
I'll be seeing if he can get that Karthus in soon. Definitely a great pickup on 3-3 already as we are moving closer to the carousel. But we're already seeing some disparity in the lobby totals. And it seems like Salvyy, who's at the very bottom of the standings, they're hitting level 7 right now, is looking for the Twisted Fate, has not found it just yet, is instead running the Seraphine. But this is not a Seraphine reroll angle, right, Panda?
I don't think it is, but I'm not sure if I'm a believer in this Twisted Fate last stand. We saw Canbiz going for the same, and it really did not work out for him. Ended up 6th. And I think there were a few more players trying to angle towards the TF, Marwan being one of them. And he's currently the HP leader, so he's going to have more HP and more gold to work with. We know the problems with TF. If it's contested, day 1 and 2, atrocious stats, because you need to hit early and then go fast 9.
It's that opportunity. We're going to see Salvyy take a win there, and Bowman Death With the terrifying double Gargantuan Resolve, Death's Defiance, Olaf 3 takes a win, believe it or not.
Yeah, I'm so surprised. You can probably hear it in my voice. I did not think that a double Gargantuan Death's Defiance Brolaf was going to be good. No, of course, Bemendez is just really chilling at this point, is waddling around the carousel looking for units, combinations with these components that he wants. But this also allows us to take a look at the items that everybody else has slammed. And we're seeing more of the same, a lot of AD heavy itemization across the lobby.
Even special out on Cambiz as well, who has
do it again, Cambiz.
insane amounts of hard steel.
You can do it. 47 HP, that's more than enough of a player of your caliber. Cambiz, never mind, Cambiz. Disappointing.
Wow.
But all of a sudden, there's a whole lot of spatulas to build into your team. Do you want the fun? Do you want that Tatian's Crown? Or do you want to try and build around maximizing these spatulas into true damage spatulas potentially? There are two true damage emblems here. That could be a win condition with 9 true damage. Could be a huge pivot, though.
I think
We've seen how strong it is, though.
Yeah, the big point against it, to an extent, is the Goldmancer staff that you have as an item, which doesn't really scale too well with most of the true damage units. So that would be one artifact item that you're kind of not really playing to its favor, which I think is the reason why we're not really going for it straight away. I do think that a double true damage emblem slam is stronger than that staff, so we'll probably still see it in the end. For now, we're seeing the glory of Olaf come through one more time on the opposite side there, and then we should be seeing what Candice is angling to do. If I'm spying the way he has positioned those components, it might just be a fawn.
Moving over to Wetjungler here, our most successful player last set, coming in just on this upper echelon of play. Remember, all of these players are from 9th to 16th place, so their high placement will guarantee them a spot in the final round and their chance at that Golden Spatula Cup.
And TSW5 seems to be once again in his comfort zone. You see a Polish player, you probably have to predict he's going to angle some kind of edgelord reroll in this day 3. They all prepared it. He has Last Stand as well. He has the items for Yone, and he has the cloaks to build something to BT as well if he wants a second hand carry the Riven.
Like this. I don't like sitting on the spatulas for as long as he is doing. You can see that he has tried to change his board just a little bit. The Bard has come in as a carrier of this artifact item, but really, I don't think this is enough. You need to somehow work with the components that you were given. On the other side, we're seeing once again a Sonia's Twisted Fate, and that's an unfortunate loss once again. 32 HP. Perfect loss in terms of overall. You get to keep the streak one more time, but in the overall standings, it's starting to look scary for him. Nearly as scary as that Olaf.
So for Romaneth, he needs some kind of anti-CC augment, I think, to make that Olaf truly an absolute beast in stage 4. For Cambiz, I said perfect loss because he needs the gold. He really, if he wants to angle for the true damage win con, he needs to be able to go 8 and find Kiana. And he has, just enough gold to do so. It looks like, so I think he needs every amount of gold possible and then really have kind of 1 HP and a dream comeback.
If it's anyone, it's probably Candice, right?
Yeah. Fair point. So I think we're going to see him try and get the levels. I'm interested to see if he reacts to the components as far as the spatulas as well. If he's maybe waiting. Oh, he's slamming something. Oh no, just giving enough item slots. Still no decision.
Right to 8. He needs to find the right headliner here. He could be going for Petikk as well. Both options are still open. There's a Karthus.
Oh.
Still holding the Senna, still holding the cannon.
Here.
Yeah, he
Does
knows
have the 5 Pentakill online. Those are the items he had before slams that Shojin. Karth is great holder of the artifact here, and we also have that Tactician's Crown now being slammed to allow him to have 9 units on the board. Is it enough to turn around what has been happening is the question, though. Karthus is going to ult away, will be good enough to deal with the countries, I think.
Well, Sapo's
so many
got
items.
Double Infinity Edge Samira, who's looking mighty terrifying.
And just so many items on Slam coming to that fight. The dizziness really kicking in. No headliner for Cambiz as well. So this is really his last life. He has to now, with this remaining amount of gold, it's going to be around 30 gold to work with after he sells the cannon in the Bard. Make a board that can survive. 7 Petikk should be coming in here if he finds a Viego. Remember your roots. risky without a headliner, but could be very strong.
If he finds a pentakill.
He gets to take the risk. He will.
There we go. Rolling down for it now. Knocking out for the Mordekaiser.
They needed something with Pentakill on there. It didn't come together, at least not that we saw. We did see a whole lot of disco there on the side of Marwan, though.
Yeah, Unified Resistance picked up here for Safo. Do want to talk about that Samira a little bit. The additional crit damage from the double IE was doing wonders there, especially with the Executioner. Just gets her to that threshold so much faster. So we head back to Marwan, who's had this disco TF for a while now. Got double the funk.
Yeah, and it's a whole field of disco balls. We were talking about this one earlier, saying that Keeper is a little bit better than that, but it's still, I think, a decent augment that allows you to position just a little bit better against some of the other comps, like, for example, the Seraphine that's just so good into the disco clumps, but doesn't have the Twisted Fate 2, which would be such a big upgrade here, will, regardless, be enough on the back of that Thresh against Salvyy.
And we're seeing the issue with the disco comp. Both players there, Salvyy and Marwan, rolled down almost to zero, or in this case, rolled down heavily. Did not find the upgrades they needed. Salvyy is still an Ahri here as an item carrier, no headliner in the process. So this is the problem with disco. If you don't have a whole ton of gold, or you're not coming into stage 4 stable enough to be able to either directly go fast 9 or really skip rolling down to 0 here.
I think the one thing that I really dislike about Canvas's spot, other than him being solo already, is that we know how contested Pentakill is, so opting to go into the Pentakill out of a Heartsteel board just feels so counterintuitive, because you're going to be the last one to reach those units, and he really needs to make something happen. We can see that he has slammed the Pentakill emblem and has found a Kiana as well as he's here on the other side. This might be the turning point.
Yeah, disgusting amounts of player damage coming out there. You saw the Karthus just explode the board of Salvyy.
All right, I take it back. I'll take that. That's okay. Canvas showing me that he has exactly everything under control, just like this Olaf one more time going up against the Akali says, I don't even care. Who are you? I'm moving through this. And we will take another win for Romendez as we are heading into this carousel.
Karthus could be very appealing for pretty much every single player, considering how much Pentakill we've seen across all of these different boards. Zig, similarly so for any of the TF players. Salvyy about to be let out, beelining for it. Cloak, he's thinking, is it good enough? Is it going to be my viable pick? Maybe opting not to go for it, goes for a belt instead.
Yeah, with the Karthus, which gives him the opportunity to deny it from the other players. Like you were saying, almost everyone in this game benefit from it. Take it away from them, get an item that you can use. A little bit of a 2-for-1. You need to get every advantage you can at this point.
All right, checking in with Kubek here is going to get yet another cash out. Did find the Thieves' Gloves earlier on the back of that. Now also finding the Yone here. And Yone carry is not something to scoff at. We've been seeing this guy go super strong for most of the day. Big question is it strong enough against some of the other carries we are seeing in this particular lobby?
Surprise, surprise, a Polish player playing an Edgelord reroll as predicted. It looked like Yone was the way to go, and really with Last Stand, there is not a better combination, a better comp, I think, to really maximize the stats that Last Stand gives more than Yone. Yone himself already wants the 1v9. Last Stand helps him do so even more.
Here's the crowd divers into the backline. Yone gets stunned up, giving the opportunity for a little bit more damage coming out of this Karthus, but the healing is so ridiculous from this frontliner, just assassinating everyone, full heals every ult.
Now, the question I'm asking is, right, in a 1v1, who would win? This Yone, who's arguably the stronger unit in terms of cost, or the Olaf with the Gargantuan Resolve Staff's Defiance?
So I'm going to answer that question in a way that you probably don't expect. If the Ribbon's alive, maybe it goes in Yone's favor.
No, a 1v1. Just a one between the two of them.
Can I finish my point, Mix? I think it's relevant. Thank you. The gold collector is actually very impactful with the execute on Olaf, because Olaf likes to go so low in his HP, and that's where he really starts ramping. So the Riven could actually get involved and skew that in favor of Yone. But Yone should win with last time, especially. I don't think an Olaf, despite the Gargantuan resolve, should be able to 1v1 a Yone.
Okay, but there's no Riven in this one. Okay, anyhow, getting back to this, Canvas is fighting against Wetjungler here, and we see for Wetjungler the losses have been raining in, and this one is not going to be any different, as he is reduced to his last life. Is on a little bit of everything right now. Seems to be looking for something like the warrior Ahri. Is that what we're on? We definitely have a super fan frontline. Now we're running a Karthus in the background, so Jungler definitely cooking. It's not looking too good here with 4 HP.
That was not a fight. That was an assassination. That was a pure execution of Wetjungler down to 4 HP. That entire board just disappeared. Doesn't really bode well for the start of stage 5 for him.
Wetjungler just an uncomfortable spot. Gambler's Blade, I think, leads much more cleanly into TF. He saw 2 other players going into TF, into Disco. And we've seen this spot, I think, yesterday in game 5, a game that I was very disappointed with. It was just players that have all these different outs and tunnel vision a bit too strongly on Disco and on Karthus and Petikk as a whole, and end up not hitting and just kind of succumbing. And play like Wetjungler, especially, who is so experienced with the game, has proven so much in past GSCs, in this current patch, in this current game at least, not looking to be the cleanest of his.
Looking for a new headliner now.
Yep. That's going to be the decision here. We do have the Ahri. Now, the problem is if you're running super fans, headliner Ahri is really not the best because the Rabadons isn't too great on her. So really it is trying to stop the bleeding right now for Wetjungler, as he is moving in the Spellweavers, trying to get some extra addition here out as he goes up against countrymate Salvyy on the other end. We do slam that Trojan, we do slam that Gamblers, but is that enough? I'm not too convinced just yet.
Tossing the Crown Guard at the very last second onto that front line Nico as the Ahri keeps firing away. Gambler's Blade plus Shojin keeping the ults coming. Nico surviving for the time being. Akali putting out tons of damage and actually tanking the front line very well. Blitz finally falls. Akali in the back line onto the TF, takes him down, and it looks like Wetjungler is going to make it through this.
One thing to note, I think it's a little bit fake to believe Wetjungler is currently strong off of that win, because Salvyy is down an augment. He has on last stand. He is essentially has not procced that yet. Similarly to TSW5, both are low in the standings but haven't procced it just yet. So any fight win against these players right now isn't really indicating your current player strength.
Unfortunately, that is the case. We're going to be hopping over to Quebec, though. TSW5 with that Yone has found some extra Kales. This is not the normal Kale reroll that we see. Our admins are telling us he had 3 Kales in the same shop. That's why we're on 8 now. And this Kale is just chilling. She's just part of the team. We know we have the last cent to proc back onto. Wetjungler needs to do it again. For him, this matchmaking is good because, like you're saying, those players are a little bit weaker than they will be in just a couple of minutes. But it is going to be enough against Wetjungler's board. That Yone is just slicing and dicing through anything the KDAs have to offer, and that's an unfortunate end here for Wetjungler.
For TSW5, he has to roll for an Evelyn. He's missing that 6 crowd driver. Didn't do his homework, didn't hold those Evelyns from the early game knowing he was going to be playing into the Yone, and now has to roll on 8, trying to find a 1-cost unit. Not going to be the easiest task. Might have to sell these kills to do so if he thinks the spike is important enough.
No dice so far. Doesn't look like he's going to sail. Feels like he's comfortable enough from this position as we see Marwan starting to roll down as well, looking for a new headliner on this disco composition. Going to find the Twisted Fate. So it will be very helpful for him to now have that TF2 on his team.
We're running 6 Disco, 4 Dazzler all the way through with that TF. However, Salvyy is on the same line. And guess what? We're going to meet both of the Disco players here, throwing around the Funk, throwing it down, and we're going to see who comes out on top. Both of these Twisted Fates are fully itemized, but on the side of Myron, we do have that Sonia's that just helps so much. Problem is, the Blitzcrank already triggered it, walking up there, just punching him in the face, and he will take damage from that. He will come back though, and
huge win for Salvyy.
His own Twisted Fate. Salvyy hanging on here.
Doesn't proc the last stand as well, which is so massive and a really good indication of the strength of Salvyy once he does proc that last augment. Everyone's watching. Look at the top left. Every single player in the stands watching the Olaf show unfold.
This is one of the funniest games I've had. I'm so glad this is our second to last game. They have to contend with an Olaf 3 on stage 5, and they're losing to it. Like, what a game.
And look how close the lobby is too. Now that the last stands are about to kick in, we might see this end in just a few swipes. One more time, players can get an upgrade here, and they need to think about that Olaf as well while they're doing so. What can you throw in his way to try and avoid him?
Really just CC. Has no way to CC block. There's no QSS. There's no indomitable will in the augments. Ahri was great. I think the Ahri player died. Not sure there's other great CC units. There's no Vex players, for example. There's lobby. There's no Twin Terror. That would be a huge stop as well. Something like a Zac, for example, as a frontline, much more viable frontline now, does help with a stun. So it's just gonna be hard. I think if nothing stops the Olaf from actually attacking, he's gonna just absolutely go ham.
And Vomendeth is just going, right? He's been winning for so long. He built out Econ. He has gone level 8. He has the Zac fully itemized in the front line. Massive unit that delivers CC and tankiness. And in the back line, he's being supported by a fully itemized Sona. Now, that's a Sona 1, but still, she's going to do a lot of work for him. And I'm curious to see how this board develops as we are moving closer. We're going to be checking in between Tartman and Salvyy. One of the two players is going to get knocked down. For Salvyy, he can still fall back onto his last stand. For Tartman, it could just be the end of the line, but the Ezreal is going strong against this board and will trigger that last stand.
Tartman getting some revenge. Pick keepers early on to the game, potentially trying to angle towards Disco. Saw two other players were going for it, had to pivot off of it, but still finds some success there, proccing the last stand finally. And it's one of the best things in the matchmaking, because this means that now he's offloading Salvyy to other players and having them have to face him after each proc last stand. Similar to TSW5 here, finds a Zed and the kill in the same shop.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to point out, David. I was like, oh boy, really Sophie's choice here. Which of these two babies is he going to give up on? And he will pick up that Kale number 3, the additional damage for him from that backline.
The positioning is so good.
Going to be seeing Salvyy and Kubek both fight for their life. Both of them have proc that
look at the Yone.
stand. On the left-hand side, we're seeing Candace also fighting for his life, and the Kale is doing the work. Kubek hanging on. Left-hand side, it's looking like it might just be a little bit closer to Karthus, delivering so much damage, and Salvyy unfortunately getting knocked out here in the back of that Disco corner. Wasn't able to continue to hang on there, and Tartman also taking a loss here. Vomendeth down to 11 HP. Can he survive? Looks like he might not.
Yeah, unfortunately that Olaf went down somewhere in the scuffle, and that will be the end of Vomendeth's run. Unfortunately, when you're running off a carry, no matter how magical and fantastic he is, if he does die, you have nothing left to fight with.
He did have a dream, and I do respect that. This Olaf was giving everything that we would have wanted. I think with the Zona 2, maybe there was a better fighting chance. But truly, this lobby is spiraling up in power, and we are seeing boards like this one where we're talking about the Yone, the Synergy Panda, with this last stand being so good. You have the Idealism being procced on Viego and on Yone. It's just so good the way it comes together here.
Talking about dreams, Camb still alive. The crazy last-minute pivot into pentakill, the barely stabilization in the start of stage 4. He's still kicking in this stage 6. Top 4 now decided for this game 6. We're looking at players 19 to 15 in the standings, which means that if they finish roughly 3rd, 2nd, they have a chance to leapfrog other players and finish in that top 8 to then access that game 7.
Right, diver reroll coming in from TSW5. Marwan on the top side, we can see picking up a Lux. So everyone fleshing out their boards and what could be the final fight of the game for them. Camba's newly upgraded board, that Karthus in the back, is going to start causing problems. The Yone gets knocked away, down to half health. Karthus is stunned as well, so Yone is starting to chew through the front line. Look at that, full health once more. Karthus cannot take him out. The Yone survives and is going to take down Canbiz. 4th place.
And the Edge of Night TG roll allows Yone to walk into Karthus instead and just completely guarantee that's a fight win. Still missing the Evelyn, still missing the 6 crowd driver, has to continue rolling to try and find this last trade spike that would help him so much, but he's rolling on 8. It's gonna be so hard to find that 1 cost.
That was crazy. The fact how that wow on that. Yone finding his targets eventually again and again. I was hoping that maybe with the Yorick too, you know, you're throwing enough ghouls onto the board to distract that Yone long enough, but it wasn't going to be the case. Safo now going up against Kubek's board. We just saw what that Yone is capable of. We're going to be seeing on the right hand side, and on the left, Kubek is also fighting as a ghost copy against Marwan's board. This could be a double dish out to both of these players on the back of this Yone. Right hand side, he's still going. He's trying to find that Samira. Left hand side, he has eliminated Marwan already. Safo, however, able to hang on here, has enough HP to cling in there, and it's between the two of them.
And it's so surprising with this board to see Safo making it into this top 2. I think most of it was just a tempo game plan with Country preserving so much HP in the early stages, streaking into stage 4, and then now slowly bleeding out. The cap here, I think, is not quite there. You can't really rival a Yone last stand board like that one with handpicked augments for the Yone, and there's not even 7 Country, so the Hecarim can't really solo like he can on other games.
It'll be rough for him coming into here. The last chance here for Safo is that Samira versus the Yone. She needs to keep him at bay and take him down. Yone, left-hand corner, goes in towards that Thresh, gets stunned up the first time, needs another one. There goes Thresh. CC does not land on the Yone. Yone comes in, charging into the backline. Samira stunned, finds the Yone though, and she's alive in the back. It looks like Safo will take home #1 in the penultimate lobby of the day.
And TSW5
celebrating already there while the fight is going on. As soon as that Yone fell to the floor, Safo knew this was going to be all he needed to take it home. Excellent game. There was so much in there. I'm super excited to hear from our analyst desk on what exactly was going on in here, and then we will be back with our final game of our top 8, so don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Stormy. I'm 27 from England. This is actually like my first sort of set playing competitive TFT properly. I started playing some open qualifiers last set, and yeah, now I'm here. My first time challenger was last set, and then I went to Vegas, and that was kind of crazy. So yeah, it's kind of exciting, and I'm looking forward to see what this year holds. So for set 10, I think I'm actually really enjoying it so far. I think it'll go down as probably one of my favorite sets of all time. I definitely like that Legends were moved going from set 9 to 10, and the set is designed is like really flexible, really fun to play. There's so many opportunities that you have when you're in a game that just opens everything up, and it feels really nice to play. Headliner mechanic I think is pretty fun. I didn't really play much set 4, so I don't really have too much like nostalgia or I guess hatred for it already. And I think it's pretty fun. I think it's a cool mechanic that lets you be a bit more flexible on your roll downs as well. So I'm really enjoying this set. Yeah. Okay, I want to shout out all my friends that I've prepped with since PBE. There's been a big group of us, mostly from Northern Legends, and I think we've all really improved as players from prepping together and talking together. I want to shout out my friends who don't even play the game as well, and they still watch me and cheer me on. It's really nice to have that support, and also just the TFT community in general. Like everyone in TFT is so awesome, so friendly. So yeah.
Welcome back, one and all, to the first of our 2 Golden Spatula Cups for this set. We are close, so close to the end of the day with one more game to come. But before we get into that, Morgan, let's talk a little bit about that game which just had passed. You know, we knew that we'd seen a lot of games across the whole tournament where things were accelerated tremendously. Bringing in artifacts from the beginning of the game, you know, we knew that was going to be massively influential.
Yeah, we've not been seeing artifacts that much in today's tournament, I guess. We only had one game with Blood the Forge recently, and it was really good on the Twisted Fate, but this game, they have also proven worthy. So people are starting to put, again, more and more eyes onto the flexibility of boards and how artifacts can really fit into almost any board. You can do really good with a Hullbreaker. You can do also really good with Everfrost. Unless you're Vom and Death, because I don't think flexibility really is his cup of tea, at least for the last 3 games, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, as we're seeing on the board now, I think which draws a smile to a lot of places. We saw the absolute Chad Olaf coming in. Vermideth running at 3 games in a row. Certainly wins our respect, if not that game. I think if the world had been slightly kinder, maybe a little bit less rich in crowd control, it could have gone very differently for Vermin.
Yeah, and he's not the only one, by the way, forcing each and every time, because Marwan has also managed to play this game at Twisted Fate composition, and we had our lovely casters explain on why Double the Funk was so good in this lobby. In case you missed it, it's because the crowd divers and edgelords really cannot get into the backline, because essentially the only issue with this school is that your board is clumped all the time. But the reason it worked really well in this lobby, despite the fact that it wasn't able to still get a victory, or at least a top 2, is because people were just so far ahead and their boards were just way stronger. Otherwise, Double the Funk solves the main issue of Disco, clumping.
And of course, as you know, the big thing, of course, from this lobby is Salvyy managing to win out the game, as you see on our screen. We'll be talking about this kind of triangle of counters across the whole of this tournament, and it's one of the very few boards that can deal with the enough single target damage, even though we were seeing the crowd divers pumping in again and again, stunning that Samira. The single target damage was enough to get it done. But Morgan, the more important thing is we have our penultimate standings. The top 8 players who will be playing in this next game with the chance of becoming our champion.
Yeah, and you need to know that this final game is extremely important, and you should keep an eye out on this game, despite, even if you're not going to be in the top 2, even if you're not going to be the Golden Spatula Cup winner, because yes, this year, you've seen it, you've heard about it, we only have 2 Golden Spatula Cups in this set. So gathering points to be able to qualify for regional finals is also limited. If you're not Zoro, if you're not Petikk, you know your chances a little bit far away if you're not Skipeos or Shinar, because these are the only contestants so far to be able to make it and be the Golden Spatula Cup winner. But you still have to give it your best, because the more points you carry on, are the bigger the chances that you can actually qualify to the regional finals. So you should still give it your best in this game, because this final game is going to be worth it anyway.
Yeah, we could just see there, Cam is just about missing out, but the composition of our top 8 is very, very exciting indeed. We're seeing players from all over EMEA converging at this point to take one of those 2 elusive spots in the EMEA regional finals. As Morgan mentioned, there are still points up for grabs, so I hope we get to see in this final game even more absolutely sacrilegious nonsense coming in. Morgan, before we head across the casters, what would you like to see from this final game?
I'm gonna be the same guy and say Crab Brave, because we've not seen it a single time. I'm done with these portals giving people absolutely ahead, like a specific ton of resources, because we've seen it so many times. Okay, Revan 3-star, boring. Yoni 3-star, absolutely boring. The Twisted Fate boards, despite the fact that I love it, stinky. We need these Crab Brave boards. We need people raging in a tournament because a freaking Scuttler just blew their absolute board and gave them a loss in a PvE round. I want to see some fun moments in this final game as well. Yes, it is going to be intense. Yes, we are going to watch the top 8 players, the absolute best among the 128 participants in the Golden Spatula Cup 1. So everybody is expecting try hard and sweaty stuff. No. I want to see some fun moments as well. I want to see people cry over dying from a PvE round. Yes, please.
Morgan, I'm needing to stop you there because our casters are raring to go. We have 1 game remaining and all the best players from the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. Guys, take us into our final game of GSC 1.
Thank you so much and welcome to TFT history, because this is the first time we're actually doing this. Top 8 players fighting it out for that final top 1 spot. And of course, we just saw how that final lobby is going to look like. There's a lot of heavy hitter names in there, Panda, but you wanted to talk about something special when it comes to this lobby.
Yes, I did, because every single GSC, every single set, France this, Germany that, the 2 powerhouse countries in the EMEA, that's fantastic. You guys are all amazing. There's so many great players. The depth on these countries is crazy. But there are also these tier 2 countries that always are in the fight. Turkey, Czech Republic, Spain. Guess what this lobby is going to look like, Mix? We have 2 players from Poland. We have 2 players from Czech Republic. We have 2 players from Turkey as well, who are not Ging and Chinar. These are newcomers that are trying to fight for their own honor and their own kind of respect from their peers, making it this far in the GSC. So I'm really hoping some of these countries, in the case of Turkey especially, win their first ever GSC in this final lobby.
So good. Yeah. I mean, I'm here for it. I would love that. And specifically, I mean, we all love Ging, right? But specifically with more players coming from Turkey and really being up here in that upper echelon, it's a region, you know, that gets a lot of like low-key flame of, oh, you know, Turkish ladder. It's similar to EU Northeast ladder. People don't give it as much credit as EU West sometimes. And I think it's just so good to see them do well in competitive form. Why are you grinning like that?
It's not me saying that kind of stuff ever. Definitely not. But before we go further into that point, let's just say there are players like Chinar who have been a beast for so long. I think the top end of Turkey has always been considered one of the best countries in EMEA. And we saw from Chinar last set as well. He was in a similar position, 1 game away from becoming GSC champion, couldn't close it out. This is maybe his chance at a comeback.
We can see there on the cams as well the disparate reactions from our players. We saw Zoro absolutely jamming out ahead of this last game, and no reason not to. Points leader by quite a chunk, doing incredibly well on day number 3, and this is the first time that we've really seen him reach this level of play.
I loved how Scapeos just flashed that thumbs up as he was standing alone on the portal there. Everyone else agreeing on the portal other than him. And we are going to be hopping on board with Sappho here.
And quick, just want to help the viewers at home before they get debated or tricked. We saw the pop-up there with the portal. It said 3 champions. There can only be 1 champion after this game, just before anyone kind of thinks that might not be the case.
Good clarification. Good clarification. We're not giving out extra Golden Spatula Cup winners because we have fewer of them.
Yeah, exactly. So there's only 2 this set. Just to give you a quick reminder on how this is going to work, there will be 1 per Golden Spatula Cup. Points are not reset. You can see them in the cam overlays, and whoever gets the most points after this round is going to be our Golden Spatula Cup winner. Now, we'll be seeing who that is. Of course, there is a little bit of a lead already on players like Zoro and Petikk, but there are still options.
I also want to point out the players that we're seeing in this lobby are players that obviously we've seen succeed significantly throughout the weekend, but I want to pull out Venry, TSW, and Sappho as players that have really just hit these incredible levels of play, especially over the last lobbies that we've seen on stream. I'm really excited to see how they can bring it through to this final lobby with the best of the best.
I also want to bring up kind of the meta around these 8 players playing in this final lobby. This is the 19th game they're playing in this tournament. They've kind of already put their cards on the table. They're clearly indicating, hey, I love playing these kind of comps. I love playing rerolls. I love playing 4-cost comps. So everyone kind of knows in the back of their head what comps some of the players in this lobby are angling for. Someone like TSW5 has been smurfing with Edgelords all tournament long. So I'll have to see how players contest or don't contest each other. Prismatic start, though, makes.
Yeah, Prismatic starts. You got a little bit of a reaction out of me because, of course, I'm spying with my little eye what everybody else is picking, and there is a Radiant Twin Terror pick in here. We're going to be seeing it in just a couple of seconds, I'm sure. But, of course, Prismatic start always means more tempo in the early game, more pressure raining down. If you have a Prismatic that is about scaling, that won't kick in early on, you're going to be taking so much more player damage, and it will go to show that this might just be a rather quick round of TFT.
I'm just counting the Olafs here, guys. Surely not. but there's 4 Olafs. I'm just pointing it out. There were 4 Olafs on one board, so I'm curious.
And look what I'm seeing here is Travis sending a statement. He is playing March of Progress, has a duplicator as well, so fully locked into that reroll game plan. And Salvyy with the Mana Zane could maybe be considering any reroll, but I don't think that'll be the case, considering he has Living Forge and only 3 Annies right now, not even a headliner.
Yeah, lots of opportunities. We can see how strong that Olaf is unupgraded, which is why we're seeing so much of him in the early stages. He just doesn't die.
Yeah, shout out to Vumendes, who didn't make it into this top 8 lobby, but maybe somebody feels compelled to pick up the flag carrier Olaf and run it for us. Seems for Travis, the answer is no. We're going to be taking out that Olaf and look for greener pastures eventually. Does have a lot of disco units already on the bench and will be trying to go into that direction from what it seems like.
I think I see what Travis is doing here. Game 6 of day number 1, he played Senna, reroll, without the headliner being Senna, 3-starred her and won the game, is maybe being tempted now, has March of Progress, can play for a reroll comp, and does have already 2 early Sennas plus that cannon upgrade.
Well, here we're going to see the star of the show today, that Yasuo reroll, which has been highly variant throughout the tournament, but we've seen some good performances nonetheless. TSW has 7 Yasuos already at 2-2.
It's a lot of Yasuo, and while you were starting that sentence, I thought you were talking about him instead of the Yasuo, and I was like, okay, that's a lot of praise, but he definitely has done really well throughout today, and we're going to be seeing if maybe he can take one more really good performance on the back of those Yasuos, of course, making sure he gets that blinged out bonus onto the headliner. For now, you know you're going to be running something that utilizes this crit glove, so slamming it now makes sense. Is still waiting from what the carousel else is going to give him as we are moving through here. We're going to be seeing what else is going on.
Can't believe TSW5, every game we spectate, we watch him, he's always finding these insane spots to play the exact comps he wants to be playing. I like it didn't slam the Hodge. He has Harm Assist already with the Prismatic version. I think it's enough healing, and this Yasuo really only wants just pure damage now coming forward into the stage 3 especially.
We're seeing a Jax headliner, which is something that we haven't had the opportunity to see so far in this Golden Spatula Cup. Fallen off after the last patch. Unsure if it's going to remain, but interesting as an option in the early game nonetheless.
Going to be seeing how that carousel pans out here. Big question is, any spatulas, right? That's the big one that we're always waiting for. Answer is going to be no, but of course a nice little share of BF swords. We do have the crit glove and the bow here in as well, which are arguably the most interesting components from everything we've seen today. We're also getting a chance to look at what players are running. Scapeus on the back of the Freaky Friday, of course, has that Infinity Force.
Salvyy with a Crown Guard slam, with the Mana Zane as well. Could be angling towards potentially Karthus with the Mana Zane later into the game. Or TSW5 did not find that sword to finish off the IE. If he wanted it, got a cloak instead. Twin Terror is going to be online for Petikk, as you mentioned, makes earlier into the game. Is using those punk rolls, has 4 punk online right now, has found a Pantheon in the process, and can make 10 gold by selling this cannon. So using the Jinx right now just as kind of a way to get value from the augment, because it is prismatic especially, but Jinx, not a very good user of the extra crit.
We're watching this progression because we've had some ups and downs, much like the Yasuo reroll with Twin Terror. In a good spot here with the Prismatic, especially given that, like you said, he has units with which to benefit. So we'll see how he can carry it into the mid game as he runs up against Venry with an early country opener.
Okay, but how woke would it be if the final game of Golden Spatula Cup was won on the back of Punk? Come on.
I want it.
That would just be exciting.
It's not happening, Mix.
I know it's not, but let a girl dream, yeah? I think it would be entertaining, at least. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be the direction that we're going to be going for. Venry is the player that's coming out on top here with 100 HP. We did do a little bit of math behind the scenes, and just to report to you on the back of points, the players that are still fighting for this ticket here on the math end are Shinar, Skip, Petikk, and Zoro. All of these 4 players can still make it to the top 1 of points. So those are the ones we'll be mainly be watching out for.
That is a very early Caitlyn for Salvyy here.
Yeah, I saw that earlier as we panned away from one of the players. I was like, hold on, that's a Caitlyn. Going to itemize her with that Infinity Edge, so she's going to be pumping out a ton of damage, especially in these early stages, with the Aphelios getting the Mana Zane, so I guess for more CC to give her more time to ramp up.
I guess similar to Caitlyn in set 6 and other sets, at least she's very good at killing units here, trying to get a good loss with a Heartsteel online for Salvyy, so despite being a 4-cost, still fulfilling a similar role in stage 2.
Yeah, and heading in now to the PvE rounds, I'm interested in seeing if he's going to try and build this into more of that like 8-bit ribbon composition or what he's going to transition into. Because you get that early Caitlyn, like you said, so good at just eliminating single individual units, turns bad losses into pretty decent ones. So lots of options for Salvyy as he moves forward. Looking at the top of the board, Venry is the only player who has a 100% win streak in the game.
Yeah, and that's just such a good thing to have at the start here. Of course, those Radiant Thieves gloves, very valuable item to find on the back of this prismatic here, especially for early tempo. So definitely helping in making that country dream come together for Venry, as Krugs are handing out some extra components to players. I'm starting to worry that we're going to see a whole lot more of the same, which is AD flex. And we do see the Yasuo 3 come online at 3-1 here for TSW5.
And I spoke to TSW5 this morning. He gave me a full guide basically on why Yasuo reroll is best with Edgelord and not true damage. He was the one that whispered the truth into my ears this morning, and he says that stage 3 especially, you are so much more stable with Edgelord compared to true damage, and Yasuo reroll is all about winning the stage 3 in his opinion. The moment you're stable with Yasuo reroll and you get all the stacking, snowballing effects, that's where you really find success.
Keep an eye on that as we head over to Sonar's board, who's running an AP Aphelios in the meantime. So going to be looking forward to a pivot in the later stages. It's doing surprisingly well. Like, that's more damage than I would have expected from an AP Aphelios, but is not going to get him the win by any means.
He's there, is what I will acknowledge. He's part of this board, and he is also carrying some items. That's the most I will admit to this Aphelios. But you can see that players have racked up some golds, as we are going to be going for yet another turn of prismatic augments. One more time, one more round for everyone.
You're both getting baited by the Aphelios and the items he's carrying when all I see is 2 duplicators on Chinar's bench. He's going to try and go 7, maybe roll for a 5-cost somehow, maybe hitting a Kiana, wink, wink, and snowballing that into a huge stabilization in stage 4, potentially. You really, the duplicators want to play around that very early upgraded 4-cost or 5-cost ideally, but Travis already has a Seraphine 3 with Prismatic Cyber Uplink.
Yeah, he just hit that as the prismatic augments were coming around. Really good kind of coming together of augments here, synergies coming through. We also saw a glimpse of that stationary support on Chinar's end. It does have a Zephyr, so everybody needs to be aware of a little bit of ratting in this round.
Oh my god, Zephyr just triggering the PTSD of all of our players and me. It's so much harder now, I think, because it's been so long without Zephyr that it's so easy to forget that it's in the game. So this Seraphine doing about as well as we would have expected, but the stun from Vex causing some problems for her.
And the frontline just is not quite there. So the only thing missing is really no upgrades, no items onto that frontline just yet. Ideally, maybe even you would have found some kind of a healing augment over the uplink in this case. But
Yasuo? Hello?
Oh, he got this. He also got this. And we're seeing the power of Yasuo.
The edgelords.
Exactly. You hit that board and you're even beating that 100 HP win streaking players. So we're going to see, I think, TSW5 in his comfort zone. Win streaking with edgelords and finding all those extra upgrades to 3-star potentially in stage 4.
I'm just looking
I'm just eyeing
across.
6 Garens. I know it's not going to happen, so he's swapping out the headliner at some point, I assume is what's going on here.
Yeah, I don't think that's where we want to go. I think ideally, if you want to do something like this only in company of a Riven, and this board is not looking like a Riven board for now. On the other side, though, we are seeing Zoro come through, and we were talking about the Jax headliner. Now, if you're looking at this Jax, he looks a little bit like the Aphelios that we saw before, like a fraud with wrong items.
Yeah. He's not going to stay for a little bit longer, but look at how good he's doing. He's hopping around. He's getting those kills. If I'm Zoro, I'm proud of my little bouncy boy. You know, Jax is doing great. Good for him.
And this is all about finding headliners that can item carry what you want to play for your 4-cost carries in the late game. Zoro is a player that has openly said and openly stated he's very TF-centric in this tournament. He's still trying to angle TF and disco whenever it's open. So I think it's very clearly that angle. And we're seeing a TF with a spatula on the carousel. Unfortunately, Zoro is last pick. So I think someone else will probably want the spatula, especially any of these pentakill players, especially.
I'm
got tiniest
wondering.
titans, clearly.
This is the correct play. This is the correct play. You have to walk around and make people as dizzy and confused as possible. Safo optimizing the carousel. I'm not joking. This is real. This is a real strategy.
Well, Travis yoinked that spatula so nobody else could have it here. We're going to be seeing where this one goes. I was kind of hoping for Petikk to pick up the spatula and give us Punk Poppy, because he has Poppy on board already, but it's not going to be happening for him for now. Wait, where's the Poppy gone? I swear she was here.
She's pulled a disappearing act on you, Makes.
It's a magic trick. She'll come back later. When she's needed the most, she'll just pop up on the board.
She's actually behind your ear right now.
Don't look, Makes.
Both of you.
Don't turn around, Makes.
You're turning it into a horror movie, Panda. This is terrifying.
Both of you are terrible.
Not as terrible as that AP Aphelios we saw, but yeah.
Fair. It cannot hurt you. It's not real. So Safo on the other end has found a Caitlyn, has itemized her as well on the Tiniest Titans. We're definitely going to be seeing a little bit of shenanigans with that. He's happy to take a few more losses. On the other side, yeah, we are seeing Petikk, who's happy to take a few more wins. And for Chinar, the air is starting to get thin. Does have the Zizirot Zephyr support stationary dummy there, but is it working? Doesn't seem like it.
This is the point where Chinar's going to spike. He needs to cash out, start rolling, potentially on 7, potentially wait one more round and roll on 8. He has double duplicators as well, so I think it's going to be sack one more, keep this loss streak, making a nice clean 10 loss streak, losing so much HP in the process, and then trying to stabilize on a pentacle board.
He's got that opportunity. It is going to leave him very vulnerable for the rest of the game. He will be going into stage 4 with just 1 life remaining. But you got to risk it for the biscuit. Final game of the day.
And one Yorick, one Kiana on that roll down could be so big with a double duplicator as well.
Yeah, he definitely has the potential to make it happen. On the other side, Petikk one more time does get a lift onto the Twitch, and that just might be it. That just might be the win, the turning point of Chinar. Now, you were saying another loss would have been nice to go into Wolves, and maybe you're getting just that. That was calculated. Of course, he would have liked one more unit to get knocked out there, but Chinar getting those 10 losses in.
When we talk about how beautiful it is that Twitch is the unit that gets shrouded or Zephyr rather up into the air, the rat tactics backfiring for poor old Twitch.
Boo. Having you both on air at the same time was a mistake. Just the battle of the bad puns.
See, this is what we've been up to while you were gone, just so you know. Clearly. You never can leave us again.
Safo, second artifact item off of the Living Forge. Again, not really ideal for what he might be going for right now. There is not an Infinity Force. There's not anything for what could be a Ribbon reroll potentially. He has a pretty big Heartsteel cash on this next round, but let's see what combo he wants to go for in the end.
I think it was the Trickster, if I saw correctly there in that split second. I feel like that was the most useful.
There's a Kiana. Could be double duplicator. Could be going into an 80 flex line. I'm not sure how comfortable Chinar is on this line. Doesn't have a blue, has a Shojin instead.
Might still be going for it.
There it is. Kiana 2 has been found. Shojin, potentially JG going to go onto this Kiana as well. And yeah, Ezreal is bought. So Chinar playing as flexibly as possible. Has 5 Ezreals right now, as well as a Kiana 2.
This is the moment where you expect everybody in the lobby to start pinging and saying like, hey, this guy is starting to make a 3-star 4-cost. Pay attention. Do what you have to do. Big question is, on the other side, is that Yasuo? And that Yasuo was a menace before. The Ezreal is just distracted on other units. Yasuo can free roam. But in the end, I think Ezreal will take this one home, thankfully here for Chinar, ending that streak of bad luck.
Surprised he didn't slam a red buff there on the Ezreal, given that he had the opportunity to be a good AoE applicator, instead just getting a bow on the Kiana.
Safo, 41 HP. Could go for the golden egg. Says, maybe I'm risking a bit too much already. Finds the wrong poppy, though. Not the emo poppy he would have probably liked here if he wants to play around the 80 flex lines.
Still hunting it down as we see TSW making that selection. Cybernetic Bulk will not be baited by an egg, unfortunately.
Choices being made. Petikk thinking about it. New recruit is kind of your old true and tested, and that's exactly where we're going to be heading with this one. The Twin Terror, just really nice to have that extra field on the board for sure.
Yeah. Easier to hit those breakpoints. When you hit level 7, you will have 8 units, so you can have 4 Twin Terror applications if you should so choose, which is much harder in the regular composition because you don't get to hit that level 8 very speedily.
And Zoro showcasing his dominance on the patch, playing an extremely flexible board. Senna item carrier for now. Rich not immediately trying to go 8 on 4-2. And I think there's still going to be a Disco TF game potentially. Maybe Karth this pentakill, but keeping his options open, letting everyone else roll down first and then decide what's less contested on his final roll down.
Yeah, I really like that, and it's working out so well, right? He has so much HP to work with here. Other players, I just keep ringing that same bell. Chinar down on 15 HP. If you're in that position, you cannot be waiting for something like an Ezreal 3 or what everybody else does. You're in the position where you have to make moves and you have to try and make something happen. And even the Kiana 2 doesn't seem to be good enough for him to actually make it come together. Does find some extra upgrades here, but so does everybody else.
And Tiaan just holding a TF on his board gonna make it that much harder for any Disco enjoyers to try and go for this. As the Dual Lotus are helping the Ezreal crit a little bit more, as well as the Kiana. But if the Kiana cannot scale this board into the late game, I think Chinar might be dead. It's just a mix and match of so many different units and traits on this current board right now.
Gonna be going for the backline. I think this fight is gonna be pretty nearly in his favor. He's got the Kiana putting a bunch of damage in. One Ezreal ult is enough to take down the majority of Venri's board. So Chinar will be making it into this carousel at the very least, where he has first pick.
Big question is there anything big? Spatula emblem types is what we're looking for. Is Travis on a glimpse of an HP bar on the Seraphine 3 together with that Sona. Makes it in here. No spatulas for anybody. There's a lot of players in this lobby who have picked up new recruit who are able to just slot in that one more unit that could go really far for them.
Ripping the Twitch for Petikk, but goes for the Yorick instead. No Sona for Travis, who has a duplicate. Would be a huge spike if you find that Sona 2 this early on. And Zoro, are a dedicated TF player across the entire tournament, very happily takes one TF to help him find a more easy roll down where he might go for a Blitz headliner instead and find the TF naturally.
With a tier, nonetheless. That's a really good combination.
And there it is.
The roll down.
Sells the Lux, perfect mastery of the patch and all the headliner rules here from Zoro. And again, rolling down on 4-5 instead of 4-2 to make sure that he has enough gold to actually hit his board.
The headliner Blitzcrank as well, we've spoken about this previously, gives an extra damage threat because it maximizes that passive damage. So if you can just naturally roll for the Twisted Fate, you get a lot out of having that Blitz headliner.
Only problem is you then need to find that natural Twisted Fate, and unfortunately he's just shy of that, is not going to be able to find it here on the roll down. Does have a lot of units on the bench that he could still sell to make back some of the economy that he lost in this roll down, but I do think the headliner Blitzcrank should be tanky enough to at least prove some protection against that Yasuo that is coming his way. Question is it enough? It doesn't feel like it's going to be. The Yasuo is just coming.
Yeah, tons of damage coming out from the Yasuo and the TF. Like you mentioned, you do need that TF2. He hasn't hit it, so he is just not putting out damage. There's nothing there to amplify it or give passive damage. Sometimes you'll see a Morello or very rarely a red buff to sort of fill that niche. Not so for this board.
The pivot finally coming through there at the end. Zoro, that was a mid-transition only leading into that fight. Still has a duplicator on his bench, had a Yorick pair that he could potentially upgrade, but I think going to try and find that TF instead. Just continue to roll there, finds a Lulu 2 on the side. Probably a few more upgrades before this last fight starts off. Yeah, there it is. Yorick 2 is found and is upgraded with a duplicator, has the TG that can go onto him, or just the Warmogs and the Onyx Spark.
Chinar on the other side of the board is fighting for survival, though, and we're going to be seeing whether or not he can pull it off. The Ezreal in the background is spiraling up. The ult comes in, lots of damage, but not enough to take down the Twisted Fate. Should be enough, though, to take down the board in the end eventually, and he's able to hang in there on 15 HP as Raptors roll around.
Or just needs one more Twisted Fate and he's still in this game, but otherwise he is out. Safo will take the loss. He's on this Ezreal mixed composition. We see Ziggs on the bench. He's trying to cap this board out, and he's got health to do it with, but only for a couple more rounds.
Cash out coming through. Will this be enough to help Safo stabilize? He's looking to go 9. It seems like holding up this gold, greeting it out, trying to find the best spike that he can. He knows that he has to find a huge result to try and go for any kind of a win in this tournament, as he just barely sneaked into this lobby after game 6.
And the problem really here, I feel like, between Safo and Chinar is that both of them are looking for the Ezreal as their carry. And that's a carry we have seen 3-starred in this weekend at least twice, because usually it's not very contested. And I think both of these players may be angled for it with that in mind, that there's a chance that you can pull this off and do that miracle run. But if they're both on it, it's definitely not going to happen. So a little bit of a hand-holding situation we got there.
We haven't really mentioned him, but at the top of the board, Scapeus has been on a massive win streak for the last several rounds. He is one of those players in contention for taking it all, would be his second victory, and he's got a very decent board to do so with. A hodgepodge of units, sure, but he has that 5 KDA, and that Akali has been on his board for several stages at this point.
Great flexible play. Scapeus proving and showcasing why he is considered by so many of the top players in EMEA to be one of the most flexible and players that can adapt the best to any situation. We're seeing it here. Ahri Warrior as a transition comp in stage 4, saving HP, staying stable, trying to go fast 9, and again, form a comp that has a ton of 5 costs instead.
Even his augment picks are so open, right? No, I think it's just what happens eventually at this point. You gotta lose some eventually, but we did see a lot of upgrades coming through while we watched that fight. Sona came alive for Travis. We're also seeing the punk units finally coming alive for Petikk. So the lobby is about to go even harder on the damage outtake to everyone else, and Quebec might just be on the losing end here. The Yasuo has done so much, but nothing really else has come online.
The items have been terrible for the Yasuo. Can't even find a third item, and he just does not have the upgrades on the Viego or the Zed, as well as a Kayn to finish that 7 Edgelord trade spike.
Gonna be running into Venry, who is running that Samira composition, trying to roll her in, and she's doing so much damage to this board here. Yasuo will get into the backline. This may give him a chance to save his game, last one more round, because it's just the tanks left, and Yasuo does a great job of cleaning those up.
You can see it in Venry's face. He is not happy with the situation. He wants to be in a stabler position, as is natural. Travis on the other side keeps on winning on the back of that Sona.
Chinar has been taken down. The path is clear for Safo to potentially go for Ezreal 3. The TFs are back into the pool as well. Chinar was holding 3 TFs for almost no reason. I think that's what Zora was probably thinking every time he faced him. Now maybe Zora can find his upgrade. We're seeing
Chinar out. There's only 3 players that can take it all here, that can take the golden ticket to the EMEA Finals. It is either going to be Scapeus, who would have his second Golden Spatula Cup win, as you were saying, Mad, or Petikk, or Zora, and I'm so excited to see who is going to come out on top. Of course, everybody else still fighting for those valuable Golden Spatula Cup points, but Quebec is hanging in the ropes there. This Yasuo needs to do so much lifting, and I don't know if one Kale can do enough here. The answer is going to be no. A frustrated hand wave and a 7th place, unfortunately, there for Quebec, as Venry finally finds a win.
The first time. Oh, there's the Kayn as well on the carousel with a QSS for the Yasuo. I'm sorry, TSW5. Don't look at this carousel. Don't watch the rest of the game. So unfortunate. One fight away from a massive spike. And I think the first time today that we see him actually not succeeding with this Edgelord reroll.
Curious if anyone's going to pick up this Jhin, if either of the Ezreal players are doing it, because we've seen that combo a couple of times. But no, leaving the Legendary on the carousel, everyone picking up their items to try and hit that spike. We have 4 players below 30 HP at this point.
Lobby is so close, and we've seen this before, where just a couple of rounds could change everything. And for Travis, it's yet another golden unit. He's been racking up the stars on this KDA Spellweaver board.
Nico 3, Seraphine 3, and an early Sona 2 with KDA. This board is stacked.
This is kind of the game-winning setup that can allow Seraphine to actually win out and not just top 4. Or see if the Nico with just a singular item is going to be enough here. And she's up in the air.
She did her best.
Sometimes you gotta fly for a little bit. Look at the view. Travis definitely has enough HP to fall back on should he need it. The Sona is so close to casting here. Will get that cast off. And on the back of that, Seraphine will try to win this fight. Ari does one more CC. Charm from Scapeus, but it's not enough. And Zoro, Venry, both of them on their last life.
There we go. Travis going to be able to pick up that Ari too, so that board getting even stronger. Meanwhile, Zoro coming into this as the points leader at risk of being eliminated in 6th place.
And the crazy thing here is that Zoro can only lose the championship if he's outplaced by enough positions. Scapeus needs to outplace him by, I think, 4 or 5 positions, Petikk by 2 or 3. So anything, even a top 4, I think, might be enough to guarantee Zoro is our champion. He has to fight. The last 2 fights are going to be so important. Zoro, his life on the line.
We'll be seeing a side-by-side Venry on the right and Zoro on the left. Zoro going up against Scapeus's board. You can see the Zephyr kicking in one more time. Does take the Blitzcrank into the air. Twisted Fate being stunned in the backline, but is not enough. He will get that AoE spread damage out onto the board on the right-hand side. We did see Venry unfortunately get eliminated, but Zoro hanging in there and knocking down Scapeus very low, and you can see the celebration on his face already.
It's a direct rival as well.
One of the things I wanted to mention, of course, here was the Ziggs really turned this board around because he was struggling with just the damage output of that Twisted Fate. But now that the Ziggs has had that time to ramp up and the ability to, he's been able to just take out larger and larger tanks, which was the problem. Now, 5th place, like you said, Panda, he only needs to be within a couple of places of the other 2 players in order to take home the Golden Spatula Cup.
Especially dangerous with Petikk because Scapeus was 5 points away coming into this game number 7, where Petikk was only 2 points away from Zoro. So that's really the direct rival for Zoro here. He needs to continue winning here. He needs to survive for at least 1 or 2 more rounds.
And you can see huge upgrades hitting those boards there. Ziggs 2 coming through for Sappho, Thresh 2 coming through for Petikk, as we are picking one more item to try and make the board just a little bit stronger. We have the fully itemized Yorick on the back of the Thief's Gloves, the Blitzcrank, as well as
BT Olaf.
And the Twisted Fate holding everything already. Maybe it's the Olaf, but I think, yeah, we're going to go for the Tarek instead. He's just a smidge stronger, and it is that crazy, scary board from Travis on the other side.
There goes Blitz. He's fallen down already. The Thieves' Gloves on the Yorick, only one surviving. There it goes. The Nico in the front line, absolutely unkillable. Zoro's going to go down in 5th place. Scapeus still fighting for his life. That Akali still up there in the front line against the Twitch. Takes it down. That means he's going to survive for 1 more round. Scapeus keeps his hopes alive with a 4th place. Top 4 so far, to be clear.
And Zoro facing the disco counter matchup. And not just that, the Omega Hyrule Seraphim board that Travis has built in this game number 7. It's the highest cap Seraphim board we've seen all lobby or all tournament long, really, with the fact that he has a KDA emblem, had the early Sona as well, has a Nico 3, which is really what you want with this comp. Hit the Sera 3 early and continue finding more frontline upgrades, especially.
Gonna be seeing how the numbers shake out, but for now, eyes are on Petikk. He is in a great position to take this one home. He needs to defeat Scapeus for sure, and Scapeus is the one that is on the other side of this board. The Zephyr does hit, but does it do enough here? Pantheon's still alive. Akali in the background is getting distracted by the bait units placed by Petikk here. Now on to the Twitch, but the Twitch is still standing. So is the Ahri, but I don't think it's enough. She will be under attack, and Petikk, you can see with the thumbs up here, is going to take down Scapeus.
Incredibly close round there, and that will mean Petikk up here in the top 3 as Scapeus falls down into 4th place. An incredible showing so far from Petikk.
In this case, with Scapeus knocked out in 4th, with Zoro knocked out in 5th. I believe Petikk for the Czech Republic is going to be the champion for our GSC #1 in set 10 in Remix Rumble. Not the first Czech Republic champion. Scapeus himself was the first to do it in set 7.
Oh, we're getting where he needs to have a top 2 finish. We're jumping the gun just a little bit, but it would be a great storyline one more time for the Czech Republic. Travis, as he goes up against Petikk. Petikk can still fall back on the 29 HP, but does he even need it? The polymorph on the Twitch there does come through, but it's not enough. And with that, now it is solidified. Petikk is going to be our Golden Spatula Cup winner.
Incredible game from him, incredible series of games. We've seen him throughout the weekend as one of the rising stars here in Rising Legends. Czech Republic will take home a Golden Spatula Cup, just not in the hands of Scapeus. For the first time, it'll be Petikk at the top.
And Travis, what a great run as well. What a great showcase of Seraphine reroll. A great top 3 for him in what is this final game. A great tournament for a player that has been so consistent for so long on ladder. Hasn't found that same success in GSC. So happy to see him take it all the way in this GSC #1.
I love this so much. We were talking to Naruto just a couple of days ago. He was talking about the Czech Republic coming together and being much more of a hub for practice groups and players working together, noting Scapeus as a lone wolf on the side, of course. But I believe it was Counterfeit who even noted that every single Czech player that came to day 1 also made it to day 2. So really, they have been showing up and showing off for this entire tournament. It only feels deserved for them to take this one home as Petikk and Sappho fight it out here for those last rounds.
There's 2 more rounds to go at the most. We could get through to the PvE round, but it's looking all but decided. Sappho, this board is looking incredible for him after a great run through the tournament.
And shout out to Sappho, Living Forge into Mana Zane, not really sure what he was going to play. Hits the Eternal Winter in a second Living Forge option. Still unclear what line he would go for. Plays an incredibly flexible game off of the hard shell cash outs. Finds that 80 flex board that is very hard to navigate, but very, very strong when you build a board like this one.
I don't think he knows yet, does he? He looks so stressed. He probably hasn't checked scores because most players obviously don't. They just focus on the game. So he probably doesn't know yet, but we might see the reaction at the end of the game if somebody tells him, as this game is rounding out here between the 2 of them. He is taking a win. Sappho taking the last game of the day home for Spain, which is also amazing to see coming back into the higher echelons of the competitive scene. And we're so excited for this Golden Spatula Cup winner, Petikk. I personally loved all of the games that we had this set. I know there was a lot of talk about this being a 2-day patch, and while I understand that's very hard to kind of figure out and learn in short time, I feel like our players have done phenomenal at that. We've been seeing so many different comps, we've been seeing so much variation, and it's just been a blast to cast these games for you. That's been it from us and Patches, Panda, and Iberia, and myself, Makes, and we're going to be tossing to a quick break and then hear from our analyst desk, and of course, hopefully also the winner, so we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back, everyone. We have made it all the way through to the end of our first and of the Golden Spatula Cups of the season. So we've said multiple times, there will only be 2 before we move on to regional finals and then the global championship itself. This last game, of course, Morgan, we knew coming in it was going to be special, and it delivered in spades.
Yeah, congratulations, of course, to Petikk for being able to make it as the one and only, or actually, no, there was another Czech Republic player. Yes, Skipeus, who has been performing
in this game.
in this game as well. Yeah, 2 people from Czech Republic, about quarter of the lobby were in the top 8, and both of them were actually valid candidates for being able to win the entire tournament. Alongside Zoro, who performed really well but got quite unlucky in this game by not being able to go with a major spike. As Justice Panda said, don't look at that last carousel, that game just never existed.
Oh boy, I mean, it's an incredible thing, as you said, to have 2 players, including a returning champion, be in a spot to try and take it back. But let's hit up some of the big strokes from this game. We had pretty much everybody getting what they wanted here. We had the Yasuo 3 coming in extremely early, the Seraphine 3 bizarrely arriving almost instantaneously. Pretty much everybody got to play what they wanted to play in this final game, the most important game of the competition.
Yeah, honestly, Twin Terror really is so dominant recently, and Petikk has been able to prove that in this game. But a player that I want to highlight is Salvyy. He's played so really absolutely perfectly in these past 2 games, being able to win and capitalize on the maximum value of Twin Terror against him. He went with Tanya Sirens, being able to provide more and more and infinite resources with the harsh steel composition, being able to have more resources than anyone in this lobby. The portal came up and it was 3-cost champions, so everyone just thought like, hey, this lobby is gonna be very basic, just 3-cost champions. We don't have loot subscription anymore. We're not gonna be seeing anything crazy. But then we were surprised by the triple prismatic lobby. It was almost prismatic prelude and 3-cost champion both at the same time.
I mean, I think that was exactly what we deserved as a final game. But to formally announce the results of the previous game, our standings are ready, so we can confirm exactly how everyone played. Of course, we know who came through as our ultimate winner here, Petikk taking the top spot by a single point ahead of Zoro. But every one of these 8 players giving us absolutely everything in this final game.
It was between Czech and France, and for this one, Petikk really proved himself and was able to get a major better positioning than Zoro. Zoro came up 5th in that last game, and there was just 1 point difference. Had Zoro been 3rd, he would have been able to win the entire tournament, but Petikk just proved himself and really took the win. It was either him or Skipeus in this lobby to be able to prove it. Skipeus was a little bit far on the end of the spectrum, a little bit far too away to be able to score these points, but Petikk was extremely consistent and he got the win. Again, Czech being the quarter of the lobby, people checking in the chat because your winner is Petikk, and he has proved himself in such a massively amazing manner in that final game.
Well, let's hear from Petikk himself, as he is on the line with us to talk a little bit about what it feels like to be the 2nd ever Czech GSC champion. Petikk, hopefully you'll be with us now.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. All right, well, maybe... There we go. All right, sorry about that, Petikk. Lovely to have you here. I'll ask the obvious question because it needs to be asked. How does it feel to be GSC champion?
It was so crazy because my first day wasn't so good. I was like 27 and continued to tiebreaker. So I was learning the patch to the tournament, and today it was so crazy because the last game and the last game was like I just picking the augment and I'm saying nobody gonna contest me so fast and pinging it.
Yeah, congratulations on the win. And again, it doesn't matter what happened in day 1. As long as you made it day 2 and day 3, and as long as you were able to come back, you made an amazing performance and you definitely deserve the win. Petikk, something about me, but in a positive manner, don't get me wrong. I'm some kind of a stalker myself. I tried to search in all social media and there's just not that much info about you. You're an anonymous person who just came out there, wreaked havoc upon these lobbies. So give us more info about you. How are you this good at the game? What are your secrets? When did you get into competitive TFT? Overall, we want to know more about our winner for the Golden Spatula Cup today.
So I started playing TFT from set 1, and more competitive, I was taking it from set 6. And I win the Czech League at set, I guess, 7 or 8, when the Dragons were. more.
Perfect. So after claiming this win, and I'm very sorry for what I'm about to say, but you can tell them, checkmates, I won. Go ahead, Peter.
Oh boy, we had to fit that joke in somewhere. I do apologize. So it was mentioned right back at the beginning, we're talking to Naruto before, saying that the Czech community, were pretty, while they were kind of a little divided into different groups, everyone was very close together. What's your perspective on the Czech community? Do you think this is going to be a big thing to help push TFT in the Czech Republic?
I think it's more rivalry, so it's better than we not everyone together, but we're trying to get better through the rivalry of these teams, I guess.
Okay, so following up Peter's question, so far you and Skipios were the only 2 Czech players in that final day, and maybe in the entire tournament if I'm not mistaken. So study groups are always a thing, and people always try to prepare for this patch, and every single patch together. So is there anyone, even not just from outside the Czech Republic, that you think really helped you claim and adapt to this patch a little bit more that you would love to give a shout out to?
Yes, of course, TFT Mafia. Are like Tre, Ploťák, and Redík.
Anyone else in particular? Like someone that you kind of loved playing with, scrimming against, someone you learned a specific tech from them, anyone from the Mafia that you would love to highlight?
Tre,
the
of
Mafia.
course.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I remember him fondly along with Naruto. I really hope those two will make their own stand-up comedy duo at some time during it. But just to, since we got a little bit more time and love to hear more for what you thought, what are your kind of reflections on the tournament overall? Because I know it's a little overwhelming right now, but looking back over the whole event, I know it's been a very long event, but what stands out, apart from the win itself, what stands out most clearly in your memory?
The first day when I just go to day 2 to tiebreaker, it was so close, I guess. Last game of day 1, and possibly the 5 game of today. So when I hit the Lucian chosen.
Yep.
Yes.
We all remember that. Okay, so following up for something that you said that was very important in the beginning of this interview, you said that day 1 was not really the best for you. And we all know that the time frame for the entire tournament was a little bit in a short span. So we didn't really have enough time, and I don't think anybody had enough time to prepare fully for this set, or let's say this specific patch, because the set was out for quite some longer time, but the patch was in a very short span. In day 1, you called it, you didn't have the best performance. How would you come back, and how did you adapt really, really well in day 2 and day 3? Is there any specific secret tech that you did in order to be able to adapt? What happens after games? Do you watch replays? Do you reflect back on your own games to see what mistakes you did? How could you come back from, let's say, a weak performance in day 1 to winning the tournament in day 2 and day 3?
So I was mostly watching the players, how they played, and trying to copy their play style. So
So spectating, you gather info by watching. You're a visual learner, let's say.
Yes.
Okay, so am I.
Because my ladder experience was minus lost 300 LP, so it wasn't that much funny.
You did amazing, Petikk. Congratulations on the win once more. You made the entire Czech Republic happy, and we're both happy for you, me and Peter. And of course, by the way, from the green room, I wish you could see their faces, but Panda, Makes, and everyone, they're so proud of you, and everyone is just so happy that you got this win.
Thank you.
So just before we let you go to relax after a well-won tournament, I know you've kind of already recognized some of the people who helped you get here, but is there anything you'd like to say to anybody else or to the TFT community at large that you've now created for yourself an achievement that no one can ever take away from you?
So thank you to Czech community and TFT Mafia for supporting.
Straight to the point. Very straight to the point. I love this guy.
No, thank you so much, Petikk. Again, that was an incredible final game. Of course, we will be seeing you directly at the EMEA Finals as one of our only 2 GSC winners with guaranteed spots. So please to go relax, enjoy the rest of your evening for a job incredibly well done. So Morgan, with that in mind, as a big goodbye to Petikk, again, hopefully we're seeing him again soon. From your side of things, of course, it's most fresh in the mind, that last game coming in, but of course you're here for the first day and for the last day as well. Is there anything from earlier on in the competition that you'd like to bring back to the forefront of people's minds as we bring things close to a close here?
Okay, I think day one, let's say, was the one that had the wildest thing happen. Day 2 did have some crazy things. Day 3 did have some crazy moments and some absolute comebacks with all of these. Yes, I'm looking at you with all these Ola free rolls. I don't know why we didn't get a single Crab Rave. I'm pushing all these reviews and all these VODs to every single time we had Crab Rave and it wasn't picked, because Makes and Nigeria have been begging for all a free roll, and then they got 3 or 4 of them in a single day. Why did I not get a single Crab Rave? I'm gonna be obviously complaining about that for quite some time, but the craziest moment was definitely that one game where we had an Ezreal 3 at the same moment and a Sona 3, all thanks to the 8-bit grand prize. This to me is the highlight of this tournament, and this to me will be one of the games that I'll always remember in TFT.
All right, but before we fully tie things down today, of course, we did have a contest running during the course of every single day today, and we have ourselves a third winner for the TFT and Geo competition, with our players letting us know exactly how and where they were enjoying it. Ms. Bisho was trying to watch, but unfortunately, like a few of us, had a furry companion along the way who also wanted their attention. So we appreciate our friends who managed to find a way to watch the competition, even if they have other demands on their time.
Yeah, as long as you can skip the dry food and go on and keep watching some TFT for some time, that is definitely a W cat that you have there. A true competitive Travis cat. I bet Travis cat is going to be happy and very proud of this cat.
It's true, he is king of all cats. But that will bring us to the end of today, with, of course, one big exception. Morgan, if people want to find out more about when and where everything is going forward, where should they be looking when they're going online?
Google is your friend. No, I'm just kidding. You can make sure to follow us on TFT Esports EMEA at Twitter and on Facebook and on Instagram and YouTube. It is going to be Play TFT. And of course, if you loved our casters or if you loved any of the talents that appeared here today, of course, a huge shout out to Nigeria, Impetuous Panda, Makes, Counterfeit, and Wida. Nigeria, you can find him at Nigeria on Twitter, and Impetuous Panda, the same exact tag, at Impetuous Panda on Twitter, and of course at Makes, M-E-E-I-X, pronounced Makes, as she puts it on Twitter, and of course Mr. Counterfeit himself, the legendary voice at Counterfeit Casts, and myself at Morgan Casts on all platforms, and at Wida Casts on Twitter as well.
So all that's left to say is to put some notes in your diary. So we're looking forward to a little bit later on. Of course, we're bringing things to a close here in January, but in February we're kicking things off again with our second and last GSC of the set, starting on the 8th, then moving forward. Oh no, sorry, it's on the 9th. We're rehearsing on the 8th, my apologies. On the 23rd is when we'll be doing the EMEA Regional Finals, going on to the Global Championship shortly after that. So make sure you block out all of that territory in your calendar, because there's an enormous amount of fantastic TFT coming your way. Our thanks, of course, to our productions, to our observers for doing an incredible job today. They definitely don't get enough thanks, and they really make everything absolutely wonderful. Thank you to our wonderful chatters for being absolutely delightful the whole way through, and of course, our moderators for making sure that everything stays nice, toasty, and warm. For us, though, thank you so much for joining us over 3 intense days of competition. We'll see you again in a few weeks' time.